Chapter 50 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2 by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The gradual dissolution of the Danish-Norwegian partnership, the demand for national autonomy, created by the suffering which Norway had to undergo during the war with England and Sweden, did not culminate in an attempt to sever the bonds of union with Denmark by a revolutionary uprising, but the growing love of independence nevertheless effected a thorough change in the relations between the two kingdoms. The old idea that Norway sustained a quasi-provincial relation to Denmark, both politically and intellectually, had vanished in the powder smoke of the great wars. Forced to rely on themselves in a most critical period, the Norwegians had become conscious of their own ability to defend themselves and of the necessity of relying on their own strength in days of trial. A wave of patriotism swept over the country, due in part to the experiences in the war, but partly also to the nationalism which had been kindled throughout Europe in the struggle against Napoleon. The French Revolution had endued nationality with a new meaning, as it had fundamentally changed the conception of the rights of man. With the rights of the individual so vehemently proclaimed was associated as a necessary corollary the right of every people to lead their own independent national existence, and this principle was being employed as a new weapon against Napoleon in Spain, Germany, and Italy. And the idea once proclaimed spread with astonishing rapidity, says Alison Phillips, till in all Europe there was not a race with a grievance, real or fancied, against the established order, but based its resistance on the national right of a nation to be mistress of its own destinies. The Norwegian leaders were enthusiastic adherents of these ideas, and the national struggle, which had hitherto been a dogged resistance of the Bender against the oppression of Danish officials, an effort of the common people to preserve their personal freedom, now entered upon a new stage. New leaders from the upper classes had appeared, men of learning and high culture who united the ideals of liberty and national independence with the old spirit of personal freedom, and aimed to rear the Norwegian state once more on its own foundation. They would henceforth control the destinies of the nation, and were determined to secure for it sufficient autonomy to ensure its unhampered development. When Prince Charles August left Norway, they seized the opportunity to organize, after the pattern of the German Tugendbund, a national society of which a Swedish contemporary writer has given the following account. As soon as Count Veto, after several unsuccessful attempts, realized the impossibility of persuading Prince Augustenborg to agree to the plan of separating Norway from Denmark and uniting it with Sweden, he determined to act independently. For this purpose he originated the plan for Selskabet for Norges Vel, a sort of Masonic order which extended its ramifications to all parts of the country and to nearly all classes. The apparent aim of the society was to promote agriculture and different branches of Norwegian industry, but Veto had in reality no less a plan than to make it the nucleus of a representative body, to prepare the minds of the people for the new order of things which he would establish in his country. None but the principal leaders of the society knew the secret purpose of its organization. Not till after the society had been organized did Count Veto and his father-in-law Peter Anker ask King Frederick to grant it his royal protection. This the king did, and though he disliked the spirit of independence shown by the Norwegian leaders. Before a year had passed, the society had 2,000 members. It still exists and continues to be of great service in aiding and encouraging undertakings of national importance. In 1809, a new agitation for a Norwegian university had been set on foot, as the need of a higher institution of learning had become more pressing than ever since the war had destroyed the communications with Denmark. The demand for such an institution had been so long and urgently pressed that it had become a national issue, and as soon as Selskabet for Norges Vel was organized, it gave this cause its earnest support. This time such large means were made available, the nation's demand was expressed in such vigorous terms, and the desire was backed with such large subscriptions, that the Danish king, who loved Norway, found it hazardous to postpone the granting of so reasonable a request. Furthermore, there had been formed in the kingdom a body of men who took it upon themselves to speak about important matters, who stood united with regard to plans which they considered beneficial to the country, and who, on approaching the government authorities, had to a certain degree dispensed with the formalities of an absolute monarchy, writes Jacob Aal. Selskabet for Norgesvel offered a prize of 1,000 rigsdaler for the best treatise to be written on the question of a Norwegian university. 9 were submitted to the judges, who awarded the first prize of 800 rigsdaler to the author of Nemmusen, who proved to be Nicolai Wergeland, the father of the later poet and patriotic leader Henrik Wergeland. Nemmusen was much praised by some. The king gave the author 300 rigsdaler as a token of his esteem. The people of Drammen presented him with 1,200 rigsdaler, and in Tunsberg the people gave him a church offering of 900 rigsdaler. But his treatise has been severely criticized, among others, by the Norwegian historian Ludvig Day. In Denmark, the learned jurist A.S. Ørsted assailed it because of the bitter criticism of Denmark indulged in by the author. This only served to intensify Nicolai Wergeland's anti-Danish feelings, and on a later occasion he found an opportunity to express it in an even more acrimonious way. The Danish government found that they could no longer wholly disregard the demand of the Norwegians, but they would compromise and offered to grant them permission to establish a sort of seminary. This offer was not accepted, and the solution seemed as distant as ever when matters suddenly took a new turn. It had been rumored at court that Count Veto was a traitor who planned to separate Norway from Denmark, and the king, who gave credence to these reports, summoned Veto to Denmark. The count hastened to present himself before the king and demanded to know why he had been called. The king, who possessed no evidence of his disloyalty, was disconcerted by his sudden appearance, and as a plausible excuse he said that he wished to confer with him regarding a Norwegian university. By a rescript of March 1, 1811, the directors of the University of Copenhagen were instructed to confer with the count, who submitted a declaration regarding the sentiment in Norway, which moved the directors to advise the granting of the Norwegian demand. In June of the same year, Selskabet for Norgesvel started a subscription among the wealthier classes to raise means for the founding of the new institution of learning. The subscription, which was continued for 2 years, brought the sum of 782,000 riksdaler and a yearly contribution of 13,382 riksdaler. In 1813, the university, which was located at Christiania, was able to begin its work. The Norwegian poets in Denmark had already returned to their own country from patriotic motives. In 1812, the Norske Selskab in Copenhagen was dissolved, and when the university in Christiania opened its doors, the academic and literary partnership with Denmark must be regarded as terminated. A new national literature had begun to develop in Denmark in 1802, but in Norway a new literary epoch did not begin till 1830. Of the poets who flourished in the decades prior to 1814, the former members of the Norske Selskab in Copenhagen, Jonas Rhine, Jens Zedlitz, and Claus Freeman, continued to write in the spirit of the 18th century, and their younger associates, Leiter Sagan, Johan Storm Munch, Conrad Schwach, and Simon O. Wolf, shared these views. They wrote bombastic patriotic songs and sentimental lyrics, but as they were strangers to the life and sentiments of their own people, they were so dominated by foreign models that their verse lacked the true national qualities. A new spiritual movement had indeed stirred the Norwegian people, but it was of a purely religious character, and had in no way influenced the literary tastes of the higher classes. While the conquests of Napoleon absorbed all attention in the field of politics, and while a flourishing commerce prior to the war with England and Sweden created great traffic and prosperity, especially in the cities, the people throughout many of the rural districts were aroused by a great revival which permanently influenced religious life in Norway. Rationalism, which had followed in the wake of Pietism, had almost destroyed all true piety in the Lutheran state church. The cultured upper classes had in general accepted the views of the Aufklärung, and the greater part of the clergy did not believe the gospel which they were to preach. Some clergymen even substituted for the sermons discourses on purely secular matters, and sang popular ditties in their churches for the edification of their parishioners. Among the common people who believed the Bible teachings in a literal way, Christian faith lived despite the lack of proper religious instruction, but their deeper religious sentiments had never been stirred by an appeal to their faith as a dominant force in their moral and social life. Religion had become associated with a lifeless formalism, which exercised no power over the hearts of the people, and the rationalistic state church lacked all regenerating power. It was left for the great revival set on foot by Hans Nielsen Hogg to make their Lutheran faith a living force strong enough to shape new ethical and social views. Hogg was an untutored country lad born in the neighborhood of Sarpsborg in 1771. His parents were pious, God-fearing people who gave their children a thorough Christian training, and Hans Nielsen, who was a very gifted boy, quiet, introspective, and given to reflection, exhibited even in boyhood a fervent religious spirit. An accident in his 13th year, in which he nearly lost his life by drowning, increased his fervor. He devoted himself sedulously to the study of the Bible, and became convinced that God had appointed him to preach the gospel to his countrymen. Finally, after much hesitation, he began in 1796 the great task of reviving and purifying the people's religious faith. He entered upon his work with the most self-sacrificing earnestness, but also with a modesty which always employed the most quiet methods and avoided all disturbance and excitement. In 6 years he traveled over 10,000 miles, mostly on foot, preached from 2 to 4 times a day, and wrote hundreds of pamphlets and devotional books. His love for the common people was of the most genuine sort, and as he possessed great practical ability as well as rare talents, he was often able to render them valuable assistance even in purely secular matters. He taught them to found mills and factories. He even established himself as merchant in Bergen, and developed a lucrative trade with Trondhjem and Nordland to aid his adherents by his business insight. Hogg preached no new doctrine. He did not even attempt to organize his followers into a new religious body, but contented himself with preaching the gospel according to the confession of the Lutheran State Church. But this was regarded as a crime, since no one but ordained ministers were authorized to preach. Under the Conventicle Act of 1741, Hogg was prosecuted by the state officials and the clergy of the state church. He was repeatedly arrested and had to spend a large part of his life in prison. In 1804 he was transported in chains to Christiania, where he remained incarcerated till 1814. In 1808, when the Council of Regency found great difficulty in securing provisions and supplies because of the blockade, and great anxiety was felt because of the shortage of salt, Hogg offered to erect salt works which could produce salt from the seawater if they would liberate him. They accepted the offer, and Hogg built several salt works which supplied the country with that necessary commodity. But as soon as he had accomplished this, he was remanded to prison to await his final trial. Not till after he had spent 10 years in the prison cell did the court see fit to render its decision, by which he was adjudged guilty of the following offences: A, that contrary to the ordinance of 1741, he had traveled about the country and preached the word of God. B, that he had encouraged others to do the same. C, that he had used invectives against the clergy which were not considered to emanate from ill will, and which, when taken in their proper connection, did not seem as offensive as when they were torn out of their connection. The judges paid no attention to the fact that Hogg had already spent a decade in prison without being convicted of any wrongdoing. They decided that he ought to pay a fine of 1,000 Rigsdaler and the cost of the trial, but this considerable sum exhausted his scant means. He left the prison penniless and broken in health, physically unable to resume his great religious work, which he had so unselfishly performed. His adherents, the Hoggianer, who were now numbered by the thousands all over the country, bought him a small farm in the neighborhood of Christiania, where he resided until his death in 1824. Hogg lived, however, to see the fruits of his labor. The revival which he had set on foot caused a great awakening, which for the first time made the Christian faith a dominant force in the people's spiritual life. He roused them even socially to greater diligence and earnestness, and imbued imbued them with an ardent desire to manage their own local affairs, as they had learned to govern themselves in religious matters. The nation's conscience had been awakened, and before Haug was liberated from prison, some of the more fair-minded among the clergy began to call attention to the beneficial results of his work. In 1812, Klaus Pavels wrote in his diary, "I believe that Hans Haug has done much more good than harm in Norway. His apostolic itinerancy, his foolish writings, his followers, and partly also his own fanatic conduct is no longer seen, but that he has founded a sect which still exists, the members of which distinguish themselves by piety, virtue, good order, diligence, and peacefulness, in short, nearly everything which constitutes civic virtue and tends to strengthen society, none but the most biased can deny." After Haug had moved to Bretvelt, says his biographer Bishop Bang, this place may truly be said to have been the center of religious life in Norway. From Bredtvent he issued a number of letters of religious contents and sent them to all parts of the country, and the influence of Haug's religious letters of the time can scarcely be truly estimated at present. To Bredtvent flocked also year by year large numbers of Haug's adherents from all parts of the country. Even the clergy of the state church began to recognize the true importance of the great evangelist. In 1815, 2 theological professors, 2 bishops, and 15 clergymen visited him in his home. Haug was already regarded by many as a sage and a martyr. When I saw Haug bent and suffered from all sorts of ailments, I had to say to him in my heart, "This you have suffered for Christ's sake," said Bishop Bog, who himself had been one of his opponents. By the law of July 27, 1842, the ordinance of 1741 was repealed, and full freedom in religious matters was established. This was mainly due, says Bang, to the clearer understanding among the common classes of the great cause of religious liberty due to the labor and suffering of Haug and his friends. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Events leading to the separation of Norway and Denmark. After the death of Prince Charles August, the Swedish government had to choose a new successor to the throne. The party which had been in favor of the prince and the ultimate union of Norway and Sweden proposed to elect his brother, the Duke of Augustenborg. The party representing the Pan-Scandinavian idea of uniting the 3 Scandinavian countries favored King Frederick VI of Denmark-Norway. Some preferred the Prince of Oldenburg, but the choice finally fell upon one of Napoleon's marshals, Bernadotte, Prince of Pontecorvo, who became Swedish crown prince under the name of Charles John. It was thought that by this choice Sweden would gain the friendship of Napoleon, and Bernadotte was furthermore a man of many excellent qualities, a great general, an experienced and talented statesman who would act with energy and whose word would have weight in the councils of the nations. The problems which Charles John had to deal with were not easy. Sweden had suffered much in the late war. Its commerce and industry were disorganized, and its finances were in confusion. He could not speak Swedish, and he was a stranger both to the people and the country. At first he had to remain a silent spectator, but in a relatively short time he became the real leader in the government and brought dispatch and energy both into diplomacy and administration. Sweden had not observed the rules of the continental system very strictly, and as Napoleon in 1810 made special efforts to compel obedience to his demands on this point, he issued an ultimatum requiring the Swedish government to declare war against England, their old ally, within 5 days. Refusal to comply would have gravely imperiled the kingdom, and war was accordingly declared. But through a secret understanding with the British authorities, it was agreed that it should only be a sham war, and that amicable relations should continue. Charles John was resolved from the outset to uphold the rights and dignity of his kingdom, and was in no way inclined to submit to the humiliating dictates of Napoleon. He saw probably more clearly than anyone else that the great emperor's power rested on a very weak foundation, and that a new coalition would soon be organized against him. The growing estrangement between France and Russia in 1811 also convinced him that he would soon have to choose sides in a war between these 2 leading continental powers. Almost from the time of his election in 1810, he had seen the necessity of gaining the friendship of Russia as a support against the aggression of Napoleon, and Emperor Alexander was making friendly advances to secure his cooperation in case of a war with France. Charles John would take no definite stand, but circumstances soon compelled him to incline more strongly towards the powerful eastern neighbor. In conformity with this policy, he soon abandoned the plan of recovering Finland, a hope entertained by many leading men in Sweden at the time, and revived instead of the plan of uniting Norway and Sweden, which in his mind was equivalent to extending the Swedish borders to the North Sea. When Napoleon found that Charles John would not submit to every demand, the relations between France and Sweden soon grew strained. In 1811, the French ambassador was recalled from Stockholm, and French and Danish privateers attacked Swedish merchant vessels in the Baltic. Under these circumstances, Sweden might be expected to join the enemies of France for her own protection in case new encroachments should aggravate the situation. In 1811, prior to his invasion of Russia, Napoleon seized Swedish Pomerania, an overt act of hostility which led to an alliance between Sweden and Russia, concluded April 5, 1812. In this compact, Emperor Alexander promised definitely to aid Charles John in securing Norway as a compensation for Finland. In a spirited letter to Napoleon, Charles John had demanded to know why Pomerania had been occupied by the French, contrary to all treaties. "Without seeking the honor and power which surrounds your majesty," he wrote, "I only ask not to be considered your vassal. Your majesty rules over a large part of Europe, but your dominion does not extend over the country to which I have been called. To defend this land is the extent of my ambition, and I consider this the task which Providence has given me." Napoleon's only answer was further encroachments, and Charles John found it necessary to cement still closer his friendship with Russia. Peace was concluded between Sweden and England, and also between Russia and England at Orebro. By a convention at Abo, August 30, 1812, Alexander promised that not only Norway but also sea land should be given to Sweden, and Charles John was to receive an army of 35,000 Russians, of which 25,000 should be concentrated in Skane for an attack on Denmark, as he wished to secure possession of Norway before taking part in a general war against France. He encouraged Alexander to pursue the Fabian tactics of avoiding pitched battles with Napoleon, but by retreating and laying the country waste to lure him ever further from his base of operations. The expedition against Denmark could not be undertaken that year, however, as the summer was already far advanced, and before the next campaign opened, the situation was wholly changed through the destruction of Napoleon's grand army on the snow-covered plains of Russia. At this juncture, Denmark was still the ally of Napoleon. In December 1812, both Russia and England had made overtures to King Frederick VI to join them in the war against France. Norway would have to be surrendered to Sweden, but compensation would be given in northern Germany, possibly even in Holland. This plan did not appeal to King Frederick, and he refused. But the retreat of Napoleon and the destruction of his army made the situation critical for Denmark-Norway, as a general uprising throughout northern Germany brought the war to the very border of the kingdom, and France could give Denmark no protection against the large armies which had advanced in pursuit of Napoleon's shattered forces. In Norway, an army could scarcely be brought into the field, as the country was suffering from a serious famine due to the almost total crop failure in 1812. But Charles John attempted even now, without success, to persuade King Frederick VI to cede Norway. Neither could he be prevailed upon to change his political policy to the extent of seeking a reconciliation with England, though he was urged to do so by his most influential minister, Rosencrantz, and even by Prince Christian Frederick, heir to the throne of Denmark. He decided instead to remain neutral, though this did not meet with the approval of the Allied powers. Charles John had not been able to take active measures towards securing Norway, and he knew that a long delay might wreck his plans. Denmark's chargé d'affaires in Stockholm had suggested that the bishopric of Trondhjem should be ceded to Sweden. From Russian sources it had been hinted that a change in the plans was necessary, and England remained indifferent and would not support his designs on Norway unless he used his forces on the continent in cooperation with the Allies. Circumstances forced him to yield. He promised to raise a force of 30,000 men, which, together with 35,000 Russians, should cooperate with the Allies against Napoleon under his own command, and in return England agreed to support his demand for the cession of Norway. But his plan might still be shattered. Austria supported Denmark, as the great statesman Metternich wished to attach to himself the smaller European states in the hope that as soon as Napoleon was vanquished he might secure for Austria the leadership in European politics. In that event, the legitimate princes would be restored to their thrones and possessions, and he was not disposed to destroy an old legitimate monarchy for the benefit of Charles John, the parvenu who emerged from obscurity to enter the charmed circle of the crowned heads of Europe. Both in St. Petersburg and London, Metternich had protested against an attack on Denmark at a moment when all the European powers had begun to talk of peace. Even Russia began to show signs of Danish sympathy. Prince Dolgoruki was sent to Copenhagen with a letter from Emperor Alexander stating that at the time when he sanctioned Sweden's plan of securing Norway, he did not know Denmark's real position, that he had thought that Denmark would gladly part with Norway in return for more valuable possessions in northern Germany. But since this did not please the king, he would now postpone the matter. King Frederick was urged to join the allies and take active part in the operation against Napoleon, and Dolgoruki added enough orally to make it quite clear that the question of ceding Norway would be dropped altogether if Denmark would cooperate with the allies. But King Frederick would not join the coalition in active war operations unless the possession of Norway was definitely guaranteed to him. At this moment Charles John seems to have abandoned the hope of securing the whole of Norway. On April 10, 1813, he dispatched an ultimatum to King Frederick, stating that unless he ceded the bishopric of Trondheim to Sweden and joined the coalition in active operations against Napoleon, he would attack Denmark-Norway. While awaiting a reply, he received the news of Dolgoruki's secret mission. He also learned that the 35,000 Russian troops which had been promised had been ordered to march in another direction. This palpable breach of faith on the part of Russia drove Charles John into violent fury. He wrote to Emperor Alexander demanding the troops which had been promised. He also asked that Dolgoruki should be recalled from Copenhagen and that diplomatic relations between Russia and Denmark should cease. The Swedish ambassador at Copenhagen was immediately recalled, as Denmark refused to cede any part of Norway. Thus matters stood when operations against Napoleon began in the spring of 1813. On April 15th, Napoleon left Paris and took personal command of the large army which he had organized, and the decisive campaign of 1813 was begun. A Swedish army of 30,000 men had landed in Pomerania, with which Charles John was to cooperate with the allied forces, but he refused to take part in active operations until Russia should place under his command the 35,000 men which had been promised. He was willing, however, to make one concession with regard to Norway. Instead of demanding the whole kingdom, he would be satisfied with the bishopric of Trondheim, which should be permanently incorporated in Sweden. But Russia demanded that he should immediately join the allies without further conditions. On May 21st, Napoleon defeated the armies of the coalition of Bautzen, and the allies were highly displeased because Charles John remained inactive. On June 4th, both Russia and Prussia concluded an armistice with Napoleon at Poeschwitz without consulting either England or Sweden, but in a personal interview with Emperor Alexander and King Frederick William III of Prussia at Trachenberg near Breslau, Charles John again won the favor of the two monarchs. Again they renewed their assurances to Sweden, and they also adopted his plan for the next campaign in case peace with Napoleon could not be arranged. According to this plan, the forces of the Allies should be divided into three armies. The northern army of Swedes, Russians, and Prussians under command of Charles John should form the right wing. The Silesian army of Prussians and Russians under General Blücher should form the center, and the Bohemian army of Austrians, Russians, and Prussians under the Austrian Field Marshal Prince Schwarzenberg should form the left wing. These armies, forming a half circle, should converge on the point where Napoleon was stationed. When the armistice expired August 16th, Austria joined the Allies, whose armies in the field now numbered 479,000. Against these forces Napoleon could place an army of about 440,000, mostly raw recruits. In his attempt to break this half-circle of iron, which threatened to crush him, he was not successful. He inflicted a crushing defeat on Schwarzenberg August 26th and 27th, but his marshals were unable to carry out successfully the parts assigned to them. MacDonald was defeated by Blücher at Katzbach, and Marshal Van Damme was defeated and captured at Kulm. Oudinot failed to take Berlin, and Ney, who was sent to take charge of the operations, was defeated at Dennewitz. The armies of the Allies pressed forward into Saxony, where the decisive Battle of Leipzig was fought October 16th to 19th, in which Napoleon was defeated. The Swedish troops had taken little part in the actual fighting, as Charles John evidently sought to save his forces for an attack on Denmark. But after his retreat, Napoleon himself said to the Swedish general Sköldenbrand, who had been made prisoner of war, "No one has done me so much harm as your crown prince. Do you believe that if it were not for him I should have been here at this moment? I should still have been in northern Germany. I myself tell you so, and you may believe my word." King Frederick VI continued to the last to exercise a paternal care for his kingdom of Norway to the greatest extent possible under the circumstances. Prince Frederick of Hessen, who had succeeded Charles August, was an inactive man who did not win the favor of the people, and in the spring of 1813 Prince Christian Frederick was dispatched to Norway in the hope that this young and talented heir to the throne might arouse the people's love for the Union. In his instruction to the prince, the king said, "Since Norway is far distant, it makes it difficult for the sovereign himself to be present in the kingdom. They need, therefore, especially in time of war, to have a person who can rule the realm. Otherwise it cannot be expected that any system can be established in the administration. This, then, is the thing especially required of you, and you are requested to continually travel about and seek to prevail on the people to show the love which they owe me. Whenever they complain, you must answer them that your presence as Statholder and commander of the military forces is a new evidence of my regard and love for the Norwegian people. This important tie, without which no nation can long endure, the love of the people for their sovereign, and vice versa, you must attempt to strengthen. In his effort to counteract Swedish influence in Norway, Prince Christian Frederick was quite successful. The 26-year-old prince was gifted, well-educated, jovial, and pleasing. He had fine features, loved merry company, and maintained a greater dignity and stricter etiquette than his predecessors. He soon gained the love and admiration of the people, but he was not able to win to his side the most influential man in the kingdom, Count Wedel Jarlsberg. The two met in Tunsberg, and Wedel told Prince Christian Frederick that if he would become king of Norway as an independent kingdom, he would support him to the last, that he must either drive the Swedish crown prince from the north or allow himself to be driven out. But so decisive a step the prince would not take, and Count Wedel remained an inactive spectator, who placed no confidence in the ability of Prince Christian Frederick to solve the difficult problems confronting him. In a conversation with Jacobow, Count Wedel said, "We shall now see who will rule the north, Charles John or Christian Frederick," and there is no doubt that his sympathy was with the former. The arrival of Christian Frederick in Norway had a wholesome effect and tended to strengthen the people's loyalty to the Union. But the king's attempt to protect the Norwegian coast against the English was not only a failure, but a mistake. The English did not plan any attack on Norway. English privateers hovered around the coast and seized Norwegian vessels, but the regular commerce with England, which was as advantageous to the English as to the Norwegians, was not seriously interfered with at this time. King Frederick nevertheless dispatched to the coast of Norway a new battleship, the Najad, which had been recently built. Several smaller vessels were added, and this flotilla was placed in the command of an able captain, H.P. Holm. The Norwegians frowned at this, as they realized that it would only challenge the English to more active hostilities, and the venture ended, as might be expected, in speedy disaster. An English man-of-war, the Dictator, with 64 guns, in command of the young Captain Stewart, accompanied by several smaller vessels, discovered the Najad and pursued it into a narrow gap near Linger, where a fierce duel was fought. in which the Danish ship was destroyed. The Norwegian gunboat flotilla was notified but arrived too late to prevent the dictator from escaping through the same narrow passage where it entered. After the Battle of Leipzig, Charles John was to advance with the Northern Army against Marshal Devout, who was stationed on the lower Elbe with an army of 25,000 men. To this plan he willingly agreed, as it gave him an opportunity to follow out his own designs against Denmark. He felt that the moment had now come when he must secure possession of Norway, or leave the question to a general peace conference, where he would have small chance of being supported by the legitimate princes. He dispatched some Prussian and Russian forces against the French, and with his own army he turned northward to attack Holstein. An invasion of Denmark could now be undertaken without incurring any blame, since Frederick VI had declared war against Russia and Prussia before he received the news of Napoleon's defeat at Leipzig. Holstein was quickly overrun, and in order to prevent an invasion of Schleswig and Jutland, the Danish commander, Prince Frederick of Hessen, concluded an armistice. Charles John now renewed his original demand for the cession of the whole of Norway, and the situation made him anxious to reach a speedy agreement. Austria, which still supported Denmark, had sent a special envoy, Count Bombel, to Copenhagen to advise King Frederick to cede the bishopric of Trondhjem, but the king still hoped that the intervention of Austria might change the situation. He sent a special envoy, Edmund Burke, to Kiel, accompanied by Bombels, to negotiate with Charles John for a prolongation of the armistice. The Crown Prince would not grant a long respite, but he agreed to extend the time till January 5th in order that Burke might confer with his government. He also submitted his ultimatum, in which he demanded either the cession of the bishopric of Trondhjem at once and the rest of Norway when a general peace conference assembled, or the whole of Norway at once, in which case Denmark would receive Swedish Pomerania and 1 million rigsdaler as a compensation. Bork and Bombels returned to Copenhagen, and Charles John also dispatched a letter to King Frederick urging him to accept the terms offered. All hope of an intervention of Austria finally vanished. Russia and England remained firm in demanding the cession of Norway, and Austria was at last obliged to support this demand to avoid a rupture with her allies. On January 4th, Bork again arrived in Kiel to open peace negotiations, and Charles John declared in a speech to the assembled diplomats that if the treaty of peace was not signed within 48 hours, he would renew hostilities and the Danish monarchy would be destroyed. It was necessary for him to push matters to a hasty conclusion, for the English minister, Castlereagh, had sent an imperative order that he should immediately cross the Elbe and join in the operations against Napoleon. This order was received January 13th, and the peace was not yet signed. Disobedience might cost him the friendship of England and shatter his whole plan. He prevailed on the English ambassador Thornton not to make the order known for 24 hours, and during the night the work on the treaty was carried on with the greatest possible speed. On January 14, 1814, the Treaty of Kiel between Sweden and Denmark was signed. Peace was also concluded between Denmark and England. By the Treaty of Kiel, Frederick VI ceded Norway to the King of Sweden, and according to Article 4 of the treaty, Norway should remain a kingdom united with Sweden. Because of the haste with which the treaty was drawn up, the Norwegian possessions, Iceland, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands, were not included in the cession. Through this oversight, these possessions were separated from Norway and continued to remain united with Denmark. The King of Sweden ceded to Denmark Swedish Pomerania and the island of Rügen. He promised as King of Norway to pay to Denmark that part of the Danish-Norwegian state debt which would justly fall on Norway, and to use his influence in the General Peace Congress to secure further compensation for Denmark. On the 15th of January, Charles John wrote to his son, Prince Oscar, "My dear child, peace has been concluded. Norway is united with Sweden and forms a separate and independent kingdom." This was an unreserved recognition of the full meaning of the treaty, but he also seems to have entertained other ideas regarding the relation of the two kingdoms, which did not presage well for the future. The same day he wrote to Count Essen in Stockholm that the Norwegian fortresses of Frederiksskald, Kongsvinger, Fredrikstad, and the Akershus should at once be occupied by a force of 6,000 men. I believe he concludes that a larger force will not be needed, as Norway is to be taken possession of, not as a province, but only to be united with Sweden in such a way as to form with it a single kingdom. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The modern period. Norway gains her national independence in 1814. In an open letter of January 18, 1814, King Frederick VI announced to the Norwegian people that their country had been ceded to the King of Sweden. He released them from their oath of loyalty and bid them farewell in terms which reveal the deepest emotion. In Norway, the news did not immediately become known. The communications between the two kingdoms had been interrupted by the war, and as the Norwegian newspapers contained little or nothing but local news items, the people had to gather what they knew of foreign affairs largely from rumors which were often exaggerated and contradictory. They knew that the outcome of the war waged in southern Denmark would be of importance to Norway, but no reliable reports had revealed the true state of affairs when the paper Tiden on January 25th suddenly brought the glad tidings that peace had again been established in the north. The conditions were not mentioned, though the editor had been informed of the treaty through a private letter, but when the truth became known, the first outburst of joy gave way to anger and resentment, as the people felt that they had been bartered away in a manner disgraceful to a free people. They had not been consulted by either of the contracting parties, hence the Treaty of Kiel could not be binding on them. To countenance it would be national dishonor. The strong national spirit and love for constitutional liberty which had been awakened in Norway as well as in other parts of Europe in the closing decades of the 18th century and the opening of the 19th had long since been tinged with a desire for national autonomy, if not for independence. At the time when the Peace of Kiel was concluded, there was no general desire for a union with Sweden on any terms, and when the union with Denmark was terminated, the Norwegians felt that they were free to work out their own national destiny. Denmark might dissolve the old union, but it could not create for Norway a new union with Sweden without the consent of the Norwegian people. The presence of Prince Christian Frederick also buoyed up their courage. He could give the country a stable government, and around him as a legitimate successor to the throne they could rally in defense of their independence. On the evening of January 24th, the day before the news was broached by Tiden, King Frederick's first courier, C.L.V. Romer, reached Christiania and submitted to Prince Christian Frederick the terms of the Treaty of Kiel, together with an order that he should surrender Norway to the Swedish authorities and return to Copenhagen. This order the prince refused to obey. In his diary he wrote that the king can believe that the Norwegians will surrender voluntarily, that he thinks that I would be mean enough to desert them now. I do not understand it. They would indeed be justified in throwing stones at me if I could desert a people who love me and place their whole confidence in me. And I should leave even without attempting to defend them. Never, not while I live. He left Christiania, visited one of his most influential advisers, Peter Anker, at Eidsvold, and journeyed through Gudbrandsdal to Trondheim. Everywhere the people welcomed him with great enthusiasm as their deliverer, as it had now become generally known that Norway had been ceded to Sweden, though it had not yet been officially announced. In Trondheim they even requested him to call an assembly of the states to frame a constitution for the kingdom. He returned to Christiania, resolved to ascend the throne and to rule according to the old Kongelov until he could find opportunity to grant a new constitution. But the friends of popular sovereignty and government by the people did not remain inactive. Inspired by the example of the North American colonies and the French Revolution, they resolved not only to declare their independence, but to frame a constitution which should embody the principles of democracy which had been proclaimed by the fathers of the American Republic and the French political philosophers. Christian Magnus Falsen, son of the patriot and poet Eidsvold Falsen, invited Peter Anker, Professor George Sverdup, L.S. Platou, and Jan G. Adler to a meeting at his country residence, Vollebeek, near Christiania, where he read to them the draft of a constitution which he had framed with the assistance of Adler, and not long afterwards Professor Sverdrup and Peter Anker were invited to attend an assembly of notables which had been summoned by Christian Frederick to meet at Eidsvold, February 16, 1814. A number of the leading men in Norway assembled at Eidsvold. Christian Frederick proposed that he should be placed on the throne by right of succession, but this was opposed by a strong party, whose chief spokesman was Professor Sverdrup. In a private conversation with the prince, he implored him not to seize the crown in a manner contrary to the wishes of all the enlightened men of the nation. The rights which Frederick VI had renounced reverts to the people, he added. From the hands of the people you will receive the crown, which will be the more illustrious since the people have given it to you. In the assembly, the members declared that as free men they would not submit to the provisions of the Treaty of Kiel. Regarding the question of succession to the throne, many supported Sverdrup, and Christian Frederick yielded to the general desire on this point. He was chosen regent ad interim and agreed to summon a general constituent assembly to meet at Eidsvold. When a constitution had been framed, a king would be placed on the throne by election to exercise executive power according to its provisions. Circumstances had made it necessary for the scion of the autocratic Oldenburg dynasty to bow to the sovereign will of the people. In an open letter dated February 19th, Prince Christian Frederick announced in the customary autocratic phraseology that since the assembly at Eidsvold had declared that they would not submit to Sweden, he had placed himself at the head of the nation, had assumed the title of regent, and would do everything in his power to prevent disorder and to maintain peace with every foreign power which should not attempt to trample on the rights of the Norwegian people. In the same letter he also published the rules according to which the members of the Constituent Assembly should be chosen. After religious services had been held in the principal churches in each parish, the people should take an oath to maintain the independence of Norway and to sacrifice, if need be, their lives for the fatherland, whereupon 2 electors should be chosen in each parish, one of which should be a bond farmer. These electors should meet in each amt and choose 3 delegates to the Constituent Assembly, one of whom should be a bond. Also, the Army and Navy should send delegates, a truly unique step probably taken by the Prince to identify these important organizations more closely with the national cause. After concluding the Treaty of Kiel, Charles John led the Northern Army westward to cooperate with the Allies against France. He had secured Norway by treaty, but the task of taking possession of it was left to the Swedish government, at the head of which stood the old King Charles XIII and his Minister of State Lars von Eggeström, both of whom failed to understand the real nature of the situation. They seemed to think that the acquisition of Norway was now an accomplished fact, and that the work of bringing the country under Swedish administration could be done at leisure. The idea that the Norwegians might resist did not occur to them, neither did they know the sentiment and real character of the Norwegian people. Ingvar Nielsen says, at this important moment few men in Sweden had any knowledge of the Norwegian people, and only few understood what steps they might be inclined to take. Only a small minority remembered what had led to the election of Charles August, and little gratitude was expressed to the people which in 1809 had helped to save Sweden. On this point the majority was blind, a fact which produced its result, and in its blindness the government surpassed the rest. Count von Essen was appointed Governor-General of Norway. George Alderspar, one of the leaders of the revolution in 1809, was offered the position of Governor-General in the two northern provinces, but he declined as he did not favor the plan of attempting to rule Norway by Swedish governors. Against this unwise policy he repeatedly warned the government, but his advice was not heeded. Count von Rosen, who had been appointed governor of Trøndelag, was forthwith dispatched to Christiania by Governor-General von Essen to negotiate with Prince Christian Frederick regarding the transfer of Norway to the Swedish authorities, but he was told by the prince that his mission was useless, as the Norwegians had declared their independence and were resolved to maintain it. On Sunday, February 25th, a special service was conducted in the Church of Our Savior in Christiania, and the congregation took an oath to maintain the independence of the country. Similar services were conducted in all parishes throughout the kingdom according to the open letter which the prince had addressed to the Norwegian people. The taking of the oath and the solemn invocation of God's blessing brought the question of national independence close to the people's hearts and inspired them with a most earnest devotion to the national cause. Hitherto, Prince Christian Frederick had sought the advice of influential private citizens, but before entering upon his duties as regent, he created a royal council or cabinet, the members of which should act as his official advisers and assist him in his administrative duties. General Gottschalk Haxthausen was made Minister of Finance, Jonas Collett, Minister of the Interior, M.O.L. Sommerhjelm, Minister of Justice, Niels Al, Minister of Commerce, and Carsten Anker, Minister of Manufacturing and Mining. A Department of Foreign Affairs was to be created later, and education was to be placed in charge of a committee consisting of Professor Sverdup, Professor Treschow, and Bishop Beck. Carsten Anker did not take charge of the department to which he had been appointed. He was sent instead as special envoy to England, as Prince Christian Frederick hoped that England might be moved to look with favor upon the Norwegian people's struggle for independence, and that the English government might possibly undertake to mediate between Norway and Sweden. Anker was well acquainted in England, where he had many connections both with business houses and statesmen, but his missions proved unsuccessful. The English Prime Minister, Lord Liverpool, told him that if the Norwegians persisted in keeping the Danish prince and continued their struggle for independence, England would be obliged to help Sweden. Though Anker was disheartened, he did not leave England immediately, and he was soon prevented from departing, as he was placed under arrest for an old debt which the Danish Asiatic Company owed some English merchants. He was soon released, but had to remain in London for a time. This gave him time to renew his diplomatic activity, but nothing could be accomplished, as the English government remained obdurate and refused to negotiate with him. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The meeting of the Constituent Assembly at Eidsvold, the framing of the Norwegian Constitution. The delegates to the Constituent Assembly were summoned to meet at Eidsvold, Carsten Anker's beautiful country seat, April 10, 1814. The roads in Norway at that time were still in poor condition, and a spring thaw had made them almost impassable. Still, the delegates succeeded in reaching their destination in time. Prince Christian Frederick also arrived from Christiania to be present at the opening of the assembly. He came accompanied by his cabinet, says Jacob Ahl, and a few light infantry mounted and on foot paraded before him. His whole conduct during his stay in Norway prior to his election as king was exceedingly plain. He kept but few horses and no expensive equipages. At his stable there was no luxury, and he was not extravagant in regard to expenditure. He conducted himself as a private citizen, and acquainted himself with the simple Norwegian customs. Though he did not shun pleasure, he did not seek it in the expensive forms prevalent at the courts, and he displayed no princely pomp. One cannot compare the Prince Regent, or even the King of Norway, with those kings who seem to seek protection for their royal privileges in the splendor of their throne. His democratic manners were in keeping with the customs of the country whose throne he hoped to ascend. After attending religious services in the old Eidsvold church, the delegates assembled in Carsten Anker's spacious mansion. The first day was devoted to the examination of the credentials of the delegates, and in the evening they all assembled for a festive supper. Here could be seen representatives from all parts of the country, of all classes and dialects, writes Nicolai Wergeland, one of the delegates, courtiers, bonder, amtmen, lensmen, ministers, deacons, colonels, corporals, learned and unlearned, of high and low estate, officials, merchants, and landed proprietors. All had assembled for the sacred purpose of laying the foundation for the regeneration of their country. Though they were not equal in knowledge, they were all equally upright in purpose and equally worthy of respect. It was a picture of Norway, says Ingvar Nielsen, as it was and as it was to be. The men of Eidsvold, as the members of the Constituent Assembly, have been called, numbered 112, though no delegates arrived from the two northern districts, Nordland and Finnmarken. Among them were found the most able leaders in the kingdom, men like Christian Magnus Falsen, W.F.K. Christie, Veto Jarlsberg, George Sverdup, Nicolai Wergeland, Jacob Aal, Peter Motzfeldt, Severin Löwenskiöld, Peter Ankar, and others. A serious divergence of opinion on very fundamental questions soon manifested itself. The question whether the prince had been elevated to the regency because of an inherited right to the throne, by virtue of which he possessed sovereign power, or whether sovereignty was now exercised by the assembly as the representatives of the people, threatened to cause a serious clash. The question had been raised by Nicolai Wergeland in connection with a vote of thanks to be addressed to the prince. He desired to have a motion passed by which it would be made evident that the assembly exercised sovereign power, but even those who agreed with him in principle would not make this question an issue at that moment, and Wergeland's motion was lost. After the assembly had disposed of this matter, a committee of 15 was elected to draft a constitution which should form the basis for the deliberations of the assembly. Among the members of this committee were Falsen, Sverdup, Aal, Veto Jarlsberg, Wergeland, and Ærik. 11 fundamental principles were soon agreed upon and submitted to the assembly, 10 of which were adopted in the following form. 1. Norway is to be a limited hereditary monarchy. It shall be a free, independent, and indivisible kingdom, and the regent shall have the title of king. 2. The people shall exercise the law-making power through their representatives. 3. The people shall have the right to tax themselves through their representatives. 4. The right to declare war and conclude peace shall be vested in the regent. 5. The regent shall possess the power of pardon. 6. The judicial department shall be separate from the legislative and executive departments. 7. Freedom of the press shall be established. 8. The evangelical Lutheran Church shall be the state church of Norway, but all religious sects shall have the right to worship according to their own faith. Jews shall be excluded from the kingdom. 9. The freedom of industry shall not be limited by further restrictions. 10. No personal, mixed, or hereditary privileges shall hereafter be granted. The 11th point, proposing uniform compulsory military service, was not adopted. After the main features of the Constitution had thus been outlined, the labor of drafting the instrument itself was carried forward with great vigor. The committee based its work on the Constitution which had been framed by Falsen and Adler prior to the meeting of the notables at Eidsvold. But this document, which was patterned on the French Constitution framed at the time of the Revolution, was a work of no great merit, and its whole tenor was changed. The committee sought to eliminate all revolutionary spirit and to avoid the pitfalls of obscure language and doctrinaire liberal ideas of revolutionary theorists, which might create endless discussion and insuperable difficulties. The Eidsvold Constitution is clear and concise, features which are nowhere more desirable than in a document of that kind. It is also more conservative than the original draft submitted by Falsen and Adler, even to such an extent that some features which seem essential to true democracy, as for example that of trial by jury and unrestricted suffrage of adults, were not included in it. But minor defects of this kind, which usually adhere to all such documents in their original form, were easily remedied by amendments and later legislation. On the whole, the Constitution framed by the men of Eidsvold is one of the most remarkable instruments of the kind ever written, whether we consider the sound democratic principles which it embodies, or the clearness and calm dignity with which they are expressed. The authors were members of the official upper classes, who possessed both the learning and the influence necessary to insert whatever provisions they might desire. They were in the majority in the assembly and enjoyed the full confidence of the people. They possessed the power and had the opportunity to perpetuate that power by constitutional provisions which would have aroused no resentment. But they understood that liberty was the Norwegian people's ancient heritage, a fruit of their own unremitting struggle through the ages, and they knew, even as Statholder Gildenlov had perceived over a century earlier, that a free kingdom of Norway could only be maintained by the Bønder, who represented the strength of the nation and who had preserved the freedom of the people through the centuries of the union with Denmark. True to these principles, which had been reinforced by the republican ideals of a government by the people and for the people, they chose with unselfish patriotism to make a constitution for the kingdom, so truly democratic in spirit that it lodged all power in the hands of the common people and deprived both king and upper classes of the power of exercising political leadership. So clear are its provisions on this point that although it has had to undergo the severest test of analytical controversial interpretation for well nigh 100 years, the closest scrutiny has only revealed how thoroughly it has ensured to the people full liberty, sovereign power, and democratic popular government. With regard to the question of establishing a constitutional government and of ensuring the autonomy of the kingdom, full unanimity of opinion prevailed among the delegates, but on the vital question of absolute independence they were divided into two parties, a large group to which belonged such influential leaders as Veto Jarlsberg, Nikolai Wergeland, Peter Anker, Jacob Ahl, Severin Levin Skjold, and Gustav Peter Blom, preferred union with Sweden, as they feared that Norway, with its limited resources, would not be able to support a government or to maintain an army and navy. The course pursued by those who desired complete independence would, in their opinion, ruin the already disorganized finances of the country and would throw away the military and commercial advantages which could be gained through a union with Sweden. Their opposition to the will of the great powers might even jeopardize the opportunity of securing a constitution, and if they succeeded in placing Christian Frederick on the throne, they would only bring about a new union with Denmark, as the prince was heir to the Danish throne. But the independence party stood firm and self-confident, as it was supported by public sentiment and embraced the majority of the delegates. Its leader was the ardent liberalist Christian Magnus Falsen, a disciple of Naelius and Mirabeau, chairman of the Constitutional Committee and the most influential man in the Assembly. He has even been styled the father of the Constitution, an epithet arising from the fact that he had submitted the Falsen-Adler draft. He was Prince Christian Frederick's special friend and supporter, and had bent his energy on securing full independence for Norway, in the hope that the prince would be placed on the throne, an effort in which he was ably assisted by other leaders within his party. As no difference of opinion existed regarding the question of constitutional government and national autonomy, no difficulty was experienced in adopting the Constitution. On May 16th it was read in its final form and accepted by the Assembly after all its provisions had been carefully considered in detail. The British politician and writer Samuel Lang says of the Norwegian Constitution, "There is not, probably in the history of mankind, another instance of a free constitution, not erected amidst ruins and revolutions, not cemented with blood, but taken from the closet of the philosopher, and quietly reared and set to work, and found to be suitable without alteration to all ends of good government." The reason of this apparent singularity is that all the essential parts of liberty were already in the country. The property was in the hands of the whole people. The ancient laws and institutions affecting property were in full operation, and were conceived and administered in the very spirit of liberty. As far as regards property, these laws and institutions left nothing for the most liberally constituted assembly to legislate upon. As far as regards personal rights, the mild and enlightened administration of Denmark, although under an arbitrary form, had left few general grievances to be redressed. There was nothing in the condition of the people, the state or property, the civil or religious establishments, which did not fit in with a free constitution in which legislative power was vested in the people. These had all emanated from the people in ancient times, and there being no hereditary privileges and power or property vested in any class of the community, had been handed down unbroken through ages. The new constitution was but a superstructure of a building of which the foundations had been laid in the lower walls, constructed 8 centuries before by the ancestors of the present generation. The main features of the government established by the Eidsvold Constitution and later amendments are briefly as follows. The Storthing, the National Legislative Assembly, consists of 123 representatives elected by the people for the period of 3 years. The kingdom is divided into elective districts, but if more than one representative is chosen from a district, it is divided into as many sub-districts as there are representatives. All citizens, men and women, who are 25 years of age have the right to vote. A representative to the Storthing must be 30 years of age. He must have resided in the kingdom 10 years, and must have the right to vote in the district where he is elected. One who has been member of a ministry may also be elected to represent a district in which he has no right to vote. The Storthing assembles on the first weekday after the 10th of January each year, and remains in session so long as it finds it necessary. Under extraordinary circumstances it may be summoned into extra session by the king at any time. Though all the members are chosen in the same way, and at the same time, they organize themselves into 2 branches according to Article 73 of the Constitution. The Storthing selects from its members 1/4 to form the Lagthing. The remaining 3/4 constitute the oldest thing. This organization remains for the 3 years' term for which the members are elected. Each branch chooses its own president and secretary. 2/3 of the members of each constitute a quorum. All bills must be introduced in the oldest thing, either by a representative or by the ministry. If it receives a majority vote, it is sent to the Lagthing, and if it is passed also in this branch of the Storthing, it is sent to the ministry to be signed or vetoed by the king. If the Lagthing does not pass the bill, it is returned to the oldest thing, which may again return it to the Lagthing, with or without amendments. If the 2 houses fail to agree, they meet in joint session to discuss the measure, which may then be passed if it receives 2/3 of the votes. A measure vetoed by the king becomes a law if it is passed in the same form by 3 separately elected Storthings. The king chooses his own ministers, who are responsible to the Storthing, and whose advice he must hear in all important questions. The ministry consists of the minister of state and not less than 7 other ministers, all of whom are heads of administrative departments. The ministers may take part in the deliberations of both branches of the Storthing, but they have not the right to vote. The parliamentary form of government prevails, according to which the ministry must have the confidence and support of a majority in the Storthing. Throughout the period of union with Sweden, 1814 to 1905, the ministry consisted of 2 parts. The minister of state and 2 other ministers should always stay in Stockholm. The rest of the ministry should remain in Christiania. The king might appoint his eldest son viceroy of Norway, or he might appoint a Statholder, who might be either a Swede or a Norwegian. The judiciary, commissions of arbitration, Forligales Commissioner, are found in all hereds and cities, in all villages of more than 20 families. Before a suit is brought into court, an attempt must be made by the parties to the quarrel to arrive at a settlement by appearing before this commission. The object of this very useful institution is to avoid expensive and useless litigation. A lower court, corresponding in a general way to our justice court, is the Meddomsret. The judge of this court selects by lot 2 men to assist him in rendering the decision. Most cases may be appealed from this court to the Langmansret, or jury court. Further appeal may be made to the superior courts and the High Court of Justice, Heresteret. After the Constitution had been adopted, the Eidsvold Assembly might have secured peace with England and the Allied powers by pursuing the more conservative policy advocated by the Union party. They could have offered the Norwegian crown to Charles John on the condition that he should accept the Eidsvold constitution, a demand which would have been supported by the English government. England's treaty obligations would thereby have been fulfilled, and as the popular sentiment in Great Britain was strongly in favor of the Norwegians, a union with Sweden could have been formed on terms most favorable to Norway. But the independence party, led by the ardent Volson, who was strongly attached to Prince Christian Frederick, would countenance no compromise or remain satisfied with anything short of absolute independence. This was indeed a high and worthy aim, in perfect accord with the liberal and national tendencies of the age, but it is doubtful if it was the wisest policy to hazard everything, even the Constitution itself, for the sake of obtaining a form of independence which cool judgment could scarcely regard as within the realm of possibility. Such a course would inevitably lead to war with Sweden, and the English government had already declared to Carsten Anker that under those circumstances England would support Charles John. But however wisely prudence may reason, it is not always on the side of absolute justice. The undaunted spirit of freedom, which looks to the ideal and refuses to be fettered by compromises, may justly claim our sympathy, and the world will forever pay homage to those who, in the darkest hours of a nation's existence, ask only the one question, what is right, and sacrifice all to maintain it. Of such a spirit of courage and devotion, liberty and progress are ultimately born, and no statesman can analyze its subtle and far-reaching influence. The Norwegian people felt once more their old strength. They had experienced the first raptures of independence, and a new age had whispered hopes of new national greatness. Hesitation could no longer halt their steps or reconcile them to a national independence only half accomplished. All would be sacrificed that all might be gained, a solemn resolve which sheds its own enduring luster on the memories of Eidsvold. The Constitution was dated May 17, 1814, and on the same date the Assembly elected Christian Frederick, King of Norway. The work was finished, and the President, George Sverdup, announced in solemn voice, "Reared within the confines of Norway is the old Norwegian throne on which Hakon Eldestein and Sverre were seated, and from which they ruled the kingdom with wisdom and power. God save Norway," and the Assembly repeated the refrain. With the choice of independence followed also the problem of defending it, and this became the more difficult because the supply of money as well as of provisions and war material was very limited. Prince Christian Frederick had already issued unsecured paper money to the amount of 3 million Riksbank dollar, but this could only serve as a temporary makeshift. Early in the session the Assembly had appointed a committee to examine the financial conditions of the kingdom, and this committee submitted a report which, after much spirited discussion, led to the adoption of the Eidsvold guarantee, a measure which provided that the Assembly should guarantee the existing public debt, provided that the new law-making Assembly, the Storthing, should give its sanction. A like guarantee was also given for the issue of paper money to the amount of 14 million Riksdaler, the estimated budget for the coming year. This proved the willingness of the people to shoulder all burdens necessary to maintain their newborn independence. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The War of 1814, the Convention of Moss, and union with Sweden. Up to the time when he was elected King of Norway, Prince Christian Frederick had played successfully his part as leader of the independence movement. He was in sympathy with the liberal ideas embodied in the Constitution, and so long as the problem had been to rouse the patriotic sentiment of the Norwegian people, his best qualities, his eloquence, his youthful enthusiasm, and lofty sentiments had shone with charming luster. But he was wholly unfit to lead the kingdom through the period of storm and struggle which now confronted it, and which he himself had been instrumental in creating. He was, above all, a man of peace, who clung with visionary optimism to the evanescent hope that some fortunate circumstance might save Norway. From the start he placed all his hope in diplomatic negotiations, and several envoys were sent to England and other countries in the attempt to gain the favor of the great powers. All these efforts were unsuccessful, but he was so devoid of love and talent for military affairs that he did not even use the time and opportunity to put the army in condition for efficient service, though he must have foreseen that if he allowed matters to come to the final issue, a clash with Sweden would be unavoidable. On May 18th, before he had formally accepted the Norwegian throne, he received letters that envoys from Russia and Prussia were on their way to Norway to declare on behalf of those powers that they would never recognize Norway as an independent kingdom and that they would help Sweden to subdue Norway. Similar declarations had been received from England. For 2 hours I walked up and down in my room, says the prince in his diary. Is this a warning, or is it a trial sent by heaven? I asked myself. Can I hesitate? It is, after all, only words, threats. It is quite natural that the great powers desire peace. If they see that I and the Norwegian people stand firm, they will perchance hesitate to destroy a peaceful people and again light the torch of war in the north. After having consoled himself with this kind of reasoning, he decided to make a great resolve, that is, to accept the crown, for he adds, what will not one do for a people's welfare through faith in God? And what had he done for the people's welfare? He had indeed brought matters to a crisis, but in that crisis he soon lost courage. He was unable to make the high resolve of obtaining a peaceful settlement of the difficulty on terms advantageous to Norway, and then to depart from the kingdom. Neither was he able to act with energy in attempting to carry out his own plans. He accepted the throne rather with the hope that some fortuitous circumstance might enable him to keep it. The thought of fighting to the last trench in defending it does not seem to have been a part of his resolve. The available military forces in Norway at that moment numbered not less than 20,000 men, while Sweden could muster only about 16,000, so long as Charles John was still on the continent. A resolute leader would scarcely have suffered such an opportunity to pass without attempting an aggressive movement when it was clear that war could not be averted. But this thought found no favor with the timid king. According to the plan for military operations outlined by the king and his staff, the war was to be wholly defensive. The Norwegian army should be stationed on the Glommen River to oppose the Swedes if they should attempt an invasion, an event which was rapidly approaching. After Napoleon had been deposed, April 1, 1814, the Russian emperor promised Charles John an army of 30,000 men for the purpose of subjugating Norway. England promised ample subsidies and agreed to blockade the Norwegian coast with 6 men of war, and Austria and Prussia would send envoys to inform Christian Frederick that the decision of the powers with regard to the union of Norway and Sweden was irrevocable. Having received such assurances of support, Charles John returned to Sweden, accompanied by some troops collected in Germany. The reinforcements which I bring you number almost 30,000 men, he wrote to Count Hessen, among others the regiment of Royal Suedois, which is organized in Germany, and which tomorrow lands at Karlshamn. I will have from 15,000 to 20,000 Russians and about 10,000 or 12,000 Prussians, but I fear that the want of provisions will compel me to reduce the number in active service. I've also asked Emperor Alexander to send a corps of 5,000 or 6,000 men from Archangel to Trondheim. When Norway is attacked at once at 3 or 4 places, it is reasonable to suppose that the fight will soon be over. He immediately mobilized the available Swedish forces which were dispatched to the Norwegian border, reinforced by the auxiliary troops which he had brought. King Christian Frederick continued to the very last to hope that England might intervene in behalf of Norway. When he received no further dispatches from Karsten Anker, he sent Peter Anker, his brother, to London, later also Christie and P.V. Rosenkilde, but all these efforts were of no avail. The Norwegian commissioners were ordered to leave England, and I.P. Morier was sent to Norway to communicate the only terms which the English government would offer. If Norway would consent to a union with Sweden, England would use her influence to secure for the Norwegian people a guarantee of their constitutional liberty. This offer was not accepted, and the English blockade of the coast of Norway was begun on May 31st. In England, public sentiment was strongly opposed to the course pursued by the government. The noted Sir Philip Francis wrote to Lord Grey on May 9th with regard to Norway, asking if anyone could mention a situation when the King of England would have the right to give Ireland to France, whether such a transfer would give France the right of ownership, and if it would be treason for the Irish to defend their independence. Lord Grenville called it a cruel injustice to attempt to coerce the honest and innocent Norwegian people. The aim of the blockade, he said, could only be to produce a famine in Norway, but if this was the first use which England would make of her good fortune, she ought to adopt the new doctrine that profit is to be preferred to moral right and the established laws of all nations. In the House of Lords, Grey championed the cause of Norway with great eloquence, but when the question was voted upon, the ministry was sustained with 115 votes to 34. In the House of Commons, Sir Charles Wynne James Mackintosh and others spoke with great effect in support of the Norwegians. Lambton declared that he viewed with abhorrence the sacrifice of a brave people on the altar of political agreements, both in prose and poetry. The people of England expressed their sympathy with the Norwegian people in their struggle for independence, but the government stood firm, supported by a majority in both houses. The Danes, too, sympathized with their Norwegian brethren, and many a sailor who was able to elude the blockading squadron brought his cargo of grain from the Danish coast. When winter passed and the sea became navigable with small vessels, says Henrik, Wergeland, a secret path stretched from northern Jutland, where open boats might cross the stormy sea, swarming with privateers, and in the rear of these boats, half buried in grain, many a young man with his jacket collar turned up and his pipe in his mouth would survey the broad expanse of the sea, and with anxious heart he would try to penetrate the ocean mists, not for fear of death, for trim sail was the word, but in order to catch the first glimpse of the Norwegian coast. On June 30th, the envoys of the great powers arrived in Christiania. Count von Steigen-Tesch from Austria, General Orloff from Russia, August Forster from England, and Count Martens from Prussia to demand of Christian Frederick that he should abide by the Treaty of Kiel, as the great powers would never recognize him as King of Norway. They offered an armistice of 3 months' duration and a partial suspension of the blockade on condition that the 3 Norwegian fortresses, Fredrikstad, and Kongsvinger, should be surrendered to the Swedes, that the Norwegian forces should evacuate the district between these fortresses and the Glommen River, and that Christian Frederick should surrender to the Constituent Assembly all the powers which had been conferred upon him. The king summoned his cabinet and a few other leaders to a meeting at his summer residence. He told them of the terms offered by the envoys, and as he regarded them as favorable, he declared his willingness to abdicate if thereby a great calamity might be averted, but he was willing to die for the cause if the representatives of the nation should choose war with all Europe rather than union with Sweden, based on a guarantee of the rights and liberties of the Norwegian people. The cabinet members, as well as the other leading men present, were all agreed that the Norwegian fortresses could not be surrendered to Sweden, as this would be a violation of the Constitution and might cause internal disturbances. In answer to the ultimatum of the powers, the king sent a courteous note to the envoys, in which he indicated his willingness to yield on certain conditions. He outlined some modifications of their demands which would be acceptable, and also the main features of the union with Sweden and the changes which would be required in the Norwegian constitution in case an agreement should be reached. The foreign envoys then left Norway, accompanied by the 2 Norwegian commissioners, Colonel Petersen and Captain Holstein, who were empowered to negotiate an armistice. They found Charles John in Uddevalla. The crown prince refused to accept the terms offered, and he was impatient with Orloff, who spoke in favor of the Norwegians, but he prevailed on the envoys to return to Norway and attempt once more to arrange a peaceful settlement. In a second interview with Christian Frederick at Moss, they told him that Charles John demanded the surrender of the 3 fortresses before an armistice could be arranged. This he could not grant, and no further negotiations were attempted. In proclamations to the Norwegian people and the Norwegian army, King Christian Frederick announced that Charles John had demanded his abdication and the cession of the fortresses, that the negotiations for a peaceful settlement had failed, that Swedish troops had already entered Norwegian territory, and that valiant fight for freedom and fatherland was now their sole remaining hope. At the same time, King Charles XIII issued a proclamation to the Norwegian people, exhorting them to pause and reflect, lest the innocent and guilty should alike be overwhelmed by the unavoidable disasters of war. Their effort to maintain their independence, he said, was contrary to their own interests as well as to the true and unchangeable principles of political science. He declared the Constituent Assembly, which had been assembled at Eidsvold by Christian Frederick, to be unlawful, a violation of the undisputable rights of Sweden, of all lawful governments, and of the rights of the Norwegian people themselves. The Swedish fleet left Stromstad July 26 and landed a force at Wergeland to take possession of these islands, from which the small Norwegian garrison had already been withdrawn. The fleet then proceeded to Gradual, in the neighborhood of the fortress of Fredrikstad, where an army of 6,000 men was landed without opposition. Lieutenant Colonel Wergeland, who held this important place with a garrison of 1,200 men, retreated in precipitate haste without offering resistance. The Swedes placed batteries in position on the island and began the bombardment of Fredrikstad. The fortress was old and could probably not have withstood a long siege, but its disgraceful surrender, even before a single man of the garrison had been hurt, gave the Swedes a great advantage at the very beginning of the campaign, and served to dispirit the Norwegian army. The remarkable thing about this capitulation, says B. von Schinkel, is that Christian Frederick himself advised the commandant to surrender the fortress by a dispatch written the same date, August the 3rd, by his adjutant, Colonel Brock, that Brock himself brought the dispatch, though the fortress had capitulated even before his arrival. It was a piece of military cowardice only equaled by later acts of the faint-hearted king. A Swedish detachment of 2,500 men under General Gahn was sent against the Norwegian border of Solør, with instructions to march to Kongsvinger and attack the Norwegian army in the rear. On his march he encountered a Norwegian force of about the same size under Lieutenant Colonel Krebs, who retreated slowly to a fortified position at Lier. Gahn attacked the Norwegians on August the 2nd, but was repulsed with considerable loss. He then retreated to Matrand, where he pitched his camp, but Krebs resolved to surprise him. In the night a force of 800 men approached Matrand from the front, while a force of 1,000 men were making a detour through the mountains to fall upon the rear of the Swedish army. The battle, which began in the early morning of August the 5th, was bloody and stubborn. The detachment making the detour had to march farther than expected and arrived an hour too late, but they seized the baggage trains, and Gahn was able only with great difficulty to extricate his forces. 14 officers and 312 men were taken prisoners. The entire baggage, including 18 wagon loads of ammunition, together with 1 field piece and 60 horses, fell into the hands of the Norwegians. Gahn's defeat at Lier and Matrand proved that under able officers the Norwegian forces were able to contend successfully even with the veteran armies of Sweden, but the chief leadership was hopelessly incompetent. The king, who acted as commander-in-chief, was not only the very personification of timidity, but he selected for the highest positions those who pleased him, rather than those who were most competent and best qualified for the place. Siersted, who became his chief of staff, and Huxthausen, in whom he placed special confidence, were agreeable but not very able men. Those who had served with distinction in former wars, but were of a sterner type, like Staffelt, Stabel, and Krebs, were kept in subordinate positions. But even the ablest leaders would scarcely have been able to carry to a successful issue the war with Sweden, supported by the allied powers both on land and sea. The forces under Charles John already numbered 40,000 men, while the Norwegian army did not exceed 27,000. At sea the situation was still more unfavorable. Sweden had 4 ships of the line, 5 frigates, 1 brig, and 85 smaller war vessels, while Norway had only 8 brigs, 1 schooner, and 108 smaller craft. An English squadron blockaded the coast, and Russia and Prussia were ready to send additional troops to help Sweden. B. von Schinkel very aptly observes that Krebs' victory at Lier and Montrond shows clearly that the enthusiasm and warlike spirit of the Norwegians might have accomplished under other circumstances. Now it was only an ignis fatuus glimmering in a hopeless night. The Swedes advanced steadily, and no serious effort was made to stop them. When Field Marshal Essen approached with the second corps of the Swedish army through Enningdalen, the small Norwegian force under Spock had to retreat, and General Vegesack laid siege to Fredriksten with an army of 6,000 men. Buttenschun, who was stationed at Svinesund with another small force, was compelled to withdraw to avoid being cut off by Essen's advancing army. King Christian Frederick hastened forward to Rakkestad, where a large part of the Norwegian army had been concentrated, but instead of fighting a battle, he ordered a general retreat, and the Norwegians had to withdraw across the Glommen River. In the meanwhile, several engagements were fought, but none of them was of any great significance. After the withdrawal of the Norwegian army across the Glommen River, Charles John again resorted to negotiations in the hope of bringing the war to a speedy close. Hitherto he had been successful, but experience in the Napoleonic Wars had shown him that a united people who were determined to defend their liberty and independence to the last extremity were capable of a resistance which might prove dangerous. The sympathy expressed for the Norwegians both in England and elsewhere must also have convinced him that the aid of the Allies, who were developing their reactionary system of political readjustment of Europe in the interest of the legitimate princes and the maintenance of peace, might be an uncertain factor to depend upon if the struggle should be too long drawn out. On August 7th, Karsten Tank, one of King Christian Frederick's former ministers and Provost Hout, a member of the Eidsvold Constituent Assembly, arrived at the king's headquarters with peace propositions from Charles John. He offered to conclude an armistice and to accept the Eidsvold constitution only with such modifications as would be necessitated by a union of Sweden and Norway, if Christian Frederick would call a special session of the Storthing, deliver his crown into the hands of the ministers, and leave Norway. These were essentially the same conditions which he had rejected before the war. The king called a meeting of his cabinet and some of the leading officers of the army to consider the peace proposal. General Sejersted, his chief of staff, stated that the army would be unable to defend Christiania, and General Haxthausen, head of the commissariat, informed them that the available army supplies would not last above a week. Under these circumstances, the cabinet counseled him to yield, and he dispatched a letter to Charles John, stating that he would surrender his crown to the Storthing if he could ensure thereby the liberty and happiness of the Norwegian people. He now transferred his headquarters to Moss, where the negotiations were continued, to the members of his cabinet and other leading men, including Falsen, Christie, Sverdup, and Durix. He described the truly alarming situation. He showed that in case of an attack, Christiania would have to be abandoned, and that the reserves commanded by Armfeldt had provisions only for 2 days. He considered further resistance hopeless, and ordered 2 of his ministers, Jonas Collett and Niels Aal, to negotiate with the Swedish envoy, General Bjørnsson, who had arrived in Moss. Before evening the same day, August 13th, they were ready to submit to the king and his cabinet the terms under which an armistice could be arranged. King Christian Frederick was to abdicate immediately and to transfer the executive authority to his cabinet, who should exercise it until Storthing could find opportunity to make provisions for a temporary administration. Hostilities should cease and the blockade should be raised. Sweden should guarantee to Norway the Eidsvold constitution without any other changes than those which a union of the 2 kingdoms would necessitate, and which the Storthing should deem acceptable. The fortress Fredriksten, which was still defending itself bravely against the Swedes, was to be surrendered. These conditions were accepted by Christian Frederick and his cabinet, and the armistice was signed at Moss, August 14, 1814. The same day he dispatched his adjutant, Major Brock, to Charles John, who ratified the agreement concluded by his representatives. On August 30th, King Charles XIII of Sweden issued a proclamation ratifying the promises made by the Crown Prince, according to which the Kingdom of Norway, without being regarded as a conquered country, in the future shall be an independent state, united with Sweden, and its present constitution shall be properly protected after the changes necessitated by the union of the two countries shall have been made. During the negotiations at Moss, King Christian Frederick was in a very distressed state of mind. He suffered such mental agony, writes Bloom, that it was feared that he would lose his reason. His last official act as king was to issue a rescript through which he assembled the Storthing for an extra session. He did not preside at its opening, but retired almost heartbroken to the royal residence at Ladegardsen. And on October 11th, the president of the Storthing read a communication from the king in which he announced his abdication and released the Norwegian people from their oath of allegiance. Shortly after, he boarded a ship and returned to Denmark. He was followed across the island, Ladegardsen, by persons of his nearest surroundings, says Bloom, and as it was late in the evening, he was escorted by torch-bearers. When he had bidden farewell to those who followed him, he boarded the yacht, and the torches were extinguished in the sea. It resembled a procession of mourning, and both he and those who followed him were undoubtedly deeply moved. Prince Christian Frederick had proven himself a weak leader. Count Vettel Jarlsberg, who had always been opposed to him, called him the Petticoat King, and A. Fay observes that the expression of a prominent man before the bar of the Supreme Court, that he was a declaimer without energy, a boaster without courage, and a charmer without actuality, expressed quite accurately the people's opinion of him shortly after the great drama was ended. But however weak his leadership and however faulty his management of affairs during his short reign of less than 5 months, he had rendered Norway an important service in her struggle for independence, which entitles him to grateful remembrance. The repudiation of the Treaty of Kiel, the organization of the popular sentiment into a definite movement with a fixed purpose, and the calling of the Constituent Assembly at Eidsvold were important steps which were made possible because the people could rally about him as the sign of the old royal family. By lending his royal name and influence to the national cause, and by supporting it with liberal-minded enthusiasm, he gave it in the eyes of the people a consecration which it never could have received without the presence of a leader of royal blood. After King Christian Frederick's abdication, the 4 remaining members of his cabinet, Rosenkrantz, Sommerhjem, Colette, and Niels Au, were to act as a regency ad interim. Their first care was to prevent any violation of the armistice and to protect the Storthing in its deliberations, but they also sought to secure supplies and to make necessary preparations in case hostilities should be resumed. On October 13th, the Swedish commissioners met with the Storthing to negotiate concerning the union of the two kingdoms. Many of the representatives, among others Count Vettel Jarlsberg, spoke in favor of union, but all were agreed that it could not be based on the provisions of the Treaty of Kiel, but that the Storthing would decide the question of its own free accord. The armistice would terminate on October 21st, but the deliberations were continued until the 20th, when the question was finally submitted to a vote, with the result that only the 4 representatives from Bergen voted in the negative, in obedience to instructions from their constituents. Of these, the able and well-poised Christie, president of the Storthing, was one, but he was personally in favor of union and declared that he would abide loyally by the decision made. He was made a member of the committee which, together with the Swedish commissioners, should undertake the revision of the constitution necessitated by the union with Sweden. For this task he possessed the best qualifications. His great talents and extensive knowledge, his dignified presence, and courteous and pleasing manners had made him a great favorite even among the Swedish commissioners, and he soon became the leading spirit in the committee. The work advanced without very serious difficulty, and on November 4th the Storthing ratified the revision, as completed by the committee. On the same day Charles XIII of Sweden was elected King of Norway. On November 9th Charles John arrived in Christiania to submit the king's oath, and in the presence of the Storthing the Crown Prince himself took the same oath to uphold the Norwegian constitution. November 4, 1814, marks the completion of the union between Norway and Sweden, though the Act of Union, Riksdagen, in which the conditions of Union are fully outlined was not adopted until the following year. This document was prepared by the Constitutional Committee of the Swedish Riksdag and contained the provisions which had been inserted in the Norwegian constitution regarding the union of the two kingdoms. It was submitted to the Norwegian Storting, which ratified it July 31st. The Swedish Riksdag approved it August 6, 1815. The Act of Union, like the Constitution of Norway, recognized the Union as resting not on the Treaty of Kiel, but on the free consent of the Norwegian people and the complete equality of the two realms. In a government bill presented to the Swedish Riksdag, April 12, 1815, the king says, "When two peoples of their own free will submit to the same government, everything tending to produce a difference between them in their relations to the common ruler should be carefully cleared away. Otherwise the union will sooner or later be disrupted, and one people will oppress the other, or their violent separation will sow the seeds of discord which will produce serious dissensions for centuries. If grave consequences have resulted from the lack of attention to this principle, which experience has shown to be true, how much the more necessary is it not to pay due heed to it at present, when it is our aim not only to create a Scandinavian power of two free nations which have long been enemies, but also to create mutual confidence and true friendship between them. For the attainment of this object, perfect equality between them should be established by determining their mutual rights without regard to the number of inhabitants or the products of each country. The perfect equality was nevertheless not established in practice, as diplomacy and foreign affairs, as well as the representation of both kingdoms at foreign courts, remained in the hands of the Swedish government. But this was a practice based on no express right, as no such privilege was granted Sweden by the Act of Union. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sentiments and Conditions after 1814. The union with Sweden had been forced upon Norway by the European powers, who had not yet learned to pay attention to the principle of nationality as an important factor in international politics. In the north and elsewhere they were carving out states by geographical metes and bounds on their military charts without regard for the character and sentiment of the people, that great force which was to carry Europe through the extraordinary development of the 19th century. The Norwegians entered the Union with dignified loyalty, but the new relation had no root in their deeper sentiments. They accepted it as an unavoidable destiny, but with sadness, not with joy, as they felt that their ideals had been bedimmed and their right to work out their own destiny had been infringed upon. In the storms and struggles of 1814 they had succeeded in winning constitutional liberty and political independence, while the nations of Europe were yet groaning under the oppression of a medieval political and social system. No country in Europe had been so fortunate that no people had better reason to rejoice, but the disappointment arising from the military fiasco of the war due to Christian Frederick's incompetence and the necessity of entering into a union with Sweden under compulsion eclipsed for a period every advantage which had been gained and filled the minds of the people with sadness and bitter thoughts. Many did not even stop to consider that full liberty and independence had been guaranteed the Norwegian people under the Eidsvold Constitution and the Act of Union. They thought that since the King of Sweden was also to be King of Norway, they had been subjected to Sweden in the same way in which they had before stood under Danish overlordship, an erroneous idea which for a time caused Norwegian patriots many heartaches. The great financial distress and the unfavorable economic conditions also began to be felt more keenly after the excitement of the struggle was over, and the routine of peaceful vocations was resumed in the customary way. The private fortunes even of the wealthiest families had been wrecked during the long period of war and blockade, and crop failures had produced great suffering. From 1815 to 1818 the crops were also very poor, and the fisheries failed, so that the export of codfish was reduced to almost one half of what it had been before the war. The lumber trade with England was declining, as the English government had begun to encourage importation of lumber from Canada. The importation of grain from Denmark was also rendered difficult because Norway was placed among the least favored nations in regard to trade with that country. The finances of the kingdom were wholly disorganized, and it had no public credit. About 25 million riksdaler of unsecured paper money was in circulation, and this currency was steadily falling in value, though the Eidsvold guarantee had established a rate of 3.75 paper riksdaler to every silver riksdaler. This guarantee had proven useless, and 100 specie riksdaler was already worth 1,500 riksbank paper dollar. Klaus Pavels, chaplain at Auker's house, writes in his diary, January 10, 1815, that besides his fuel bill he had used for his household that year 37,137 riksdalers, that besides this sum he had spent 5,000 or 6,000 riksdaler of his own money, and yet he had not lived extravagantly. The people were unable to pay their taxes, the treasury was empty, and clergymen and government officials did not receive their salaries. Under these circumstances, the warm sympathies for Denmark and its royal house soon gave way to a feeling of hostility and bitterness, as it was thought that the Danish government was responsible for much of the economic distress from which the country was suffering. The first problem confronting the government was how to reorganize the finances and to bring about a revival of commerce in order that the most acute distress might be relieved. The Swedish field marshal Henrik von Essen had been appointed Statholder in Norway to exercise the highest administrative authority in the name of the king. Peter Anker was placed at the head of the ministry as Minister of State, his associates being Professor Gradual, Minister of Church and Education, Summer Hjelm, Minister of Justice, Dierks, Minister of the Department of Police, Colette, Minister of the Interior, Vettel Jarlsberg, Minister of Commerce and Finance, Hegerman, Minister of War, and P. Moltzfeldt and Christian Krogh, members of the Swedish branch of the Norwegian ministry. Count Vettel Jarlsberg had received the most difficult portfolio, but no one was so well qualified to wrestle with the difficult financial situation, and he became the virtual head of the ministry. But the ministers exercised in the beginning very limited power beyond what pertained to the routine work of their own departments. The king was accustomed to exercise the administrative power, and the stadtholder, acting in his name, became the real head of the administration, as the ministers were not yet accustomed to assert their rights arising from their duties and responsibilities under the Constitution. The Storthing alone could be relied upon to carry through the needed reforms. The first regular Storthing, which assembled in July 1815, passed several bills for the reorganization of the finances. The unsecured paper money should be withdrawn from circulation, but the question whether the bills should be redeemed at their par value of 3.75 riksdaler in paper to 1.00 riksdaler in specie was long debated, and it was finally decided that since the Eidsvold guarantee had proven a failure, it should be left out of consideration, and a special tax should be levied for their redemption at current value. This was equivalent to declaring a state bankruptcy, but it was undoubtedly necessary in order to forestall utter chaos, as the public burdens already exceeded the people's ability to pay taxes. The budget for the year represented the large sum of 3,600,000 specie dollar, and as the treasury was empty and the credit exceedingly poor, this sum would have to be raised by taxes. It was also decided to create a new specie currency with the specie dollar as the monetary unit, and a Bank of Norway was to be organized with a capital stock of not less than 2 million and not more than 3 million specie dollar, to be divided into shares of 200 specie dollar each. These were to be sold to private individuals, but only 3,791 shares could be disposed of, and the levying of an extra tax had to be resorted to in order to secure the minimum capital stock. Christie, who had served as president of the Storthing till 1818, retired at the close of that session, highly honored by his countrymen as a great patriot. All realized that he had guided the deliberations of that body with great tact and ability, as he had been one of the ablest leaders in the days of 1814. No parties had yet developed, but a divergence of opinion and interest between the official classes and the Bender had manifested itself as a distinct reaction against the liberalism of the men of Eidsvold. The great reactionary movement which, after the downfall of Napoleon, spread over all Europe, the political creed of Metternich, accepted by the Holy Alliance as the infallible guide for all true statesmen, could not but exert an influence also upon Norway. The democratic principles embodied in the Constitution represent the ideals of the most liberal-minded and far-sighted patriot leaders. In the critical days of Eidsvold, they had dared to pursue the thought of constitutional freedom to its logical conclusion, a free nation, a government by the people and for the people. But the era of high ideals and great feelings was now past, and social conditions were not as democratic as the provisions in the Constitution. The old class spirit reasserted itself, and the official class, failing to grasp the full meaning of what had been done at Eidsvold, settled down to their accustomed ways in the belief that they would continue to enjoy their old powers and privileges. The Bender were not yet able to assert the rights and powers granted them by the Constitution, and it was possible for the upper classes during the first session of the Storthing to legislate in their own interest as if no democratic government existed. The constitutional provision regarding general and uniform military service was wholly disregarded, and in the Storthing of 1816 Judge Waterman proposed that the soldiers should be recruited among the Bender, but that the officers should be chosen from the bureaucracy. A motion to maintain the provision of the Constitution was voted down, and a bill was passed providing that only the young men of the country districts should be compelled to serve in the army. Other equally reactionary measures were proposed. Only officials were appointed to the Lagthing, as it appears in an effort to create an aristocratic upper house, and this body also passed a bill providing that allowances and mileage for the representatives should be figured according to their social standing, so that all might live according to their rank. A constitutional amendment was also proposed, according to which the representatives of the rural districts should not constitute above 1/3 of the total number of representatives, and the other 2/3 should be distributed among the remaining 4 estates, civil officials, clergy, military officers, and the merchant class. These very distinct traces of reactionary autocratic ideas show that the Norwegian democracy was yet in its infancy, but it developed rapidly because of the powers and privileges granted the common people by the Constitution. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The reign of Charles John, the relation to Sweden. King Charles XIII died February 5, 1818, at the age of 70, and was succeeded by Charles John, who since his return from the Napoleonic Wars had exercised the leading influence, especially in diplomacy and foreign affairs. In Sweden, he enjoyed great popularity. He had earned a well-merited reputation as a military leader. The Norwegian campaign had been swiftly terminated, and he had secured Norway, as many believed, as a compensation for Finland. The Swedish people greeted his accession to the throne with enthusiasm, feeling that henceforth there would be only one kingdom and one people on the Scandinavian peninsula. But those who were better informed and had watched events more closely were not so well pleased. They realized that Norway had become an independent state, that it was in no sense a part of Sweden, and that Charles John had but imperfectly fulfilled the long-cherished hope of Sweden of getting compensation for Finland. They could reconcile themselves to what had happened only on the supposition that the work of consolidating the two kingdoms would be continued until Norway should be fully incorporated in Sweden. Axel Gabriel Silverstolpa expressed quite a general Swedish sentiment when he said that the two kingdoms might indeed be regarded as one country, but it was left to make the Swedes and Norwegians one people. Charles John was well aware of the brewing discontent, but he felt sure that he would be able to carry through amendments to the Norwegian constitution which would destroy the sovereignty of the people and subject them to the supremacy of Sweden. He thought that the Norwegians possessed neither the power nor the ability to resist him on this point, and his constant onslaught of the Norwegian constitution is one of the important features of his reign. But the hindrances in the way of an amalgamation of the two peoples or a consolidation of the two kingdoms were far greater than Charles John had anticipated. The statement made by a contemporary observer that Norway and Sweden were like two twins grown together in the back, and therefore continually turning away from one another, the one looking eastward and the other westward, expresses a truth which has been of the greatest significance in the development of the two nations. Sweden, facing eastward, has stood under the influence of Central Europe. Norway, facing westward, has been strongly influenced by the more liberal French and English ideas. Sweden had been a great military power and was ruled by a proud and powerful nobility. The Norwegians were a nation of freeholding bonder, accustomed to a high degree of personal freedom, and they were rapidly developing under their newly won political independence to become one of the most democratic peoples in the world. And as for their ability to defend their constitutional liberties, the king found that they possessed a skill in statescraft and a resolute determination to defend their rights, which he had not expected. Finally, there was the most conspicuous obstacle, the Constitution itself, which the king had sworn to uphold, a chart of liberty as firmly established and as solemnly approved as any document of the kind that ever existed. In the face of such obstacles, an attempt at amalgamation must seem impolitic, if not imprudent. Samuel Lang says, "If there be any meaning in the word amalgamation, it must be to render Norway an integral part of the kingdom of Sweden, governed by the same laws, with the same constitution, and subject to the same taxes." It was forgotten by the Swedish ministry that the very structure of society and property in the two countries is founded on totally different principles, in the one on the feudal, in the other on the odal principle, so that even if both desired it, they could not assimilate their institutions without such a total subversion of all social arrangement and rights of property in one or the other as would exceed the most violent revolution in modern times. The Swedish legislative body consists of nobility, clergy, burgesses of towns, and peasantry, forming distinct chambers and voting by chambers as a general diet. To give to a legislative body, or diet, so constituted the power to impose taxes and frame laws affecting the property of a nation having no representatives in such a diet, and no similar classes of the community in its social structure, could not be attempted by the most arbitrary government, in an age when property, especially in a commercial country connected with others, as Norway is, must be respected. Even before ascending the throne, Charles John seems to have given encouragement to the discontent of Norwegian bonder due to the heavy taxes and the hard times, no doubt in the hope that if the Norwegian government became unpopular, a change in the constitution could be more easily effected. In 1816, a man by the name of Roslein, who represented himself as his secret agent, came from Sweden and traveled about in the eastern districts of the kingdom, telling the people that the Storthing, which was a very expensive institution, was the cause of the high taxes and the hard times, that if the king received more power, everything would be different. In several districts, the people held public meetings and indulged in loud complaints and seditious talk. Halvor Hoel in Hedmarken even collected a band of about 200 followers and marched against Christiania, but they were met by a military force and were persuaded to return home. Hoel himself was later tried and sentenced to prison for the term of 3 years, but he was soon pardoned by the king. The disturbance was not of a serious character, but Charles John was suspected of having aided it, and this caused an anti-Swedish feeling which proved very unfavorable to an amalgamation policy. The same is true of another unfortunate incident. John Hereth, member of an English firm, and their agent C.J. Gjerset, who had established a trading station at Nyolmin in the harbor of Bode, where they were allowed to occupy some government buildings, had turned smugglers and carried on their traffic on a large scale. The government officials attempted to arrest the two men, and after some resistance they were finally lodged in jail, and their goods were confiscated. After a short time the smugglers were released, and some time later John Everth succeeded in decoying a part of the guards at Nyolmin on board his ships, where they were detained while he landed with 20 men, drove away the remaining guards, brought the goods on board his 2 vessels, and sailed away. Somewhere in the North Sea he placed the imprisoned guards in a frail boat, in which they succeeded in reaching shore. This flagrant violation of all laws was to be settled by diplomatic negotiations between the English and Swedish governments. Everth not only claimed that he was innocent, but he demanded a large indemnity, which the Swedish government awarded him without making any very serious attempt to defend the rights and dignity of Norway. The people felt that the Swedish ministers, to whom the foreign affairs of both kingdoms were entrusted, had been very negligent, and that their country had been treated not as a sovereign kingdom, but like a province. Because of the amalgamation policy pursued by Charles John, the Storthing was not only in danger of being forced to agree to a revision of the Constitution, but the Norwegians were not accorded their full rights as a sovereign nation, in all respects equal with Sweden. They had no flag which was generally recognized, and south of Cape Finisterre Norwegian merchant vessels had to use the Union flag, which was the Swedish flag with a white cross in a red field as a Union sign in the upper left-hand corner. On the seals and in public documents, even in Norway, the name of Sweden always preceded that of Norway, and the diplomatic and consular service was wholly Swedish. Even the attempts of the Storthing to carry out the express provisions of the Constitution met with determined resistance. In 1815 a bill was passed abolishing the Norwegian hereditary nobility. As the few representatives of this class were of recent and foreign origin, and as the existence of such a class, however insignificant, could not very well be reconciled with the democratic spirit of the Norwegian institutions, the king refused to sanction the bill, but it was passed again in 1818. If it should be passed a third time in 1821, it would become law without the sanction of the king, according to Article 79 of the Norwegian Constitution, and the principle that the king's veto power was only suspensive would be established also in practice. The king brought all possible pressure to bear on the Storthing to postpone the passage of the bill. He declared that the European powers would not tolerate such a step, that war would be sure to follow, and that if the Storthing insisted on passing the bill, they would also have to provide means for making the army and navy ready for war. He might punish the members of the Storthing as traitors, he said, if they ventured to pass a law which he had not sanctioned, but he preferred not to take so drastic a step. He would sign the bill if they would consent to postpone the matter till some other time. Threats and intimidations did not avail, however, as the Storthing felt that the Constitution itself was on trial. The bill was passed a third time and became law without royal sanction. Another more serious question to be settled was whether Norway should pay her share of the joint state debt of Denmark-Norway. By the Treaty of Kiel, it had been promised the King of Denmark that Norway should pay her share in proportion to the population and resources of the two kingdoms. But the Norwegians did not recognize that treaty and did not feel obligated by a promise which the Swedish king had made without their knowledge or consent. Denmark, however, turned to the Quadruple Alliance, which had assumed control of the political and international affairs of all Europe, and welcomed such an opportunity to show its zeal and authority. At the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle, where neither Denmark nor Sweden was represented, the great powers issued strict orders to Charles John to bring this dispute to a speedy close, and undue interference with the private affairs of a sovereign state, which he very promptly resented. But on September 1, 1819, an agreement was made with Denmark, according to which Norway should pay the sum of 3 million riksdaler. Many still thought that Norway ought to refuse to pay, as the principle of recognizing the Treaty of Kiel was involved, but the majority considered it unwise under the circumstances to repudiate the debt, and the Storthing passed a bill May 29, 1821, providing that Norway should pay the amount stipulated in the agreement of 1819. Thereby all danger of foreign intervention disappeared, and the matter ought to have been regarded as settled, but Charles John seemed determined to strike a telling blow in favor of his long-cherished hope of changing the Norwegian constitution. 6,000 Swedish and Norwegian troops were assembled for maneuvers on the plain of Esterstad in the neighborhood of Christiania. It was also discovered that the Swedish soldiers had been supplied with ball cartridges as if they were in an enemy's country. As soon as the army had assembled, a Swedish squadron carrying 300 guns and a crew of 2,000 men entered the harbor of Christiania, and on July 17th the king himself started for Norway, accompanied by a number of admirals, generals, and foreign diplomats. The assembling of such forces around the capital at a moment when the financial distress of the kingdom did not warrant large expenditures for military display could have been undertaken only for the most sinister purposes. It seems almost certain that the king contemplated a coup d'état by which he would overthrow the Norwegian government and consolidate Norway and Sweden. On June 1, 1821, he had issued a circular note to the powers in which he violently assailed the Norwegians for disloyalty and ingratitude, as if to justify the step he had decided to take. The whole document is evidently written for the purpose of arousing the prejudice of the great powers against Norway. The course lately pursued by the Norwegian Storthing, he says, could not fail to attract the king's most serious attention. The insurrectionary spirit of southern Europe seems to have infected the minds also in the north. After he had been granted full power over Norway by the Treaty of Kiel, he says, he granted the Norwegians a free constitution, but his kindness had been rewarded with ingratitude, and he had not been able to persuade the Storthing not to pass the bill abolishing the Norwegian nobility, which was contrary both to the laws and constitution. He would no doubt be acting within the scope of his right. He continues, if he said to the Norwegian people, "You violate on your side the agreement to which I have given my consent. Thereby I am reinstated in the full possession of the rights granted me by the Treaty of Kiel, and I deprive you of the liberty which I once granted you, but which you have so sadly misused." Or I might say, you wish to place upon Sweden the burden of your public debt, although Sweden has claims against you arising from the common expenditures of the United Realms. In this wise you raise the question of the consolidation of the two kingdoms, and I only follow the example you have set when I carry out this consolidation. But faithful to that system of forbearance from which the king will not depart, his majesty will not employ either the one or the other of these ways, but if egotism and blindness continue to disregard his counsel, he shall be obliged to reconstruct the Norwegian constitution on foundations which give greater assurance of general safety. A catastrophe seemed imminent, but the king did not strike the threatened blow. He had reflected upon the possible consequences, and thought made him pause, the more so because the reply of the powers to his circular note had not been quite as favorable as he had expected. Charles John was of an impulsive nature, easily stirred to wrath, but his anger was of the passionate kind which quickly subsided. He was kind-hearted and generous, never truly happy unless he felt that he enjoyed the love and admiration of his subjects, and the loyalty shown him on all occasions had helped to calm his temper. The great manoeuvres ended with parades, balls, and dinners, and the king returned to Stockholm without having accomplished much more than recovering his good humour. As to the changes to be made in the Norwegian constitution, he contented himself with proposing certain constitutional amendments to the consideration of the Storthing. The chief features of these were: that the king should be granted absolute veto and the right to dissolve the Storthing and order new elections when the session had lasted over 3 months, the right to appoint the presidents of the Storthing, the right to remove from office all officials with the exception of judges, and the right to create a new hereditary nobility. Christian Magnus Falsen, the father of the Constitution, also proposed some amendments which aimed to destroy the political power of the common people, democratic features of the Constitution which he had once labored so hard to establish, and which had made his name illustrious. This strange fickleness put a stain on his character which tarnished his reputation and committed his name to obscurity. The proposed amendments became the issue in the political campaign of 1824. They were vigorously assailed by the best writers and newspapers, like Patruien, edited by the able liberalist Ludwig Mirabeau, were founded to wage the fight for the Constitution. Only Falsen supported the amendments to the further detriment of his already tarnished reputation. The elections returned to the Storthing a number of the most experienced leaders who had been prominent in the Eidsvold Constituent Assembly, and care was taken to appoint as the members of the Constitutional Committee men of broad experience and recognized talents. The learned jurist Christian Krogh was made chairman of the committee, the other members being George Sverdup, Vettel Jarlsberg, C.G. Hornman, and the great orator and parliamentary leader Ingebret Knudsen. King Charles John used all his influence to carry his amendments. He used threats and intimidations. In a letter to Statholder Sandals he wrote, "It is to the interest of the Storthing that I reserve to myself the power to dissolve it so soon as circumstances demand it, and I will be obliged to do so unless I am granted absolute veto power, for the eyes of the absolute monarchies are resting upon us." This and other like epistles were brought to the attention of the Storthing, but nothing availed. Pursuant to the recommendations of the Constitutional Committee, the amendments were voted down. Some of the more essential points, as that of absolute veto, were again brought forward in 1827, but when the king found that they could not be carried, he withdrew his proposals with the understanding that they should again be considered in 1830. He had been compelled to yield, and although these amendments were continually placed before the Storthing throughout his whole reign, his threats had lost their terror, and the amendments were never passed. King Charles John's crusade against the Constitution had failed. He had only taught the Norwegian people to treasure more highly this great document and to preserve it unimpaired as the charter and bulwark of their liberty. The struggle waged by the king against the celebration of the Norwegian national holiday, the 17th of May, was no more successful. In 1827, the Storthing impeached Jonas Collett, member of the Norwegian ministry, because he was responsible for the promulgation of unconstitutional ordinances and the expenditure of money in excess of what had been granted by the Storthing. This aroused the king's temper to an unusually high pitch, and he thundered like the angry Jove against what he regarded as an undue usurpation of power by the national legislature. But his anger was soon appeased, and he departed from Christiania in the best of humour. The trial of Collett was allowed to proceed, and the minister was finally acquitted. But the king's displeasure was again kindled when he learned of attempts to celebrate the 17th of May. Prior to 1824, no celebration had taken place, but in that year the university students had arranged a festival, and during the succeeding years it became customary to hoist flags on the ships in the harbour and to arrange private parties in honour of the day. In March 1827, before the king departed from Christiania, Statholder Sandals had asked that the people be allowed to celebrate the 17th of May, and the king had given an answer which the stadtholder understood to be favourable. As the royal band was now supposed to be raised, the festivities were more general than they had been on any previous occasion, and even the Storthing arranged a public dinner in their assembly rooms, where toasts were drunk to the health of the king and various members of the royal family. But to the surprise of all, the king flew into a rage when he heard of the celebration, and when a miserable Swedish drama, which was played at the Christiania theatre the following fall was hooted off the stage by a few young men who felt that it would reflect on their intelligence to see such an exhibition without protest. He felt sure that a revolution was on the point of breaking out. Statholder Sandals was dismissed from office, and in his place was appointed B.B. von Platen, who was thoroughly in favor of the policy of amalgamation and the consolidation of the two kingdoms. But instead of seeking to further his plan of amalgamation by attempting to win the favor and goodwill of the Norwegian people, he was determined to suppress all manifestations of a distinct national spirit, and especially to wage war on the celebration of the 17th of May. In a circular letter to the higher officials of the kingdom, he attempted to show that because of the rights which Sweden had secured by the Treaty of Kiel, and because of the magnanimity of Charles John towards the Norwegian people, either August 14th, when the Treaty of Moss was concluded, or October 14th, when the Storthing declared in favor of union with Sweden, or November 4th, when the union was established, ought to be made a joint holiday for both countries, but May 17th ought to be forgotten. His efforts were, however, in vain, as he could issue no instructions to the officials which they were obliged to heed. On January 29, 1828, the king called an extra session of the Storthing, ostensibly for the purpose of considering some very urgent matters. But as none of the proposals submitted could be regarded as very urgent measures, it was clear that the real purpose of the extra session had not yet come to light. Sars thinks that he would prevail on the Storthing to annul the decree of the court in the impeachment case against Collett, and to give sanction to the prerogatives which he believed belonged to him. But when he found that the Constitution did not permit such a course, he dropped the matter, and his lofty plans, which brought him to summon the Storthing into extra session and to journey to Christiania, dwindled down to an attack on the 17th of May. He summoned the presidents and vice presidents of the Storthing and delivered a speech to them in which he declared the celebration of the 17th of May to be an insult to the Union and the Constitution of November 4, 1814. In his long career he could recall many bitter moments, he said, but the bitterest of all were these three. First, when he was forced to draw his sword against France, his native land, where he had won his military reputation. Second, when he had to enter Norway sword in hand, though he loved the Norwegian people. Third, when he learned that the Storthing had celebrated the 17th of May by arranging a public dinner. In order to please the king on this rather trivial point, the Storthing resolved not to celebrate the 17th of May. The people throughout the country, even the students, heeded the resolution passed by the Storthing, so that even Statholder van Platen complimented them on their loyalty. Had the Statholder acted with tact and good judgment, it is possible that the people might have been persuaded to abandon the idea of making that day a national holiday. But the following year an event occurred which made the matter a national issue and rendered all restraint useless. In 1829, Students' Union, Studenter Samfundet, decided to make the 17th of May one of their regular holidays, and a private festival was arranged for in the apartments of the club. This affair was conducted in the most quiet way, and nothing happened which could attract any attention. The day was warm and beautiful. Many people were assembled at the wharf to see the steamer Constitution, which just arrived in port, and as a steamer was rather an uncommon sight in those days, the vessel was greeted with hurrahs and the singing of national songs. Later in the afternoon, many people, especially women and children, numbering in all about 500, assembled in the public square to enjoy the fresh air and the fine weather. The authorities grew nervous and ordered them to go home, but this warning was not heeded, as the people failed to see why such an order should be issued. In the evening, about 9 o'clock, the chief of police caused the riot act to be read, and a force of cavalry and infantry was sent from the fortress of Akershus to clear the streets. Several persons were ridden down, but fortunately no one was seriously hurt. The people returned to their homes, and the battle of the market-place was over, but great indignation prevailed, as they felt that an outrage had been committed against a peaceful and law-abiding public. At the inquiry which was instituted, it was proven that the people had not disturbed the peace or done anything unlawful. The wrath of the offended people was especially turned against Statholder van Platen, who, as commander-in-chief of the Norwegian army, was responsible for the conduct of the military. He left Christiania shortly after the affair, but when he returned in the fall, he was met with such ill will that the situation became intolerable. In a short time he took sick and died, and it is thought that this was due in part to chagrin and disappointment. The commission of inquiry had decided that 12 of the leaders who had arranged the celebration, among others the poet Henrik Wergeland, who was a leader among the students, should be prosecuted, and the commandant of Akershus should be censured for indiscretion. But the people of Christiania vowed that they would have their rights. They sent a memorial to the Storthing protesting against the outrage. This was referred to the Constitutional Committee, with the result that the Storthing issued an address to the king defending the celebration of the 17th of May as a right belonging to the people. During the following years the day was publicly celebrated, and the Storthing joined in the festivities without further interference from the king. The 17th of May had become a recognized national holiday. The king's attempt to prevent the Norwegians from celebrating the 17th of May was a part of a systematic effort to reduce Norway to a Swedish province, inaugurated by the attack on the Norwegian constitution. What he sought to do, says J. E. Sars, was to carry out the Swedish views of the relation between the two kingdoms in the Union. In both instances he appeared as Swedish king, as representative of the will of the Swedish people, Swedish political and national interests and views, not as king of Norway. He appeared as Norwegian king only when he was to receive appanages, and when he was to be greeted with hurrahs and triumphal arches. The kingdom and Sweden, the Union and the kingdom, Sweden and the Union, appeared to him as one and the same thing, or as the necessary and combined powers in opposition to the Norwegian democracy. The policy of amalgamation, the attempt to strengthen the Union at the expense of Norway, became an issue which forced the two peoples ever farther apart, and created a prolonged political struggle which culminated in the separation of the two countries. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Young Norway, Henrik Wergeland and Johan Sebastian Welhaven. Literary and Intellectual Revival. One of the names which had been most frequently mentioned during the excitement connected with the celebration of the 17th of May, 1829, was that of Henrik Wergeland, a son of Nikolai Wergeland, at that time only 21 years of age. He had cried hurrah for the steamer Constituent, and in the evening a cavalryman had struck him across the back with his sabre. This stain of oppression he regarded as such a disgrace to his student's uniform that he sent it in a basket to the commandant of Akershus. In this strange episode the young patriot makes his first debut in the history of his people, in which he was destined to play so singular a part and to win a name with which no other can be fully compared. Who is Henrik Wergeland, under whose silent supremacy we lived? Writes Ærik Vellum. He has become for us what the household deity was to the ancients. They might hate or love the god. It mattered not, for all had to worship him and bring their offerings, and all were aided by him in their work. We may be supporters or opponents of the ideas which Wergeland advocated, but we must have him with us. It is as though we felt that there is no hope of success for an undertaking in our country unless it has the consecration of the name and spirit of Wergeland. And all like to make him their own. He is disrobed or attired according to the needs of the hour and the party. Are there 10 of us who have the same conception of the great indispensable one, who unites under his sway the young republicans and the staid and dignified department officials? It is not through his poetry he has won this power over us. A poet may be loved by all, but he is not equally indispensable to all. Wergeland has exerted a deeper influence on our lives than rhyme and rhythm can produce if they be as perfect and melodious as the music of the spheres. Not through his stormy life or his beautiful death, nor even through his genius, has he won the immortal glory which he now enjoys of sitting enthroned in sympathetic and believing human hearts as the Prince of Patriots. His undying fame he has earned by patient drudgery devoted to the national needs of the hour. The cleavage in Norwegian society caused by the Reformation, when the Danish language was introduced as the church and literary language still existed, the city population and the official class, including the clergy, which were strongly mixed with foreign elements, had thoroughly assimilated the Danish language and culture, while the rural population still spoke their own tongue and adhered to their old customs. Under the shelter of absolutism in the period of the union with Denmark, which fostered a distinct aristocratic spirit among the cultured classes, this condition had assumed a rigid permanence, and the Bonder had become sharply differentiated from the city population and official class, not only in customs and language, but also in views and sympathies. The men of Eidsvold had created liberal political institutions suited to the most democratic society, but during the great European reaction, 1814 to 1830, it became evident that the old spirit of class prejudice, desire for special privileges, and antipathy to the common people still prevailed in higher social circles. The officials showed strong bureaucratic tendencies and continued to rule in the old spirit even under the new constitution. Their views and tastes remained to a large extent unchanged, and they were glad to settle down to the old ways, not thinking that the great political change would necessitate a radical social readjustment. What the result would be when the Bonder should assume political leadership was a thought which had not yet dawned upon their mind, as they do not seem to have considered such a state of affairs to be within the realm of possibility. In literature no progress had been made since Det Norske Selskab flourished in Copenhagen, and poets like Swatch, Johan Storm Munch, S.O. Wolf, and H.A. Bjørgård were not even as well known as Johan Nordahl Brunn, Johan Hermann Wessel, Claus Fremont, and other members of Det Norske Selskab. An intellectual and social revival would have to rouse the people to new life and national self-consciousness before they would be able to enter into full possession of their liberty, or to begin the new development which their independence and free institutions made possible. This revival came in 1830 with Henrik Wergeland, who in patriotism and aspirations was the personification of young Norway. Romanticism, which had caused a new intellectual awakening in Germany and Denmark, had not reached Norway, though the higher classes still thought that their country continued to be dependent upon Denmark for higher intellectual culture and refined literary and artistic taste. If they had been able to realize their theory and practice, the same impulses which stirred the Danish people to new activity could also have been transmitted to Norway, and some progress might have been made, but they were content with the old ideas which had flourished in Denmark several decades earlier. These ideas, which represented the good old intellectual stock in trade which had been inherited from the Union period and become associated with everything aesthetic and bon ton. They could produce no new growth, but satisfied the wants of a limited number of aristocratic families who desired to live in intellectual repose on their well-garnished cultural provision chest. The few new ideas which were imported from Denmark were of the romantic kind which dreamed of the faded glories of a remote past, and hence harmonized perfectly with the tranquillity and refined tastes which already existed in the higher circles, and which were regarded as the acme of cultural perfection. In the midst of this sedate and self-satisfied autocratic elegance, Henrik Wergeland appeared as a huge storm centre, causing an intellectual upheaval such as the nation had not yet experienced. Long-cherished literary views were challenged, and old social ideas were given a rude shock. It was a storm which electrified and cleansed the atmosphere and stirred the germs of life into new growth. Wergeland was a representative of that spirit of the age which manifested itself in the struggle for nationality and liberty in nearly all parts of Europe, and which in England found its best expression in the poetry of Shelley and Byron. The effort of the human spirit to free itself from political and social oppression and to break through the narrow systems of conventional views into arbitrary rules of art engendered a feeling of Weltschmerz, but created also the charming hope that liberty, once established, would regenerate the world and usher in the millennium. The struggle of the Greeks for freedom had become the cause of all Europe, which Byron had glorified in his poetry and consecrated with his death. On no one had these events made a more profound impression than on the perfervid genius of Wergeland. He too would have hastened to the aid of the Greeks if he had been a wealthy and powerful lord instead of a young student, the son of the poor clergyman of Eidsvold. In 1827 he wrote, "When I think of the future, everything grows dark. I tremble. I said to my father that I must go to Greece, that my life may not be wholly in vain." And after the death of Canning, he wrote a poem in praise of England, which like a sharp-beaked sea-eagle rises from her foggy nest to aid the Greeks. His ardent devotion to the cause of liberty was further strengthened through extensive reading of French literature, and finally by the July Revolution in Paris in 1830, which revived the drooping spirit of all liberalists in Europe. In 1831 he visited France, where he came into personal contact with the most advanced liberal ideas. Hitherto the liberalists had sought to win political liberty, but the English naturalists, and still more the French romanticists, emancipated themselves from established rules, also in regard to literature, art, and social conditions. Saint-Simon laid the foundations of socialism, and Victor Hugo and his followers declared the right of the individual to disregard all recognized rules of art and to express his thoughts and feelings in his own way, unhampered by any established authority. Under the influence of English and French literature and liberal ideas, Henrik Wergeland had developed his political and literary theories and his whole view of life. As Norwegian liberty in 1814 sprang from the great French Revolution, says Halvdan Coate, so germs of the new French revolutionary ideas had blown to Norway, where they found opportunity to grow in the mind of the man who produced the great awakening of his people. Wergeland laid no new foundations, but he was the chief architect who reared the cultural structure of Norway on the foundations laid by the Eidsvold men, and continued to work in their spirit. They had adopted the liberal and progressive ideas which had their origin in English political institutions and scientific thought, and which found their full development in the revolutionary struggles of America and France. He made these ideas the living force in the new national development. They had made the people supreme in theory. He would make them supreme in practice. They had acted for the people. He taught the people to act for themselves. The resolute resolve to lead a free national existence, which enabled the Eidsvold men to achieve such great things in the darkest hours of the people's history, should inspire every citizen, and Norway would rise triumphant from her humiliation to new national greatness. It became his task to create new national life and self-confidence, to unite the people in the effort to make themselves truly independent, and to create a literature and higher culture of their own. For this work he was qualified not only by a rare literary genius, but also through his ability for hard work, his love for everything national, and his profound sympathy for all who were poor and needy, traits which made him the national leader and invincible idol of the common people. His father, Nicolai Wergeland, describes him as follows. Henrik Wergeland had been from his earliest youth an ardent liberalist, philanthropist, and patriot, and he has not yet, 1843, proven untrue to this character. He has been inspired by love for the freedom and happiness of his fatherland and for the enlightenment and well-being of the people. No one has loved the people so well, and no one has sought to a like degree in all possible ways to serve them. No one has so unselfishly espoused their cause without regard for the annoyance and misfortunes which he reaped from it. He always considered how he might serve the people, and when he found an opportunity, he acted with energy, without fear or regard for any hindrance, and without any thoughts of loss or profit to himself. In 1825 his father deposited for him in the savings bank 100 specie dollar, and he earnestly begged that of this sum he might give his poor uncle 50 specie dollar. If we saw, he said, a good mill standing idle for want of water, would we not open the mill race? Let me have the joy to start this mill. He divided his bread with the poor. He took his coat off and gave it to the one who had none. I gave what I had, he wrote once, 2 specie dollar and a new shirt. I ran out and secured 6 or 7 customers for the man. The food grows bitter in my mouth when I think of all the misery. It seems to me that I have no right to satisfy my hunger. When the people learned, continues his father, that Henrik Wergeland was their honest, fearless, and unselfish friend, all who were in need or considered themselves wronged or oppressed came to him to seek help, counsel, and protection. This increased more and more after the year 1830, not only from Eidsvold, but from other parts people sought him, and still, 1843, they come from far away on such errands. The people had at last found a leader whose name became their battle cry, the sign by which they were destined to conquer. The signal for the great national struggle which was now precipitated was the publication of Wergeland's greatest literary work, Skabelsen Mennesket og Messias. Shortly after the appearance of this work on August 15, 1830, Morgenbladet printed an anonymous poem, Til Henrik Wergeland, which assailed the poet in the bitterest terms, and concluded by declaring that he belonged to the Parnassian madhouse candidates. The author of the poem was the young poet Johan Sebastian Welhaven, born in 1807 and by 1 year Wergeland's senior. Welhaven also wished to bring about a revival in Norwegian intellectual life, and in regard to the theory of poetry, he represented new ideas, as he was influenced by the Danish Romanticists. But he agreed with the conservative upper classes that higher culture had to be introduced from Denmark, and as to poetic form and diction, he clung with scholastic fidelity to the old rules. The attack on Wergeland did not remain unanswered, and soon the literary battle between these two leaders waxed furious and attracted widespread attention. In 1832, Welhaven published a critique of Wergeland's poetry entitled Henrik Wergelands De Geskunst og Polemic ved Akstetiker Aplust, in which he lays down the rules for lyric poetry and tries to show that, as Wergeland's poems do not conform to these rules, he is not a poet. But his rules are so narrow that they could not be followed without serious detriment to the poetic art, and his critique shows that personal animosity has obscured his vision and has rendered him unable to recognize the great genius of his rival. Welhaven regarded poesy as beautiful images and tender sentiment wrought into harmonious and elegant verse. He wrote as with a painter's pencil, tracing his own inner life and feelings with so refined a taste that his lines are capable of creating like feelings in others, and his poetry excels in descriptive beauty and lyric tenderness. Wergeland's rugged force and frequent disregard for form offended him. He regarded his scope and depth as obscurity, his freedom in diction and versification as formlessness and chaos. To Wergeland, poetry was not lyric sentiment or lovely fancy-bred images perched in serene tranquillity above the clouds. It was an expression of the storms and struggles, the joys and sorrows of life itself. To him poesy was the sword in the fight, the implement in his daily labor, the expression of his whole personality in vigorous activity. His poems are wrought from the thoughts and experiences of the hour. They are living heartbeats in his rhymes and rhythms, tears and triumph, battle shouts and joyous laughter in his lines. It is doubtful if ever another poet to a like degree has succeeded in making life poetry and poetry life, the real secret of his greatness and his unique influence. In taste and character, the two poets were as different as in their theories. Welhaven, who was the son of a Bergen clergyman, belonged in every way to the upper classes, while Wergeland belonged both by training and sympathies to the common people, with whom he became ever more closely identified. The two represented the incompatibility which has always existed between the Bonder and the officials, and their friends and supporters soon formed two distinct parties, the first in modern Norwegian history, and in a direct line the forerunners of the two great political parties which appeared later. Welhaven's friends, among whom were found nearly all the officials, were called the Intelligence Party, as they posed as the representatives of refined taste and higher intellectual culture, while Wergeland's party, which, besides a few literary friends, embraced the common classes, were called patriots because of their strictly national program. The clashes between the two groups soon led to a split in the Students' Union, Studentersem-funded. 56 members, including many of the most talented leaders like A. Sveigard, F. Stang, P. A. Munch, J. S. Welhaven, Bernard Dunker, and U. A. Moltfeldt, seceded in 1832 and formed a new students' union, Studenforbundet. They also began to publish a periodical, Vidar, but it received no support from the public and had to be discontinued 2 years later. In the meantime, Welhaven was preparing for a new onslaught on the patriots. In 1834 he published his long critical poem, Norges Damring, The Dawn of Norway, in which he attacked the semi-culture, narrow-mindedness, and blind and boisterous patriotism which he attributes to his opponents. It was a violent assault, full of invective and bitterness, and the patriots considered it an attack on their country's honor, though it is certain that the author had no such intention. The storm of controversy rose to a veritable tempest, and as both parties had begun to publish their own papers, the effects of the struggle were felt in wider circles than hitherto. In 1836 the Intelligence Party began the publication of a daily paper, Den Constitutionel. The Patriot Party organ, Volksbladet, founded in 1831 by P. Floor, had ceased to appear, but the more radical oppositional paper, Statsborgeren, the Citizen, was still in full activity. This was, however, a scurrilous sheet whose editor, P. Solvold, was convicted of libel and dismissed. In order to help the unfortunate man, Henrik Wergeland undertook to edit the paper, though he thereby exposed himself to the bitterest attacks of his opponents, who would make him responsible for everything which had ever appeared in its columns. The conflict between the two parties, at first only literary, gradually assumed also a social and political character. It was Wergeland's aim to place the power in the hands of the common people, according to the provisions of the Constitution, while the leaders of the Intelligence Party wished to maintain the predominance of the upper classes in political as well as in intellectual and social life. Both parties were patriotic, both wished to advance, but along different routes. It was a question whether the new national life should be aristocratic or democratic, whether the new cultural development should be based on foreign elements, the heritage of a refined upper class, or if it should issue from the life and individuality of the people themselves. As the leaders were young and talented men, the struggle was waged with intense bitterness, and it reached a dramatic climax in the memorable Campbeller battle in 1837. A prize had been offered for the best drama to be written for the dedication of a new theatre in Christiania. Of the 12 pieces submitted, A. Munch's Kong Severus Ungdom was regarded as the best, but it was also decided that the second best, Wergeland's Campbellern, should be played. On the evening when the piece was to be played for the first time, the friends of Welhaven appeared at the theatre in force to hoot it off the stage, but Wergeland's friends had also assembled to applaud the play. As soon as the curtain rose, the din of rough music began, which drowned every word, and when order could not be restored, a fierce hand-to-hand struggle was precipitated, in which Welhaven's followers were thoroughly beaten and ejected from the theatre. It is difficult to understand why the Intelligence Party, who vaunted their refinement, should resort to such arguments in which they were no match for their more brawny opponents. It is no doubt safe to ascribe their conduct to overconfidence and youthful arrogance. But the episode taught them that whatever they might think of aesthetic theories, there existed a robust young Norway which was determined to solve its cultural problems without foreign interference, either directly or indirectly. As ludicrous as the episode may appear to a distant observer, it was like the Battle of the Market-place, a victory for the national program of the patriots, which stimulated the common people to a most resolute attitude. Campbellern was played for the third and last time, February 12, 1838, for the benefit of the author, who received about 400 specie dollar, a sum which enabled him to buy a cottage and a piece of ground, Grenlien, in the outskirts of the city. The following year he married the lady of his choice, Amalie Sophie Beckevolt. but his income was so small that he learned from experience to know the bitterness of poverty. He had studied theology and hoped to get a curacy, but his career as a liberalist stood in the way, and all his attempts had been unsuccessful. Wergeland had always been an admirer of King Charles John, the son of the Revolution. The king had also learned to love the gifted and impulsive poet, but the only thing which he could do for him at this time was to offer him a gratuity of 200 specie dollar from his private purse for 2 years, a gift which Wergeland accepted on the condition that he might repay it by promoting the education of the poor. All unbiased people would agree that it was perfectly honorable for him to receive this present from his king, though he was himself a republican, but his enemies used the opportunity to accuse him of accepting a bribe, of selling himself to King Charles John. Even his own adherents were offended, and when he was appointed keeper of the rolls, a rather modest position in the government archives, they felt convinced that he had forsaken his republican principles. Ludwig Kerr, his best friend, turned his back upon him as a traitor, and Wergeland soon found himself deserted and alone. Even his sister Camilla Collett, a gifted author and the originator of the women's movement in Norway, seems to have agreed with his antagonist, Welhaven, in literary views and tastes, if she did not sympathize with the intelligence party in their whole campaign. At home, Wergeland was happy with his young wife, his flowers, and his animal pets, all alike the objects of his most tender affection, and as he had built a new home, Grattan, in the city, a romantic spot with a natural grotto, which he especially loved, he might have enjoyed the full measure of contentment. But the feeling that he was forsaken by his friends and unjustly regarded as a traitor filled his hours with a bitterness against which he sought to solace in a most intense work. At this time he wrote his large history of the Norwegian Constitution, a work of high merit in which he shows the continuity of the historic development of the Norwegian people and the intimate connection between their new national life and their past history, a thought of fundamental importance to the correct understanding of Norwegian history. Wergeland showed that the same circumstances which led to the downfall of the old nobility, resulting in Norway's weakness in the Union period, enabled the Bonder to preserve their liberty and created conditions favorable to a new national development. The thought was, however, too new and original to be much heeded by historians at the time. He also waged a determined fight to secure the passage of an amendment to the Constitution which should grant the Jews the right to reside in Norway with all the privileges enjoyed by other citizens. This amendment was finally adopted in 1851, 6 years after his death. His sorrows and hardships only tamed his too ardent spirit and gave his character greater repose. His poetic spirit was chastened, and he wrote during these years some of the finest productions which adorn Norwegian poetic literature, like Et Blomsterstykke and Den Engelske Lads. But this, the most productive period of his life, was destined to be very brief. He was tall, strong, and athletic, but in the spring of 1844 he contracted a severe cold which confined him to his bed. On the 17th of May he could not be persuaded to remain quiet. He hastened forth into the damp and cold spring weather to take part in the celebration, and imprudence which threw him again upon the sick bed. The illness turned into consumption, and it was soon evident that the shadows of death were gathering about the great poet. The news created the profoundest grief throughout the whole kingdom, and his friends, who had long remained indifferent, hastened to his bedside to implore his forgiveness and to renew their pledges of friendship. The reconciliation with his friend gave him, even in these dark hours, a joyous presentiment of victory which robbed death of its bitterness and made him look forward to the end with a smile of contentment. He continued to the last to ply his pen with the greatest diligence, and his most pathetic lyrics are those written on his deathbed. About 1 o'clock in the night, July 12, 1845, he awoke from a short slumber and said, "Now I dreamed so sweetly. I dreamed that I rested in my mother's arms." These were his last words. A few minutes later he breathed his last at the early age of 37. The next morning the street was filled with throngs of men and women and children who came to cast a last look upon their friend and benefactor. Some came from far away to see him, and so many thousands followed his bier that the capital had never witnessed such a funeral procession. The bitterness of party strife had passed away, and the nation stood sorrowing at the grave of the leader whose life and influence proved to be the dawn of Norway. The following poem, translated by Ole Lean, is the dying poet's farewell to the wallflower blossoming in his window. To my wallflower, till men killed in Locke. My flower bright, before thy colours fade, then I am that of which the world was made. Before thou part with thy crown of gold, then I am mould. When last I look to the window up, my parting glance greets thy golden top. My soul doth kiss thee when, free and bright, he takes his flight. I seal our parting with kisses two. One is for thee, for our love is true. The other token of friendship close is for the rose. Full blown, the rose I no more shall see, but bring a greeting to her from me, and say, I wish that upon my grave her blossoms wave. And I desire that upon my breast a rose be placed when in death I rest, and flower bright be in death and night the bridal light. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Political progress, new men and measures. In the period 1814 till 1830, no marked change had taken place in the political situation. The members returned to the Storthing in 1830 were of the same class as in all previous sessions, but two new leaders, Ludvig Marabou and Jonas Anton Hjelm, now made their appearance for the first time, and the influence of the great Wergeland Welhaven controversy, as well as of the liberal movement awakened throughout Europe by the July Revolution in France, aroused the political leaders to new activity. Both Marabou and Hjelm were liberalists. Hjelm was a keen and profound constitutional lawyer and a powerful parliamentary debater, well qualified to open the battle for Norway's constitutional rights. The Storthing, which had hitherto pursued a purely defensive policy, had sought to prevent the king from changing the constitution and reducing the kingdom to a Swedish dependency. But the time had come when the people would begin to exercise their political rights, and when an attempt would be made to establish in practice Norway's sovereignty and recognized equality with Sweden. In the discussion of the constitutional amendments proposed by Charles John, Hjelm stated very clearly his views regarding the relation between the two realms. He showed that Norway, as a sovereign kingdom, could not be compelled to leave its diplomatic and consular service in the hands of the Swedish government, and that although such an arrangement actually existed, it was temporary and in no wise consonant with the true interests of the realm. He showed that the Swedish government authorities could assume charge of no Norwegian affairs whatsoever, except in cases where such a power was granted by specific provisions in the Constitution or the Act of Union, and that all doubtful cases had to be interpreted on the fundamental principle expressed in the first paragraph of both these instruments, that Norway was a sovereign kingdom. The aim of the Norwegian people should be not to obtain full equality with Sweden in the Union, so that Norway might enjoy the same right as Sweden in the management of both foreign and other affairs, but to carry out in practice the sovereignty or political independence of the kingdom, so that the Norwegian people could manage their own affairs without any interference from Swedish authorities, a right which Norway unquestionably possessed. This was a clear statement of the nature of the Union and the rights which Norway expected to maintain and enjoy in the new relation. Hjelm was welcomed as a leader, but the Storthing did not dare to accept his logical and clearly outlined national program. Regarding the all-important question of the relation of the two kingdoms in the Union, there still existed much uncertainty among the representatives, and they sought to dodge the question which had been raised by resorting to temporary makeshifts. Sweden had requested Norway to pay to the Swedish treasury her full share of the expenses connected with the diplomatic service. This request was not fully complied with, but the Storthing voted to increase the contribution, a half measure which for the moment evaded the issue. At the time when Wergeland began his great struggle against the intelligence party and the privileges of the upper classes, the Bonder were also roused to greater activity in political life by one of their own class, John Neergaard, from Nordmore in western Norway. Neergaard, who had been a representative in the Storthing in 1827, traveled through the country and assembled the Bonder to political meetings where he spoke to them on the political issues. He also sold his book A la Boca, in which he described the hard times, showing that these were due to the upper classes, who had hitherto had the power in the Storthing and had used it to increase the taxes. His campaign was so successful that of 96 representatives elected to the Storthing in 1833, 45 were Bonder, and as they could count on support from several representatives from the rural districts who did not belong to their own class, and also from some of the representatives from the cities, they had a majority in the national legislature for the first time. Besides John Neergaard himself and other leaders among the Bonder, like Thias Lundegaard, who had been a member of the Eidsvold Constituent Assembly, Ola Hugenstad, who had been a representative in the Storthing of 1815, and Folshold from Toten, who was now elected for the first time, Johan Gabriel Uland, who became the great leader of the Bonder in the Storthing, was also elected. Uland was a self-made man, a born leader, a clever tactician, skillful in debate, with a penetrating, logical mind, always careful, pursuing a diplomacy tinged with cunning. He did not possess the statesmanlike views of Hjelm, and he cared little for the questions arising from Norway's relation to Sweden. He directed his attention mainly to the internal affairs and to the organization of the Bonder into political opposition to the official class. In this field of work he showed exceptional ability. It was his aim from the outset to limit the power of the officials and to carry into effect a system of democratic government also in local affairs. The Code of Christian V had destroyed all self-government in the rural communities. The people no longer assembled at the Thing unless they were summoned by royal order for some specific purpose. The Legret was no longer selected from the best Bonder for life, but for a year at the time, and they had ceased to be the people's spokesmen and leaders. All local government was conducted by the Amtment and Fogeds, for although the people were often consulted on minor matters, especially in church affairs, they exercised but small influence on the administration of public affairs. The Eidsvold Constitution of 1814 wrought no change in the system of local administration, but since a democratic national government had been established, it was a manifest anomaly that the old bureaucratic system should still prevail in local government. Until the people could govern themselves in local as well as in national matters, the principle of popular sovereignty could not be said to be realized. Attempts made in 1821 and 1830 to secure local self-government had failed, but in 1833 the matter became a campaign issue, and as the Bonder secured a majority of the representatives, the passage of the measure in some form was assured. The king, who attempted by his proposed amendments to the Constitution to destroy the people's sovereignty in the national government, was naturally opposed to popular government in local affairs, but in order to forestall a more radical measure, he proposed a plan of local administration which would still leave the people almost powerless. The ministry also submitted a plan which would grant the local authorities more power, but the measure passed by the Storthing gave the people more complete control of local affairs, and it was accordingly vetoed by the king. The aim of the supporters of the measure would now be to secure its passage according to Article 79 of the Constitution, which would make it a law without the king's sanction. In 1836 the Bonder again secured a majority in the Storthing, and their leaders Hjelm, Uland, Frenchald, and Neergaard were all returned. Before the new Storthing assembled, a commission had been appointed to investigate the matter of popular local self-government. This commission proposed a very liberal plan, and as the king was persuaded to yield, this was submitted to the consideration of the Storthing, apparently with good chances of being passed. Another equally important issue brought before the Storthing in 1836 was the principle so clearly set forth by Jonas Anton Hjelm regarding Norway's equality with Sweden in the Union and the right of the Norwegian people to manage their own national affairs without interference from Swedish state authorities. This very fundamental issue, together with a proper system of local self-government and the exercise by the people of their political rights according to the spirit of the Constitution, was the national political program of Wergeland and Hjelm. It is clear that this was a very sound and conservative position, that they only sought to make operative the principles and institutions which had been most solemnly established, and that they deserved the support of all loyal men. But the Bonder did not understand Hjelm's broad-minded statesmanship. They regarded themselves as belonging to his party, while he was aiding them in securing the passage of the bill for local self-government, but they had failed to support him in 1830. And likewise also in 1833. The Norwegian ministry had even surrendered the very principles for which he contended by resorting to a compromise with the king, by which they imagined that they would make a substantial gain, when in fact they only acknowledged Norway's inferiority to Sweden and gave up the strong position taken by Hjelm. In 1834 they addressed a memorial to the king in which they made certain demands which were in part granted. By a royal resolution of April 13, 1835, it was stipulated that the Norwegian Minister of State in Stockholm should be present when Norwegian diplomatic affairs or diplomatic matters of interest to both kingdoms were considered by the Cabinet Council for Foreign Affairs, which was otherwise a purely Swedish institution. By resolutions of 1836 it was also provided that Norwegian consuls should be appointed with the advice of the Swedish-Norwegian ministry, and that they should take their oath of office as Norwegian officials. But this arrangement only accentuated the inferiority of Norway. The Swedish Minister of State should preside even when purely Norwegian matters were considered, and even then the Swedish ministers were in the majority. When Swedish affairs were considered, the Norwegian minister should not be present. It must be regarded as weak and reprehensible statesmanship that the Norwegian government asked as a concession from the king what they already possessed as a full right according to the Constitution, and that they were willing to surrender so important a principle in order to obtain a concession which practically amounted to nothing whatsoever. It had been decided in 1833 that Hjelm's plan should be submitted to the following Storthing, and the matter was accordingly brought up in 1836, but not in the original form and spirit. Other liberal leaders like Sørensen, Holst, and Rye, who were more inclined to compromise, assumed management of affairs, and Hjelm, who undoubtedly saw that the time had not come when such a policy would gain general support, made no effort to secure the passage of his measure. The other leaders, who also wished to maintain the principle of equality between the two kingdoms, centered their efforts on obtaining the passage of a law which should ensure the use of the Norwegian flag of the same design as at present in all parts of the world. Because no treaty had been concluded between Norway and the Barbary States, it had hitherto been necessary to substitute the Swedish flag with the Union sign for the Norwegian south of Cape Finisterre, in order to avoid attack from the pirates. A memorial was also to be addressed to the king in regard to a Norwegian man-of-war flag. Hitherto a Swedish flag with a Union sign consisting of a white cross in a red field had been used on Norwegian fortresses and war vessels, a manifest symbol of Swedish overlordship. But before the pending measures could be acted upon, the king suddenly prolonged the Storthing, an unexpected and extraordinary step which he claimed was made necessary by the hostile attitude of Russia. No evidence, however, can be adduced to show that Russia paid any attention whatsoever to the measures introduced in the Norwegian Storthing. The statement must be regarded as a subterfuge by which he sought to conceal the real reason, his own determined opposition to all measures aiming at asserting Norway's sovereign rights and equality with Sweden. Even though surprised, the Storthing acted with calmness and dignity. During the last moments of the session, which came to so abrupt a close, the Odelsthing passed a bill impeaching the Minister of State Lervenskjold, who had not opposed the step taken by the king. The reactionary minister suffered the humiliation of being found guilty of a misdemeanor and of being sentenced to pay a fine of 1,000 specie dollar, together with part of the cost. The king was very angry because the Storthing had again ventured to use its power of impeachment against one of his advisers, but as he had abandoned the idea of forcibly overthrowing the government, the episode closed without further complications. After the death of Bibi van Platen, the office of Statholder and remained vacant, but in 1836 the king appointed as a new incumbent Count Veto Jarlsberg, a choice in every way agreeable to the Norwegian people. They rejoiced to see one of their leading men in this important office, but they hated the office itself, since it put the stamp of dependence and inferiority upon their country, and its abolition soon became a national issue. In the fall of the year, the Storthing was assembled in extra session, and the measures pending at the time of adjournment were again introduced. The bill establishing popular local self-government was passed, and it received the king's signature January 14, 1837. This great measure, constituting a bulwark of democratic liberty, second in importance only to the Constitution itself, had finally become a law. It made the old thing lag, or local administrative districts, in most instances identical with the parishes, and called them Formandskabsdistrikter, a name which was changed to Herod in 1863. The people of each Herod should elect a Herodstyre, or body of select men of not less than 12 or more than 48 members. This body chooses 1/4 of their members as a committee for Manskab, which together with the magistrate determines what improvements are to be undertaken by the Herod each year and what taxes are to be levied. All matters of common interest to the Herods are decided by the Amtsthing, which consists of the chairman of the Herodstyre and all Herods in the Amt, with the Amtmand acting as chairman. Hjelm's policy aiming at establishing a diplomatic and consular service in harmony with Norway's dignity as a sovereign power did not receive general support, but a memorial was addressed to the king, showing how the equality of the two kingdoms established by the Constitution and Act of Union had hitherto been ignored in practice. Norway had no man-of-war flag. Sweden's name always preceded that of Norway on all seals and documents, and the foreign and diplomatic affairs of both kingdoms were exclusively in the hands of Sweden. Pursuant to the views expressed in this memorial, a government bill was introduced in the Storthing, February 14, 1837, providing for the creation of two committees with an equal number of Swedish and Norwegian members, the one to consider the question of a separate Norwegian man-of-war flag, the other what modifications of the Constitution and the Act of Union would be necessary in order that foreign affairs could be conducted in a manner agreeing with Norway's right as a sovereign state. The bill regarding the exclusive use of the Norwegian merchant flag in the Norwegian merchant marine on all seas was also pending. By a royal decree issued April 11, 1838, it was finally ordained that the Norwegian merchant flag should be used in all waters. This was the only direct result of Hjelm's efforts to maintain Norway's sovereign rights in the Union. It was not a great triumph, but it was hailed as a very welcome victory, especially by the political leaders, who could point to it as a result of their efforts to promote the welfare of their constituents. Hitherto Charles John had exercised a strong personal rule. The ministers had indeed acted as his advisers, but they had been so dominated by his strong will that they had been able to exert but small influence. The two last Swedish incumbents in the office of Statholder, Sandals and Platen, also acted as his personal adherents and sought to make the royal power supreme in the government. These conditions had proven very unfavorable to the development of democratic institutions and popular government, but the selection of Count Veto Jarlsberg as Statholder wrought a marked change, though it is quite certain that the king did not intend to alter his policy. Even as Minister of Finance, Count Veto had exercised such influence in the ministry that he was regarded as its real head, but as Statholder he also became Minister of State, and as a leading Norwegian statesman he could lend great support to the pending issues. No one had played a more conspicuous part in political affairs than Weddell, but in the Eidsvold Constituent Assembly he advocated the consolidation of Norway and Sweden under a common government with a joint system of taxation and finance, and as the Independence Party prevailed he became unpopular. For a few years he was pushed into the background, but his great ability as Minister of Finance brought him again into prominence. That he was a loyal patriot could not be doubted. After the union with Sweden, he earnestly supported the Constitution. He opposed the amendments proposed by Charles John, and as Statholder he was ready to uphold to the full extent the rights of the Norwegian people. In the performance of the duties of his high office he showed great tact and ability, good judgment, and regard for the opinions of his colleagues. Vettel gave the administration dignity, life, and system, writes a contemporary. No one was better qualified to be a leader. His second ministry developed sufficient independence to exert a definite influence on the government as a connecting link between the king and the people. The time had come when the ministry was becoming the organ of the sovereign will of the nation, whose wish the king would not dare to ignore. Time and circumstances had also wrought a change in the attitude of Charles John to his Norwegian subjects. In Sweden he had been attacked by a vituperative pamphleteer, M.J. Crusentorp, and the press had wounded the feelings of the sensitive king by its rather hostile tone, while the Norwegians had always spoken of him in the most endearing terms. In 1838 he made a prolonged visit to Norway, and he was greatly pleased with the enthusiastic loyalty shown him. He had always coveted popularity, and never had the words of flattery been more pleasing than now when old age had turned his vision backward upon the events of a most remarkable career. He found that the Norwegians were very loyal and agreeable, that they knew how to appreciate his ability and great achievements, and he was more inclined to listen to their demands than hitherto. The reins were slipping from his hands, and the ministry gradually began to exert a leading influence in shaping the policy of government. It might seem that the time had come when an attempt would be made to establish the necessary safeguards for Norway's rights as a sovereign power, but the progress was halted by the reactionary spirit of the age. The national movement, led by Wergeland and Johan, had grown out of a strong liberal idealism, and it had created issues which the conservative upper classes opposed, and which the Bonder had failed to understand. The people had indeed been roused to participation in political life. Important measures like local self-government and a Norwegian national flag had been carried through, but the liberal tidal wave had already spent its force, and many of the most important features of the national program stranded on the shoals of reactionary public sentiment. In France, the agitation carried on by the radicals for the economic emancipation of the lower classes and their defiance of all established rules and authorities caused society to react for its own protection. Liberalism was branded as lawlessness, and peace and social order became the slogan. In Norway, this new reaction received a ready welcome, not only among the official class, but even among the Bonder, who still clung with characteristic conservatism to the old order of things. Faithful obedience to the established rules was once more regarded as the highest civic virtue. In literature, the regular rhythm and polished verse of Welhaven were preferred to the more original and irregular style of Wergeland. Statsborgeren, the only oppositional paper, had to be discontinued in 1837 for want of subscribers, and in the election of 1839, 52 officials and only 35 Bonder were returned to the Storthing. The autocratic upper class had won a decided victory. The leaders of the Bonder, Uhlen, Fauschald, Niergaard, and Hagenstad, had been re-elected, but the liberalist leader, Hjelm, refused to accept re-election as he felt convinced that he could accomplish nothing against the reactionary majority. More conservative men like Sorensen, Foss, and Rittervold became leaders in the Storthing. Sorensen had become a conservative, Foss, the idol of the nation, pursued a middle-of-the-road policy and tried to bring about a reconciliation between the adherents of Wergeland and Welhaven, while the somber and dignified Rittervold was opposed to liberalist agitation both from principle and temperament. The issues which had been raised by Helm were allowed to rest. The Storthing of 1839 devoted its attention to economic questions and routine affairs about which no serious controversy could arise, and no stormy party debates disturbed the peace and quiet of the assembly. The king's constitutional amendments were nevertheless voted down, as usual, and a new attempt was also made to repeal the Conventicle Act of 1741, which restricted religious liberty by forbidding laymen to preach the gospel. Under this act, Hans Nielsen Hogue had been prosecuted and imprisoned, and it was justly regarded as a remnant of absolutism, wholly foreign in spirit to the free institutions of Norway. A bill for the repeal of this law, passed in 1836, had been vetoed by the king, and when it was passed a second time in 1838 in the same form, the king again vetoed the measure. In 1840, Count Vettel Jarlsberg died, and King Charles John appointed as his successor another Norwegian nobleman, Levenskild, at that time the Norwegian minister of state in Stockholm. The choice was undoubtedly made with the best intention, but it was less welcome than that of his popular predecessor. Levenskild was a man of limited talents and haughty bearing, who took a delight in being unpopular and in thwarting the will of the people. He had advised the king to prorogue the Storthing. He had opposed the local self-government bill, and though he had held a number of high offices, it was generally thought that his arrogance far exceeded the services which he had rendered the state. His chief associate in the ministry was J.H. Vogt, a capable official who usually succeeded in carrying through the measures which he happened to favor. He could give the ministry the character of trustworthy administrative ability, but in his official duties as well as in character he was a spiritless pedant and typical reactionary who never strayed from the old bureaucratic routine. Both were ultra-conservative in their views and sought to revive as far as possible the political policies and administrative practices of a bygone age. But as no organized party opposition existed, the Vogt-Levenskild ministry remained in power during a long period. The Storthing of 1842 was of the same general complexion as the one of 1839. The official class again received a safe majority, the elections returning 50 of their class and only 42 Bonder. The great issues were again carefully avoided, and attention was directed exclusively to such practical affairs as would arouse no serious conflict. The bill for the repeal of the Conventicle Act was passed a third time and became a law without the king's signature. The adoption of a new criminal code was also a much-needed reform, but the most important legislative work accomplished by this Storthing was the passage of laws establishing freedom of trade and industry. These laws were originated by A.M. Schweigard, prominent as leader of the intelligent party in the Wergeland Welhaven controversy, and who now appeared to the Storthing for the first time together with another new leader, Ludwig Gerda, one of Wergeland's leading supporters. Both were very gifted men and editors of the leading party organs, Da of Granskeren and Schweigard of Den Constitutionel. And as they had been opponents in their student days because of different political and literary views, they found a new battleground on the floor of the Storthing. Hjelm had also been elected, but he was too feeble to take any active part in the work, and the leadership of the liberal faction naturally devolved on Da, whose paper, Granskeren, had become the organ of the opposition. Da and his followers were accused of radicalism, but he had adopted the program of the Whig party of England, and judged by modern standards, his liberalist ideas must be regarded as very moderate. He advocated a parliamentary form of government, the participation of the ministers in the deliberations of the Storthing, unrestricted religious liberty, the introduction of the jury system, and the maintenance of Norway's political independence in the Union, measures which became the future political program of Norway, and which in time were carried through in conformity with the growth of democratic ideas. He opposed the bureaucratic spirit of the government, but he was distinctly conservative when he opposed complete industrial freedom and the parceling out of the lands of the Bonder, which in course of time would have destroyed their power as a privileged class of landed proprietors. Schweigard was a man of extraordinary ability, but he was a learned jurist and political economist rather than a statesman. As professor of jurisprudence, he had won a great and well-merited reputation. The students of jurisprudence, says Sars, were the leaders in academic and fashionable circles in the capital, and to them Svigard was the teacher master above all others. He possessed to an eminent degree the qualities of the distinguished practical jurist: lucidity of thought, precision, sober realistic judgment, the ability to criticize and to analyze every question of jurisprudence, so that the characteristic features could come clearly to view in every instance. He represented in such a perfect and almost ideal way the jurist's view of life and society that by his younger colleagues he was regarded as a sort of oracle by whose words they could swear without further investigation. In politics he was a conservative, representing views akin to those of Lovenskild and Vogt, and it was certain that he would be opposed to the issues raised by the Liberalists relative to Norway's rights in the Union. But as political scientist he very advanced views, and in this field he rendered his country services which proved to be of epoch-making importance. As member of the Royal Commissions appointed in 1838 and 1839 to revise the laws of commerce and to readjust the tariff schedules, he elaborated a system of free trade which he succeeded in incorporating in the new tariff law of 1842. The principle of free competition in trade and industry was now substituted for the mercantile system of protective tariff, trade monopolies, and special privileges hitherto adhered to. In the field of economics, Svigard was so opposed to all artificial restraint that even Da, who was in favor of free industry in a general way, regarded him as a radical whose views were revolutionary. But the principle of free competition, once established, brought about a rapid increase in the volume of trade and laid the foundation for a new era of prosperity so sorely needed in Norway at that time. A measure like the new tariff law was passed without much opposition, as it harmonized with the views and business spirit of the age. A betterment of conditions after so serious a financial and industrial depression must have appeared like a godsend, and Svigard became the hero who was able to lead the nation out of the slough of economic despond. Da was less fortunate. The political policy of which he became the advocate could reckon but few supporters. It embraced the same views which Wergeland and Johan had sought in vain to make the platform of a strong Liberal Party organization. But the Bonder had failed to grasp the significance of these issues, and as their group in the Storthing formed an organized opposition of which Da became one of the leaders, he was no better situated than Helm had been before him, nor did he become any more successful. All important measures which he advocated the Bonder refused to support. Even a proposed amendment to the Constitution for the repeal of the article excluding the Jews from the kingdom was vigorously resisted. Their narrow-minded policy of promoting the interests only of their own class made the organization of a liberal party impossible, and forced all, like Helm, into tragic political isolation. The Bonder were yet too wrapped up in their old-class hatreds, too clannish and too jealous of their own special rights to understand Da's statesmanlike policy, or to attempt to consolidate all available forces into a strong liberal party. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oscar I, Romanticism, and Pan-Scandinavianism. The struggle between the king and the Storthing, which once occupied the attention of all political leaders in Norway, had now subsided, partly because of the more conciliatory attitude of the aged king, but partly also because of the reactionary character of the ministry and the Storthing, and when Charles John died March 8, 1844, at the age of 80, he was deeply mourned by all parties and classes. His successor, Oscar I, who was 45 years of age, was in every way a contrast to his robust, majestic, impulsive, and energetic father. He was very quiet, thin, pale, and of a sickly appearance. He had visited Norway several times. For a period he had even been viceroy. He was well known, but because of his quiet ways no one knew his views, and it was generally feared that he was in sympathy with the Swedish aristocracy, who were believed to entertain no friendly feelings for the liberal political institutions of Norway. P.C. Holst, member of the Norwegian ministry in Stockholm, says that during Charles John's last illness their conversation often centered on the very improbable supposition that the Crown Prince might wish to play the same role in Norway as did King Ernest in Hanover, that he might refuse to take an oath on the Constitution unless some modifications were made in it, as for example that the king should receive absolute veto. That we could suppose anything of the kind, he says, or even entertain a thought of the possibility was due to our knowledge of the hostile attitude of the Swedish aristocracy, and perhaps in part also to the reticence which the Crown Prince, no doubt from good policy, always maintained towards all Norwegians. We also agreed upon what we should do if so unexpected a situation should develop. Oscar I proved, however, to be a fair-minded and well-intentioned king. He did not venture upon great undertakings, but even his first acts as ruler served to dispel all lingering mistrust. So soon as he had taken his oath as king, he issued an order that in all Norwegian documents the name of Norway should precede that of Sweden, and not long afterward it was decreed that on the Union coat of arms the Norwegian coat of arms should occupy 1/2 instead of 1/3 of the field as hitherto. Norway also received her own man-of-war flag. These concessions, which the king called his dowry to the Norwegian people, were of importance as showing his good intentions, but their real value was materially reduced, since they were to be looked upon as a present from the king rather than as a right justly claimed by Norway as a sovereign kingdom. The not very welcome provision was also attached that a Union sign should be inserted in all flags both in Norway and Sweden. It has already been observed that after the political reaction had ended, the storm and stress caused by the clashes of parties and the animated discussions of great issues in the Storthing, an era of peace and good feeling, such as Welhaven had been longing for, finally came. The patriot agitation had died away, the ultra-national program had for the time being lost its charm, and the intelligence party could cultivate good taste practically unopposed. Their society, Kringla, dominated social life in the capital, and no sound of robust laughter or noise of national merrymaking was allowed to penetrate to their exclusive and refined morning and evening parties. Only the most conservative refinement and the taste for foreign elegance could be tolerated in these élite circles, where the life of Paris and Copenhagen was reproduced even in manners and conversation. The social tone harmonized with the general revival of aristocratic spirit. In literature, a similar love of polished conformity to rule prevailed, as the younger poets had accepted the poetic aesthetic views of Welhaven, who acted as the arbiter elegantiarum of the upper classes. But the intellectual forces which had been stimulated to activity by the events of 1814 and the great patriotic revival of Henrik Wergeland were producing a new creative epoch in Norwegian art and literature. The dreamy mysticism of the Romanticists had also reached Norway. Their love of heroic traditions of the past, of the sentimental, the supernatural, became associated with an intense interest in nature and the admiration for the national customs and rural virtues of the common people so diligently fostered by Henrik Wergeland. The young artists and writers turned with rapture to their own picturesque mountain scenery and the charming freedom and simplicity of the rural life among the pine-clad mountains, where folk songs and fairy tales lived on the people's lips like a fountain of poesy which had welled in primeval purity from remote ages. Welhaven himself had prophesied that there the sources of true poesy were to be found, and he led the way into the new region of art in his ballads, in which he expressed with rare truth and beauty the dramatic episodes and deep feeling of the popular traditions. Gradually, the rich stores of folk literature were discovered like some prehistoric mound made to yield its unique treasures. In 1833, A. Fay published his Norska Folksagen, traditions from early times which still lived among the people. These echoes from the past were given a warm welcome by the Romanticists, and Welhaven chose from this work the themes for many of his ballads and romances. In 1840, Jørgen Moe published a small collection of folk songs, Norska Viser og Stev, but far more important is M.B. Landstad's great collection, Norska Folkeviser, which appeared in 1853, and Sophus Bugg's smaller collection, Gamla Norska Folkviser, of 1858. Landstad, who was clergyman at Kvitsed and later at Selvjord and Fredrikskjold, was a gifted poet, and he is especially noted as a psalmist. His hymn book is still in universal use in Norway and is regarded as a work of rare excellence. For some years, the two friends, Jørgen Moe and P. Gjerset, had been engaged in collecting fairy tales, and in 1842 they began the publication of their first collection, Norska Folkeeventyr, Samlede og Fortalte, af Bjørnsson og Moe. At first, the literary circles were skeptical, as they considered these stories a literature only fit for the nursery, but the skepticism vanished when they discovered in these tales the humor, poesy, and fascinating life of the common people, and learned to know Norway as the land of charming scenery such as they had never before seen. Every year during the summer months, the two friends traveled through the more remote districts in search of new stories, but in 1853 Moe abandoned the work to accept a curacy in Sigdal. In 1863 he became clergyman in Drammen and later bishop of the diocese of Kristiansand. He was a gifted poet, and though his poetical works are not voluminous, they contain many highly cherished productions. Aspe Bjørnsson, who was a natural scientist and loved to roam about in the mountains and forests, continued the work begun by the two. He advanced beyond the views and tastes of the Romanticists as he acquired a more thorough knowledge both of nature and of the life of the people, and in his Norska Holdreventyr og Folksagen, he contributed a series of sketches and short stories in which he depicts nature and the life of the people with charming realism. The work is of such rare excellence that it surpasses anything written in that field by his contemporaries. Through the work especially of Asbjørnsen and Moe, the doors were opened to the charming mountain scenery and tranquil peasant life of Norway, the vast perpetual snowfields on the inland mountain plateau. The Jotunheim were discovered, and tourist life took its beginning. The city people, who hitherto had scarcely been known to cross their own city limits, now spent the summer among the mountains, where new raptures met the eye at every turn. Poets and prose writers like B. Hare, Andreas Munch, P. A. Jensen, Theodor Kjølroff, C. P. Riis, Nikolai Ostgaard, Hans Schulze, and other members of the Romantic school had become charmed with the thought of nature and the quaint fairy Hulder, who herded her cattle in the woods and paid her mystic visits to the herdsman, and the dairymaid when night threw her mantle over the mountains, or when the sun smiled among the trees in the forest. When evening shadows fell, the Fossegrim could be heard playing his fiddle in the waterfall, and the lovesick Knock would sob beside the brook. These ideas of the common people now, for the first time revealed to the imagination of the cultured classes in the midst of so unique a natural scenery, proved to be a most powerful stimulus to poetic sentiment. The better they learned to know the hitherto unknown common people, the more of old art and culture they found to study and to preserve. The folk melodies, no less charming than the folk tales, were collected by L. M. Lindemann, and soon their quaint strains were re-echoed in the musical composition of Nordrock, Halvdan Gjerulf, and Old Bull. The arts of wood carving, tapestry weaving, rose painting, and the like, which flourished among the Bonder, were made subjects of special study, and became the source of new inspiration in national painting and decorative art. In architecture, a new departure was created through the study of the distinctively Norwegian style of wood architecture, especially developed in the old wooden churches, of which many are still found in the mountain valleys of Norway. In 1844, a society, Foreningen til Norske Kvortidsminnesmerkers Bevaring, was organized to preserve these venerable structures from destruction or decay. The new intellectual awakening caused by the national regeneration had produced a creative era in every field. The art of painting also received its masters. J.C. Dahl, Hans Gude, and Adolf Tidemont painted the scenery of the fjords and mountains, national costumes, life and character of the people, with unexcelled beauty of composition and delicacy of coloring. The national spirit had asserted its own sovereignty, and whatever might be the opinion regarding literature and art as such, the view of Henrik Wergeland that all true national development must spring from the people's own thought and sentiment could no longer be a subject of controversy. Where the poets and artists led the way, the more analytic spirit of scientific research followed, as the new material which had suddenly been brought to light offered rare opportunities for scholarly activity in many fields, especially in archaeology, philology, folklore, and mythology. Especially noteworthy are two distinctively new movements which were developed under the influence of Romanticism, but which soon found their own paths and continued to grow wholly independent of it. Being devoted to critical research, these penetrated deeper and were able to show the continuity of the historical development of the Norwegian people and their former literary and intellectual achievements, at that time greatly obscured and generally misunderstood because of Norway's unfortunate position during the long union with Denmark. These movements were the Norwegian Historical School, developed by R. Kaiser and P. A. Munch, and the National Linguistic Movement, originated by the philologist Ivar Eisen. Kaiser and Munch had become co-workers in the field of Norwegian history. Kaiser, who was appointed lecturer in history and later professor in the University of Christiania, introduced the study of Old Norse language and literature and exerted great influence as well through his carefully prepared lectures as through his historical works. He was the originator of the new theory regarding the prehistoric migrations to the Scandinavian peninsula, which, though no longer regarded as the correct view, proved to be a valuable working hypothesis. It attempted to show that the Norwegians from the most remote times had been a distinct people, even because of their origin, since they were supposed to have come from the regions east of the Baltic, and not from the south, as hitherto believed. It did great service by destroying the older and wholly unscientific views of the Danish historian Sum, and by placing historical research on a strictly scientific basis. His pupil and younger associate, P. A. Munch, seemed for a time to have shared his opinion on all essential points, but he soon passed beyond his older associate to more advanced views. Munch possessed most remarkable talents and versatility. Not only is he the most voluminous writer in Norwegian literature, though he died in his 53rd year, but his capacity for work, his memory, his intuitive insight, and ability to trace the hidden meaning in every old relic and manuscript were all alike extraordinary. When we consider not only his historical writings, but also his work as critical scholar in various fields, the tribute paid him on a later occasion by his erstwhile opponent, the Danish scholar C. A. E. Jessen, that he was the greatest historian in the North, seems well merited. In the fields of archaeology, geography, mythology, philology, and runology, he carried on extensive original research and contributed works of great value. But more important still are his treatises on various historical problems in 4 large volumes, his critical editions of numerous historical sources, a work in which he and Kaiser cooperated with C. R. Unger, and his discovery and collection of new sources, especially in the archives of the Vatican. His chief work, Det Norske Folks, his story in 8 large octavo volumes, is a repository of scholarly knowledge which will always continue to be one of the chief sources of Norwegian history. It became Munch's great task to show Norway's true position in the historical and cultural development of the North, to lift the veil of obscurity which had fallen upon the nation because of unfortunate political circumstances in the Union period. It had hitherto been customary to regard the mythology, the Eddas and Sagas, as products of an ancient culture produced by the Germanic spirit in a past so remote that the Scandinavian race was still a unit. Their treasures were, therefore, regarded as a heritage common to all the northern peoples, in which, however, Norway was supposed to have little or no share. Old scholars had developed a theory no longer doubted at the time, that the Edda songs, the myths, and the sagas had originated as oral traditions in southern Sweden and the Danish islands, the home and center of ancient Scandinavian culture, it was thought, and that the already finished product had been accidentally committed to writing in Norway and Iceland. This theory Munch proved to be wholly untenable. He showed that the original northern tongue had been divided into three distinct dialects, the Old Norse, including the Old Icelandic, the Old Danish, and Old Swedish, that mythological and heroic traditions had been divided in the same way before the Edda mythology originated, that it is wholly Norwegian and not a common northern heritage. He showed further that the myths, as they now exist, are of no very great antiquity, but that many show distinct traces of Christian influence. The Eddas and the Sagas he proved to be purely Norwegian Icelandic literature, and showed that the theory of a joint northern heritage has to be wholly discarded. His views at first caused most determined opposition, as they were regarded as revolutionary, as an attempt to rob the sister nations of their proudest possessions, but his theory was soon confirmed by other distinguished scholars like Conrad Maurer, Sophus Bugge, C.E.E. Jessen, Finnur Jansson, and others. The Norwegian people thus entered into their own possessions, and instead of being the poorest in ancient intellectual culture, they suddenly appeared as the richest. By the verdict of the scholars, they had been given full title to their own past achievements, a fact which strengthened the national spirit and created new confidence in the worth of their own native culture. This confidence was further strengthened through the national linguistic movement originated by Ivar Aasen. This untutored peasant boy, born in most humble circumstances, too poor to attend school, rose by his own efforts and native genius to be one of the most learned scholars and influential leaders of his age. Professor Halvdan Koht says of him, Ivar Aasen, scholar and leader of the people because he was a scholar, is so strange a phenomenon in history that it may well cause wonder. A poor peasant boy who never took a single examination advances to leadership in philology and brings a whole new language into the realm of scientific study. This quiet, retiring investigator originates a movement which divides a whole nation, creates a new literature, stirs up a growing struggle in state and community, in church and school. One cannot understand the history of Norway during the last 60 years without knowing Ivar Aasen, the father of Norwegian philological study, of the Landsmål and the Maelstru. Aasen was born in 1813 in Sonmore. At the age of 12 he became an orphan, and for the next 5 years he had to work on the little homestead where he was reared. With passionate love for study, he read all the books to which he had any access, and in 1831 he was appointed teacher in his home parish. This gave him better opportunity for study, and with the assistance of Provost Thorason, he devoted himself to the study of German, French, English, and Latin. His favorite study was grammar. He writes in his autobiography, and when in 1835 he became private tutor in the home of Chaplain Da, he conceived the idea of attempting to write the grammar of some language. The language selected, he says, was the one which I could call my own, and which I did not find treated in any grammar. Why, I thought, are not the Norwegian dialects treated like other languages? Why do we not find grammatical works and dictionaries where the forms of the words, their genders and conjugations are given? Is not our dialect, or the pure old Norwegian tongue, worthy of more thorough investigation? Such a work, I thought, can only be done by one who is born in a peasant's cottage, and I will attempt it. In order to better qualify himself for this task, he also studied Old Norse and Swedish, and in 1839 he wrote a grammar of his own dialect. He also devoted himself to the study of botany, and gathered and classified a large collection of plants from his own neighborhood. A desire to see the world, or rather perhaps a deep yearning to find some suitable opportunity to employ his talents, drove him to visit Bergen, where he was introduced to Bishop Newman, who examined his grammar and herbarium. The bishop marveled at the learning of the unschooled peasant lad, and wrote an article about him in the Bergen Stiftstidende. This attracted the attention of the able philologist F.M. Bugge, rector of the cathedral school in Trondheim, who soon discovered in Ivar Aasen an extraordinary linguistic talent, the kind of man he had been looking for, who could devote himself to the study of the Norwegian dialects. He secured for him a small yearly stipend from the Kongelige Norske Vitenskapsselskab, of which he was the president, and during the next 4 years Aasen traveled through nearly all parts of the country, studying the dialects and gathering material for his great works. In 1848 he published Det Norske Folksprags Grammatik, and in 1850 appeared his Dictionary of the Dialects, Ordbog over det Norske Folksprag, works which opened new domains for linguistic research and gave new vigor to the growing national spirit. Of the grammar, P.A. Munch said, "This work is not only an ornament to our literature, but it is a work of national importance, of which the whole nation may well be proud. It reveals the northern nationality of the Norwegian people more clearly than any work which had hitherto appeared. It shows that the more than 1,000-year-old Norse tongue still lives among the people with a purity of accent which we do not find even in Iceland. This we learn in such a way that we not only have a vague feeling of it as hitherto, but it is clearly, thoroughly, and systematically shown and proven, so that no shadow of doubt can exist. For us it is a source of pride and consolation to know that in spite of unfortunate circumstances we have been able to preserve our language in so original a form." About Aasen's dictionary he wrote, "The dictionary furnishes proof of the existence of the Old Norse language among us in an almost unchanged form. It shows clearly that it is only the grammatical forms which have disappeared from the now spoken language, while nearly the whole vocabulary has been preserved unchanged. The dictionary, in connection with the grammar, is a national monument, to whose author every patriotic Norwegian owes the deepest gratitude." In 1853 followed a third work, Prover of Landsmålet I Norge. These 3 works, says Scott, constitute the foundation for his work. They contain both his great scholarly achievement and his new linguistic program. They made him renowned. They carried his name even to foreign lands, and laid the foundation for a new national work. Ivar Aasen was not only a scholar but a patriot. He had begun his career with a desire to see his own tongue accorded the same respect as other languages, and his study of the dialects had shown him that in them the old Norwegian language was still preserved. Norse had once been the greatest literary language of the North. Why should it now be despised? In the introduction to Det Norske Folksprags Grammatik, he says, "This language might have been cultivated as a literary language, and might have had a large literature, but it may also for the present be regarded as the vernacular of the common people without any literature. In all events, this is the true Norwegian language. We see no reason why it should be regarded as inferior to Swedish or Danish. We find no justification for calling it undeveloped and unfit for higher purposes. We cannot understand that it should contribute to the honor of the common people to despise this language and to seek to change it for another." Aasen studied the dialects not only from scientific interest, but with a fixed purpose to restore to the Norwegians their own language, that also in this field they might enter into full possession of their own. As early as 1836 he wrote in an article entitled Om det Norske Språk that since the 3 northern peoples cannot have the same language, each ought to have their own. As we have lately been freed from an overlordship of another kingdom, he says, and have the right to establish our own household, the time might now be opportune to think of this. In order to realize this plan, he not only collected the dialect words and idioms, but by selecting the forms most commonly used and the ones which corresponded most closely to the Old Norse, he was able to systematize the dialects into a uniform language, the landsmål. This language, which contains as nearly as possible the essential features of all the dialects, could readily be adopted by all, he thought. The people in the rural districts would recognize it as their own tongue, and it would gradually replace the official Danish language, which continued to be Danish, even though its vocabulary had been enriched by many Norwegian words. It was clear that the efforts to introduce the landsmål as the official and literary language would precipitate a struggle of the most determined sort between the officials and the bonder, or rather between the city people who favored the Danish-Norwegian official language and the country people who spoke their own Norwegian vernacular. The Bonder demanded not only their political rights under the Constitution, but they would also claim the right to use their own language and to have their own native culture duly respected. This new issue, the Mailstare, precipitated the conflict between the Bonder and the officials on the both flanks, so to speak, and Asen and Yulin, both of humble parentage, became the leaders of the rural population in this cultural and political struggle. If anyone had doubted that a literature could be produced in the land small, he was soon to be disillusioned. Asen himself, who was a gifted poet as well as a scholar, has left poetic works of rare value, written in this language. His somewhat younger contemporary, Eovinge, a peasant boy like himself and one of the greatest lyric poets in northern literature, wrote exclusively in the land small. Many authors, both in prose and poetry, soon appeared who gave strength to the new movement. Hitherto unknown and unused forces, which had been lying dormant in the people's national life and character, had been stirred to creative activity by Asen's work. The revival national vigor had created new demands, but it also added great treasures to the nation's store of intellectual culture. The land small seems to have small chance of being adopted as the language of Norway, but it has inaugurated a new development of the Danish-Norwegian language, which is constantly reducing the chasm between the two forms of speech. And ultimately it is hoped that two will merge in one literary language. Another movement quite closely associated with Romanticism was the Pan-Scandinavianism, which developed especially during this period. The dream of a united North was to a large extent of a sentimental nature. It flourished almost exclusively among the students and found nourishment in the same interest for the traditions of the past which formed the basis of the whole Romantic movement. In some respects, however, it was a revival in a new form of a feeling which had grown strong on several earlier occasions, that the Scandinavian North ought to stand united for its own protection. It has already been observed how the Danish historian F. Sneedorf in 1792 had advocated a political pan-Scandinavian program, lest Russia and Germany should join hands across the Baltic Sea. Prominent men in all three countries supported the idea, and the words Scandinavia, Scandinavian, and Scandia came into common use at that time. In 1809 to 1810, great enthusiasm was developed for the union of the three kingdoms under one king, and an attempt was made to elect King Frederick VI of Denmark-Norway, successor to the Swedish throne. Again, the fascinating thought was eagerly supported by many of the ablest writers, especially by N.F.S. Grundtvig, distinguished scholar and ecclesiastic, the man of great visions, who looked upon the North as one country with one language, the northern mother tongue. In general, however, the Danish people were not much in favor of the union of the three Scandinavian countries under a common king. It was not a movement based on a general desire of the people, but a political plan supported by poets and theorists, a hothouse engendered idea which could not be transplanted into practical life. Frederick VI was not elected Swedish crown prince, and the plan of a dynastic union of the Scandinavian countries quickly collapsed. After Denmark had been forced to cede Norway by the Treaty of Kiel, 1813, the relation between Sweden and Denmark remained hostile for a time, but Romanticism, which had created a new interest in the traditions of the past, awakened again the Pan-Scandinavian sentiment, especially among the students of the northern universities. After 1837, the students and professors at the universities of Lund and Copenhagen began to pay each other friendly visits. These were repeated on ever larger scale and soon grew into a movement of great proportions. The climax seems to have been reached in 1843, when the students of Copenhagen and Lund visited Uppsala, and in 1845, when another great festival was held in Copenhagen, where the students from Uppsala, Lund, and Christiania were the guests of their Danish friends. On the latter occasion, the father of Danish Romanticism, the poet Adam Erlendslæger, was greeted as the greatest champion of the Scandinavian idea. It was stated that by reviving the interest for the traditions of the past, he had aroused the young men of the North to new enthusiasm and love for achievements, that he had renewed the ties of friendship between the sister nations. In Sweden, the historian Geijer and the poet Tenje had exerted a like influence as Oehlenschläger and Grundtvig in Denmark. A romantic literature had been created in both countries, largely based on the sagas and northern heroic traditions. Tegner's Fridtjof saga and the Oehlenschläger dramas, Axel Ag Valborg, Hakon Jarl, Helga Torgenskjold, and others, reveal a literary Pan-Scandinavianism, which comes even more clearly to view in the lyric poesy of the age. Typical are songs like Lang var Norden's Herlig Stam and Unga Gayan Birds Live i Norden by the Danish poet C. Blog, and Mulmet Sank de Vel Sval by C. Hastrup. In Norway, J.S. Welhaven and Andreas Munch wrote songs of like contents, and the Scandinavian idea even fired the enthusiasm of Bjørnsson, insofar as the Scandinavian movement tended to create a friendly feeling, to sweep away old misunderstanding, and foster a livelier intercourse between the northern peoples. It exerted a beneficial influence. It rested, it is true, on no firmer foundation than a wave of evanescent sentiment, and even as a theory it suffered from the very serious defect of allowing no room for the distinct national individuality of the three peoples. But it had sounded a chord of sympathy and friendship which might have continued to reverberate with still deeper meaning if the whole idea had not been wrecked by the attempt to press it into a service for which it was not adequately adapted. In Denmark, the real home of the movement, the hope seems to have been entertained from the outset that the Scandinavian sentiment would culminate in a political union which might be used by the Danes in repelling German aggression in Schleswig-Holstein. To them, this sentiment assumed the character of a distinct political program to which the more sanguine leaders could pin their hope of successfully maintaining a dynastic policy which was represented to be identical with the safety and welfare of the whole North. In a speech at the Students' Festival in 1843, C. Plog outlined this program as follows: "It is especially this fear for the existence of the northern nationalities, very strong among the Danes, which moves us to join you today rather than tomorrow. The fight has already begun. It rages on the border in the beautiful land between the Eider and the Kangia. Through negligence as well on the part of the government as of the people, the Germans have been able in the course of the last 50 years to occupy one half of old Schleswig, and they threatened arrogantly to plant their victorious banner on the farthest point of Skagen. The battle is not ours alone, it is also yours. Our common nationality is at stake, and if we should need your help against a powerful and active party led by a most serene highness, with a bodyguard of aristocrats and lawyers, you must be ready." This appeal was repeated with renewed fervor in 1845 by the fiery Danish orator Orla Lehmann. He stirred the excitable students to the wildest enthusiasm, and in the midst of this ecstasy he exacted from them a solemn vow to support the common cause even unto death. The safety of Denmark was indeed a matter of the greatest concern to all Scandinavians, and the desire to aid the sister state in the hour of danger was the outgrowth not only of a praiseworthy national sentiment, but of a correct political instinct. But the enthusiastic pledges of an assemblage of students proved to be but a weak support for a political policy which sooner or later would embroil the whole North in a war with the great continental powers. Outside of the academic circles, the Swedes were not much in sympathy with the political program of the Danes, and in Norway the Scandinavian sentiment did not gain much strength until after 1848. The romantic idealism which gave the movement its real charm had then grown so strong that the Scandinavian idea received general and earnest support, but it turned people's attention away from the vital issues at home to chimerical plans abroad, and served mainly to strengthen the growing reactionary spirit. The most vital interests of Norway were not identical with those of Denmark. Past experiences had shown it, and cool-headed statesmen would hesitate to involve the country in new wars from which no benefit could be derived. When the hour of trial came, Scandinavianism vanished like a fair delusion, and left Denmark alone with her troubles and disappointments. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Political reaction, the labor movement. Neither J.A. Hjelm nor Ludvig Gerda had succeeded in rallying the opposition in the Storthing to the support of the Norwegian political policy which they advocated. Their ideas had been too lofty, their views too statesmanlike, to be fully understood and appreciated. In 1845, Juland, the leader of the Bonder, found an able assistant in Søren Jebek, who now took his seat in the Storthing for the first time, and was succeeded by A.B. Stable, editor of Morgenbladet, a shrewd and cunning tactician who cared little for general principles of statesmanship, but watched his opportunity to gain such victories as circumstances would allow. The Bonder representation in the Storthing had increased in strength, and through the aid of some representatives from other classes they controlled a majority of the votes. But instead of directing their attention to the question of the relation to Sweden, they raised the issue of greater economy in the administration and attacked the privileges still enjoyed by the officials. But the attempt of the Bonder to exercise the right granted them by the Constitution was vigorously resisted by the bureaucracy, who were still entrenched in power. They feared nothing so much as a government by the people. They saw their power and privileges threatened, and looked upon the effort of the Bonder to gain political power as a grave danger to the good old social order. They began to look upon the Constitution not as a bulwark of constitutional liberty, but as a people's charter, which deprived them of their rights and privileges. In a book, Om den Norske Constitution, published in 1845, the great jurist Bernhard Dunker apparently sought to defend the Constitution, when in reality the work is a vigorous attack upon it. He would not blame the Constitution alone for the deplorable political situation, he said. He thought that, if interpreted in the right way, it might prove a very satisfactory fundamental law, that is, if so interpreted that the bureaucrats would retain their power. But it would be especially necessary, he thought, to repeal Article 79, which gave the Storthing the power to pass laws without the king's sanction. The king should be given absolute veto, so that the enlightened part of the nation might have full confidence in the work of the national legislature and regard it as their representative. The bureaucracy no longer feared that the king might infringe on the rights of the Norwegian people. They began to regard him as the chief representative of the old social order, with whom they must unite in order to successfully oppose the growing democratic spirit and the power of the people. This reactionary tendency was clearly shown in connection with the impeachment of J.H. Vogt, one of the leading members of the ministry, for advising the king to veto a bill passed by the Storthing. The impeachment was based on 2 charges, but Vogt was acquitted, though only on the supposition that he had misunderstood the provisions of the Constitution. The trial showed that the Storthing was determined to defend its honor and dignity, that a minister who should attempt to disregard its authority would be promptly called to account. But the bureaucrats hailed Vogt as a martyr whose just rights had been infringed upon, who had been victimized by unscrupulous demagogues. The tension between the conservative officials and the Bonder had developed into an antagonism which grew even more determined during the next session in 1848. The Bonder could again control a majority of the votes, and they felt that the time had come for more aggressive tactics against the reactionary Vogt-Lovenskiold ministry and its supporters. It was clear that the ministry no longer represented the views of the majority, that its administrative policy no longer conformed to the will of the people as expressed through the national legislature. In 1845, some members of the opposition, including Juland and Faulchald, had attempted to prepare a memorial to the king expressing lack of confidence in the ministry, but their courage finally failed them, and the matter was dropped. In 1848 the attempt was renewed. Faulchald, Juland, Grosvenor, and Stable prepared a memorial to the king in which they stated very forcibly the principle of parliamentary government, and showed that the Storthing could no longer have confidence in a ministry which had become the representative of a bureaucratic coterie. But before the memorial was considered by the Storthing, it was printed in Morgenbladet and aroused a storm of indignation among the conservatives. The leaders of the opposition again lost courage and were satisfied to let the matter be buried by the committee to which it had been referred. The Bonder and their leaders had again shown that they lacked the necessary experience and self-confidence to carry through in practice the principles of popular government in opposition to the able reactionary bureaucracy. But their greatest weakness was perhaps that they were in reality not a liberal party, but a faction opposed to many of the essential features of true democracy. They had prevented the passage of a constitutional amendment granting the Jews the right to reside in the kingdom with the same privileges as other citizens, and they would not grant the ministry the right to participate in the deliberations of the Storthing, an essential feature of parliamentary government. By some writers, the Norwegian Bonder have been called peasants, but this is quite misleading. They are the freeholders, the landowners of the nation, who until quite recently exercised in their districts all power and influence not specifically delegated to the government, and who after 1814 waged the battle with the clergy and the officials of the crown for political supremacy. Many Bonder are landed proprietors of considerable wealth, and in some districts they constitute a sort of untitled rustic aristocracy, but as a class they are not wealthy. Their farms are usually small, and they are obliged to work hard to support their families. In no country has property been more evenly distributed than in Norway, but at this time the distribution of land was not so thorough as it needed to be in a country where the tillable area is small. A large independent peasant class, the husband, still existed, who owned no land but leased small parcels from the Bonder, for which they were to render a certain amount of service at a stipulated price. As the right to vote was restricted by the provision that all voters in the rural districts should be owners of land, neither the husband nor the laboring class in general had the right of suffrage. For them no room had yet been provided in the Norwegian political and social democracy, but the time would come when they would not be satisfied to remain deprived of all political rights. The February Revolution in France in 1848 ushered in a new period of social unrest in Europe, and the despotic rulers found difficulty in subduing the growing liberal spirit. Since 1830, new and hitherto unknown revolutionary forces have been at work, creating a hostile opposition to all existing order and ideas. General discontent, accompanied by disregard for the hitherto acknowledged rules and authorities, was increasing among the lower classes. They discovered that modern industrialism, the organization of capital, and the use of steam power and modern inventions in manufacture placed them face to face with economic and social conditions which threatened to reduce them to a serfdom no less galling than that from which political liberty was supposed to free them. Socialism, originated by Saint-Simon, and the communistic ideas of Fourier were spreading. The struggle had begun between the established feudalistic ideas and modern social tendencies. Capital and labor had clashed in their first great encounter, and the demand for social and economic equality raised by the French theorists was rapidly adopted by the struggling laboring classes as a doctrine foreshadowing a more felicitous future. This social ferment, destined to produce so many changes, was first brought to Norway by a young student, Marcus Thrane, born in Christiania in 1817. Thrane belonged to a good family, but his parents, though once wealthy, were early plunged into misfortune and poverty. As a young man, Thrane had traveled in France and Switzerland, where he became acquainted with socialism, but because of poverty he was sent back to his native land as a vagabond. In 1840 he became a student at the University of Christiania, but he soon married, discontinued his studies, and founded a school at Lillehammer, where he lived for some years in most straitened circumstances. When the news of the French February Revolution reached Norway in 1848, an article signed "A Voice from the Country" appeared in Morgenbladet, which attracted general attention. This voice was Marcus Thrane, who now made his debut as a socialistic agitator. In 1848 he was made editor of Drammens Adresse, which he soon made the most radical paper in the country, as he advocated French socialistic ideas and raised his voice in behalf of the husband and laborers. He held that constitutional government, as it had been practiced, served to entrench the upper classes in power. In Norway, the bureaucracy had been forced to divide their power with the Bonder, but both classes had used their political power for their own advantage, and the so-called liberal opposition was nothing but an aristocracy struggling for their own freedom and power. He demanded universal suffrage as a so-called democratic constitution which deprives the poorer classes of all influence is a most deplorable and demoralizing form of government. Such ideas, fearlessly expressed, fairly startled the publishers and readers of Drammens Adresse. and Thrain was discharged. But this only turned his energies into more practical channels. He was not a dreamer, as many suppose, but a talented agitator and an able organizer. He undertook to unite the laborers and the husband, and to organize them into clubs and societies so that they might learn to cooperate. But social conditions in Norway were not yet ripe for labor agitation. The city population was small, only 160,000 in all, and as the industries were undeveloped, the laboring classes in the cities numbered only 17,700 persons, 6,700 industrial laborers, and 11,000 engaged in various other pursuits. In the country districts, there were 47,000 laborers and 145,000 servants. In fact, the laboring class was still only a servant class to whom modern labor conditions were unknown. But the husband numbered 58,049 as against 77,780 freeholders and 25,047 renters, and they were increasing in numbers, though the circumstances under which they were living were miserable enough. Their pay was only a few pennies a day and board. In the eastern districts, they demanded in 1850 that they should not be compelled to work more than 5 days a week for their landlord, and that the working day should be shortened to 11 hours. That reforms were much needed was evident, but before they could hope for much improvement, they would have to learn to organize and cooperate in support of their demands. Thrain aimed to organize them, but they were so timid, so little used to act independently, that it was only with great difficulty that he was able to organize the first labor society in Drammen in December 1848. The following year he founded Arbeid for Rengernes Blad, an organ published in the interest of the labor movement. He traveled from district to district working for the cause, and before another year had passed he had organized 100 societies, and he had also addressed to the king a petition bearing 12,833 signatures asking that the right of suffrage should be extended to the laboring classes. On July 31, 1850, a convention of labor delegates was assembled in Christiania, and a general program or platform was agreed upon. The demands were free trade, the abolition of trade privileges, restriction of the liquor trade, a better regulation of the relations between bonder and husband, better public schools, universal suffrage, and universal military service. With this program, Thrain hoped to be able to influence the election of members to the Storthing, but this influence was noticeably only in Larvik, where Johan Sverdup was elected. The government authorities watched for an opportunity to arrest Thrain, whom they regarded as a dangerous person, but as they could find no just complaint, they finally accused him of blasphemy, a charge which the Superior Court set aside. If his adherents had been prudent, he might have been able to continue his work without molestation, but many of the peasants failed to understand the real nature of Thrain's views. They began to divide the land among themselves, to cut timber in the forest, to put into practice the ideas of socialism in a way which they thought conformed with his ideas. Thrain sought to prevail on them to abstain from all radical measures, but he was unable to fully control the movement which he had started. When he found that he could not prevent disorder, he turned his paper over to his assistant, F.S. Abelgard, and retired as leader. At a new labor convention, Lilletinget, which assembled in Christiania in June 1851, he took little part in the deliberations, but was mainly active in counseling moderation. But the government had determined to destroy the whole movement without further delay. The leaders were arrested, and a special commission was appointed to investigate the plans and doings of the whole organization. 149 persons were indicted for various offenses. Of these, only 11 were acquitted. The rest were fined or imprisoned, some even for terms of 15 years. An appeal resulted in the acquittal of 6 others and the modification of some of the severest punishment, but as a whole the decree of the lower court was sustained. Thrain and Abelgard were sentenced to prison for a period of 4 years, and their paper, which had been repeatedly suppressed, had to be discontinued in 1856. In 1863, Thrain emigrated to America, where he spent the greater part of his remaining years in Chicago as publisher of various radical papers, Den Norska Amerikaner, Dagbladet, and Den Nye Tid. The closing days of his life he spent with his son, Dr. Thrain, in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. The labor movement collapsed with the disappearance of its leaders, but the demands for political and social reforms proved to be more than a passing caprice. The peasants had been stirred to thought and political activity. Their economic emancipation and social development had begun, and they would henceforth appear as a class whose rights and interests would demand attention. The spectre of socialism had stalked through the land. The labor question had been raised. The effects of the French Revolution of 1848 had been distinctly felt, and the political leaders who had been able to decipher the handwriting on the wall grew alarmed. The conservatives became reactionary and sought to save state and society from what they considered to be impending ruin by opposing every liberal idea. A.M. Sveigard, in the Storthing of 1851, went to almost ridiculous lengths in attempting to forestall the spread of radical ideas in even A.B. Stabell, and Morgan Bladet, of which he was the editor, now joined the conservative ranks. But the Liberals, headed by new leaders, formulated demands which even many of the old party of opposition refused to support, and the cleavage between the conservatives and Liberals, the right and the left, was widening. Johan Sverdup, the future Liberal leader, who had been elected with the aid of the labor element as representative from Larvik, now made his first appearance in the Storthing, and he soon attracted attention as the originator of many important reform measures. In encounters with the conservatives he showed great ability and presence of mind. Even his appearance, says Sars, his small but athletic and wiry frame, his black hair, his dark complexion, his quick movements, lively gesticulation, and somewhat theatrical pose gave him so completely the air of a foreigner, a stranger, that one would necessarily notice him. This striking appearance and southern temperament he had inherited from his French mother. It soon appeared that this strange-looking man, who spoke with rhetorical elegance and carried himself with the punctilious dignity of a grand seigneur, possessed a will-power, a fiery zeal, an energy and talent for organization which made him a peerless leader. Ever since his student days he had been an opponent of the bureaucratic tendencies and conservative ideas of the official classes. He was a stanch advocate of democratic principles and the rights of the people, and through reading in many languages he had acquired a broad culture and thorough familiarity with liberal political ideas. The name of no other Norwegian politician has been identified with so many important reform measures and great political questions, and no one has equaled him as a powerful parliamentary debater, says J. Loveland. He regarded the Storthing as the chief organ for the nation's political life, and no one has done so much to maintain dignity and discipline in that body, to elevate the deliberations, and to uphold its power and authority. Another liberal leader who appeared in this Storthing was F. G. Lurch, representative from Trondheim, a robust and jovial man of the earlier patriot type. It is true that the labor movement started by Thrain was vigorously opposed by nearly all the members of the Storthing. A petition presented by the Central Committee of the Labor Organization before it was destroyed by the arrest of its leaders, was turned down with the remark that some of the demands made were unreasonable, and some had already been granted in some other form. But the need of reform was nevertheless recognized, and some useful measures were passed. The still remaining tariff on grain was reduced by 1/2, and a law was made giving the husband better protection against undue oppression by the bonder. Many important liberal issues were raised. It was proposed to extend the right of suffrage, to introduce trial by jury, and to grant the ministry the right to participate in the deliberations of the Storthing. But the reactionary spirit was strong, and the liberal leaders did not yet possess sufficient influence to secure the passage of these important measures. A successful attempt, however, was made in 1854 to secure an equal distribution of military burdens, which had hitherto rested only on the rural districts. A law was passed establishing the principle of universal military service in conformity with the provisions of the Constitution, but the law was to such an extent a compromise measure that it was of little practical value, since a clause allowing the hiring of substitutes still made it possible for all but the poorer classes to escape military service. A law abolishing the very important office of Statholder, which made Norway appear like a Swedish province, was also passed, but failed to get royal sanction. A bill providing for the introduction of trial by jury, passed in 1857, suffered the same fate. The liberal opposition was yet in its teens, so weak that for some years it almost seemed to have disappeared, but in 1859 it began to show signs of new activity. Shortly after the opening of the session, reform for Renningen, A club consisting of representatives in the Storthing was organized with over 30 members. This was an attempt to organize a distinct liberal party whose platform should be yearly sessions of the Storthing, the maintaining of Norway's separate rights as a sovereign kingdom, opposition to the centralization of power, local self-government, trial by jury, and an independent development of the school system. The appearance of such an organization created the greatest excitement among the politicians. It was claimed to be a most wanton violation of good old usage, a revolutionary movement by which the liberal leaders Juland, Sverdup, and Jostein, the triumvirate, would fetter even the mind and conscience of the representatives. So bitter was the opposition that the leaders lost courage and disbanded the club. The French February Revolution and the subsequent uprisings throughout Europe was followed by a period of reaction and nervous dread of social and political radicalism. In Norway, this fear of revolutionary ideas was so increased by the alarm caused by Thrane's labor agitation that even Ludwig Quer da forsook his liberal and national patriotic views and became a political conservative and an ardent adherent of Pan-Scandinavianism. Reaction triumphed. The national and liberal issues were lost sight of, and the union with Sweden was lauded as the one great blessing. The Scandinavian sentiment, which was growing strong in Norway at this time, also strengthened the love for the union, and in 1854 the Union Day, November 4th, was celebrated in Christiania as a national holiday. To strengthen the bonds which it was thought would ultimately unite the three kingdoms, to protect the country against the spirit of revolution, which, like a dreaded spectre, made the conservative pillars of European society quake with fear, and to dream undisturbed the Pan-Scandinavian dream, became the chief desire of those who considered themselves the guardians of the nation's welfare. For the realization of this program, they began to organize a distinct conservative party whose political policy gave expression to this reactionary tendency. In opposition to the national issues which had been raised by the liberals, they desired to strengthen the power of the king and to so modify the Act of Union as to create a centralization of power which might serve as a protection against the growing influence of the common people. In 1839, the king had appointed a committee to examine the relations between the two kingdoms regarding the flag and other matters which were not satisfactory to the Norwegians. This committee requested that the scope of its work should be so enlarged that they might undertake a revision of the whole Act of Union. To this the Norwegian ministry consented, and the committee drafted in 1844 a new Act of Union containing no less than 150 articles. According to the Act of 1815, the union between Norway and Sweden was a compact between two wholly independent kingdoms, according to which the only common affairs were a joint sovereign and the joint action of both kingdoms in declaring war and making peace. According to the plan proposed in the draft of 1844, nearly all important interests, save distinctly local affairs, should be common. The principle in the document of 1815 was decentralization of power in the Union, perfect equality and equal sovereignty of the two kingdoms. The new plan proposed political amalgamation and the creation of a common government superior to the individual governments of the two realms. There should be a joint Minister of Foreign Affairs, responsible to a committee consisting of an equal number of Norwegian and Swedish members to be chosen by the national legislature of each country. 3 joint cabinets should be created, one for foreign affairs, one for military affairs, and one for joint matters. And a joint Congress should be established consisting of 12 members of the Norwegian Storthing and 12 members of the Swedish Riksdag, which should meet from time to time to deal with matters of common interest. The principle of full equality between the two realms should be maintained in all matters. This draft was submitted to the ministry, which examined the document and recommended the cancelling of several articles. Finally, in 1848, a joint session of the Swedish and Norwegian ministers recommended that the matter should be dropped for the time being. The Norwegians probably feared the consequences of so far-reaching a change, and the Swedes looked with disfavor upon the principle of full equality between the two kingdoms. This drastic measure had failed, but more moderate steps were taken in the direction of political amalgamation. Efforts were made to create a joint Swedish-Norwegian army. The Norwegian cadets were stationed at Stockholm, and Norwegian and Swedish troops were even mingled in large military maneuvers. Commissions were appointed to propose new laws for the regulation of trade and tariff between the two countries, and for carrying into execution in one kingdom decrees rendered in the courts of the other. These propositions were rejected by the Storthing, but the Conservatives viewed this policy of strengthening the union and centralizing the power of governments as the organic beginning of an articulation of civilized human society, which we regard as the task of the new age, as Professor Monrad expressed it. During this period of slight political activity, the attention was mainly turned to economic questions. The removal of monopolies and special privileges had facilitated development, and the interest in all phases of material progress was stimulated by modern inventions and also by the great expositions in London and Paris in 1851 and 1855. In 1845, Frederick Stang, a learned jurist who at the age of 25 had become lecturer of jurisprudence at the University of Christiania, was placed at the head of a new department of the Interior, a position in which he showed such initiative and energy that his term of office, 1845 to 1856, became a new era in Norway's economic development. This was not due wholly to Stang's own ability, as the circumstances were favorable and the time had come for a new advance in this field, but the services which he rendered his country as minister of the department were nevertheless of the greatest importance. An extensive system of excellent roads penetrating to all parts of the kingdom was now planned, and the work was carried on with vigor. Stang was also active in promoting the construction of the first Norwegian railway from Christiania to Eidsvold, for which provision had been made by the Storthing in 1851. In 1854 the road was opened for traffic. The first telegraph line was constructed from Fredrikstad to Mandal, and a law establishing uniform postage completed a series of reforms in the postal system. Much attention was especially devoted to the improvement of farming. Agricultural schools were founded, and a loan office was created where the farmers might secure loans at a low rate of interest. The fisheries received encouragement, new lighthouses were built, and state subsidies were paid to private steamship lines. The repeal of the English navigation laws in 1849 opened new fields of commerce, and foreign merchant vessels could carry on an unrestricted traffic with England and her colonies. Holland also removed all restrictions on commerce, and during the Crimean War, 1854 to 1856, Norwegian carrying trade was growing rapidly. In 6 years, from 1849 to 1856, the Norwegian merchant marine was increased by 900 vessels. The lumber trade was very profitable. The fisheries yielded good returns. Manufacturing was increasing, and the growing trade yielded large revenues to the government treasury. The rapid economic development was accompanied by a corresponding growth of population. According to the census of 1825, the population of Norway numbered 1,195,000. In 1845, it had increased to 1,328,000. In 1855, to 1,490,000, and in 1865 to 1,702,000. The specter of radical liberalism had vanished. Prosperity and the growing sympathy for the Union, fostered by the reactionary tendencies of the times, created a feeling of contentment among the upper conservative classes. Only the foreign relations still caused some anxiety. King Charles John had maintained throughout his reign very friendly relations with Russia, but the relations with that power grew very unfriendly in the reign of Oscar I. The ambitious Tsar Nicholas I sought to revive the policy of conquest of his predecessors and aimed to seize parts of northern Norway. From early times, the Norwegian Finns had driven their herds of reindeer into Russia in the winter, and in the summer the Russian Finns had crossed northern Norway with their flocks in order to reach the districts by the Arctic Ocean, where the gnats were less troublesome. These privileges were safeguarded by a special treaty, but the Russian government now made the demand that the Russian Finns should have the right to fish on the coast of Norway, and that a district by the Varangur Fjord should be ceded to them. When King Oscar I refused to grant this concession, the Tsar forbade the Norwegian Finns to enter Russia, and Sweden-Norway retaliated by prohibiting the Russian Finns from entering Norway. At the time of the Crimean War, King Oscar I formed an alliance with France and England, promising not to cede a foot of territory to Russia, and the two Western powers agreed to aid Norway and Sweden in case of need. King Oscar, who was devoted to the Scandinavian idea, desired a defensive alliance between the northern kingdoms and always remained a warm friend of Denmark. At the time of Denmark's first war with Prussia, 1848 to 1850, he stationed Swedish and Norwegian troops in northern Schleswig after an armistice had been arranged in 1849, and he did not withdraw them until the peace was signed at Berlin in 1850. In 1857, he even offered to form an alliance with Denmark in order to defend the Eider River as the southern Scandinavian boundary. As he had always been in delicate health, he was obliged in 1857 to hand the reins of government to his son, Crown Prince Charles, Viceroy of Norway, who was made regent with full royal authority. He lingered in a state of growing physical and mental weakness till 1859, when he passed away July 8th at the age of 60 years. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Charles XV, beginning of a new literary development. At the age of 33, Crown Prince Charles ascended the throne as King Charles XV of Sweden and Charles XIV of Norway. He was a man of fine physique, robust, jovial, talented, and very popular, resembling in many respects his grandfather, King Charles John. He shared his father's Pan-Scandinavian ideas and took great interest in military affairs. Even as regent, he had used his influence to further the organization of a joint system of defense for the Scandinavian peninsula and in uniting Norwegian and Swedish troops in great military maneuvers. The policy of political amalgamation and the strengthening of the union, which had found support in the Scandinavian sentiment and the reactionary spirit of the age, would naturally be continued by the new king, as such a policy, aided by the active sympathy of the conservative majority in the Storthing and supported by an energetic and popular ruler, might be expected to meet with unqualified success. But a new era of political and intellectual progress had already signaled its approach. A transition was coming which, in another decade or two, was to effect a thorough change in the political situation and produce a new and more patriotic public spirit. It soon became clear that the parties which had waged their first great fight under the leadership of Wergeland and Welhaven would again clash in a new struggle to be waged on a more extensive scale. The political activity of the Bonder and the late movement among the husband and laborers had roused these classes to interest and active participation in public affairs. Politically, the Bonder would ally themselves with the Liberals, and as they were intensely national in spirit, accustomed from time immemorial to defend their own rights and to adhere with tenacity to their freedom and native customs, they would naturally oppose a policy which aimed to strengthen the power of the king, to maintain the privileges of the upper classes, to weaken their own political influence, and to obliterate the features of Norwegian nationality by a system of amalgamation, aiming at the ultimate consolidation of the two kingdoms. The national spirit of the people was further stirred to intense activity by the new literary movement, which also this time played an essential part in the whole national development. In 1857, Bjørnsson published his Synnøve Solbakken, a beautiful idyll picturing the life and character of the Bonder. It is as charmingly free from all spirit of controversy as the dawn of a summer morn, but it was the beginning of a new development in Norwegian literature, and it is undoubtedly true, as Kerr Collin puts it, that it exerted an even greater influence on the political than on the literary life of the age. Hitherto the description of the country people had served only as literary ornament, as it had been the diversion of the Romanticists who loved to linger in the mystic twilight of the strange and unknown. But in Synnøve Solbakken, Bjørnsson made the Norwegian Bonder the center of literary interest. Throughout the centuries they had preserved their liberty, the traits and traditions of the nation. They were still its most typical representatives, and a literature which could depict their life and express properly their sentiments would be a Norwegian national literature in quite a new sense. Bjørnsson saw that a literature can reflect nothing more important than the life and character of the people for which it is produced, and he realized that hitherto Norwegian literature had dealt but sporadically and imperfectly with this central interest. His discovery proved to be a literary revolution, for he, of all poets, possessed the genius to express the people's thoughts and feelings in song and story. With dramatic realism he has pictured the customs and character of the country people among whom he was reared, and this classic portraiture of real life he has woven into a delicate framework of romantic nature painting, which gives even the most scarred and drawn features an almost youthful charm. The people could see themselves as in a mirror, and by discovering their own worth they gained new confidence in themselves and their native culture. No more powerful stimulus could be imparted to the awakening national sentiment. Other stories of the same kind appeared, as Arn, Englad Gut, Fisker Jenten, etc., and other masters followed Bjørnsson, until a new literature had been produced, not only for the Norwegian people, but about them. Henrik Ibsen had already approached the same subject from another side. In 1850, when only 22 years of age, he had published his first drama, Catalina, in which the dissatisfied and philosophizing youth represents the Roman conspirator as a liberalist and patriot. When he reached his full maturity, he hurled his thunderbolts at the sluggish indifference and romantic indolence of the Norwegian people in his great masterpieces, Brant and Peer Gynt, in which nature painting and character study has reached a never excelled degree of artistic perfection. Even before Ibsen and Bjørnsson had gained a reputation as poets, they had become prominent as leaders of a movement to create a national theatre. Hitherto Norway had been dependent on Denmark both for her actors and her dramatic literature. Through the efforts of Ole Bull, a theatre was built in Bergen in 1850, and the following year Ibsen was employed as stage manager. In Christiania, a national theatre was erected in 1851 to compete with the Christiania Theatre, which had a Danish director and which employed only Danish actors. But the rivalry with the older competitor became difficult for the new playhouse, and when the director of the Christiania Theatre continued to employ Danes, the students lost patience. When a new Danish actor was to appear, they assembled under the leadership of Bjørnsson to the number of 600 and started such a tumult that nothing like it had been heard since the Campbeller battle in the days of Wergeland. 2 days later, Bjørnsson wrote an article in Morgenbladet outlining the program and demands of the young patriots. A theatre in the capital, he says, is an outpost of nationalism against foreign supremacy. The capital witnesses the most severe clashes between that which is foreign and that which is our own. It has to wage an important fight. It has great responsibility and needs forces and vigilant sentinels. We have made rapid progress, but in regard to theatre we have until lately been a dependency. Our immortal Henrik Wergeland, who in this matter, as in many others, was far ahead of his time, spoke for the first time with great force and earnestness in behalf of a Norwegian theatre. We are grateful to the Danish artists, and we are not yet prepared to lose them. They do not oppose our nationality much, as they are acclimated, but new foreigners, always new ones, result not only in the destruction of what we are doing and have done, but it is an insult not against us alone, but against the power which is above us all, our country. Our beloved Henrik Wergeland should have seen an evening like that of last Tuesday. He would have rejoiced to have heard the storm of rough music which shook the old prejudices. In his time he was in the minority, the smallest possible, for he alone was the minority. Now he would have been in the majority, a large and powerful majority. We have progressed, possibly faster than he expected. Bjørnsson carried to a successful issue the fight for a Norwegian theatre in Christiania. Though he was at the time only 23 years of age, he showed even at this time the great qualities which soon placed him at the head of the liberal movement as its peerless leader, the greatest since the time of Henrik Wergeland. Professor Gerhard Gran describes him as follows: I've already mentioned that his literary works were weapons, implements in his battles and his work, but his great poetic genius endowed him also with other more direct auxiliaries for his work as ruler. His sovereign command of language enabled him to coin in the heat of the conflict sudden surprising pictures in which his thoughts shone before the eyes of his subjects, both sympathizers and opponents. Striking words flowed from his lips, entered irresistibly into the minds of the listeners, and chased around the country in search for new proselytes. The dramatic element in his nature turned the political campaigns under his leadership into exciting episodes, made the situation strained, and urged all lines of thought and action forward to a solution, a catastrophe. To this must still be added his great talent as an actor, the plastic art of speech, and the no less beautiful and commanding figure, the orchestra of a voice which had a chord for every sentiment, and which was trained to an art of elocution which never suffered in a modulation to escape. So endowed was this chieftain. Seldom have so many qualities of the leader been united in the same person, with a patriotism tender as love, a faith which could move mountains, a power of personality which overcame all obstacles, an intuition which penetrated into the future, a practical judgment, and an ability to act which was always ready to solve the nearest questions, a sense of justice which balanced all values, and shed over all a poetic genius which poured its radiance on all his works and spread its luster to many lands. Among the great leaders who made this age illustrious and created a new era of intellectual and social progress must also be mentioned Camilla Collett, Henrik Wergeland's gifted sister. She did not equal Ibsen or Bjørnsson in literary influence, but she was a gifted writer and an original thinker, and rose to special prominence as the founder of the women's rights movement in Norway. In her excellent novel, Amtemandens Døtre, she attacked the conventional view of marriage, which paid slight heed to woman's feelings and her rights as a personality, and regarded the marriage institution chiefly as a means of securing her daily bread. In her later works, Sidste Blad, Fra dem Stammes and Mode Stroman, she discussed women's rights in all relations of life. Her works were battle signals which roused the women of Norway, freed them from the old prejudices, and called them into a field of widened activity as a distinct force in the new intellectual and social progress. These movements in various fields emanated from a vigorous national spirit which attempted to realize its ideals and sought to rear a social structure conforming to its needs. The great liberal national movement in Norway in the 19th century was not a political struggle alone, but a distinct attempt of the nation's genius to reassert itself after centuries of partial inactivity and foreign tutelage. The Norwegian Historical School, the collection and study of folk tales, art, and traditions of the past, the Landsmal movement, the realistic literary school, and finally the organization of a liberal political party which overcame all reactionary opposition and maintained Norway's rights to lead her own free and sovereign existence, are phases of a development in which all vital forces of the nation were concentrated. The great political struggle grew out of the attempt of the Bernadotte kings to rule Norway as a dependency, but the vigor and determination with which the struggle was waged was wholly due to the spirit of liberty and progress created by the new national development. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2 by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. New political struggles, proposed revision of the Act of Union. Through the revision of the Eidsvold Constitution by the extra session of the Storthing in 1814, the king was given the right to appoint a Statholder for Norway, but this institution was very unpopular, and efforts were soon made to abolish it. In 1818, a bill was introduced in the Storthing for this purpose, but it received no support. The attempt was renewed in 1848 and 1854. In 1854, the measure was passed, but it was promptly vetoed by the king. When Charles XV ascended the throne in 1859, he resolved to sanction the bill, which had again been introduced in the Storthing. He gave the representatives to understand that if the measure was adopted, it would receive his sanction, and the bill was passed by an almost unanimous vote. This dowry to the Norwegian people the king had undoubtedly intended as a token of his goodwill, which should serve to strengthen still further the sympathy of the Norwegian conservatives for a closer union between the two kingdoms. After Levenskiold had resigned in 1855, the office remained vacant and lost all real importance. Birch Reichenwald, who in 1858 succeeded Vogt as the leading man in the ministry, favored the amalgamation policy, and everything seemed to augur well for the attempt to draw the two realms into closer union. But the sentiments in Sweden was not so friendly as the Scandinavian movement seemed to indicate. It had become evident to all that the union with Norway did not constitute a compensation for Finland in a manner compatible with Swedish interests, and the attempts hitherto made to modify the terms of the union had proved unavailing. On November 2, 1859, Ankarsvärd introduced a measure in the Swedish Riksdag in which he launched forth into a philippic against the existing form of union, and proposed that it should be so modified as to be more satisfactory to both peoples. His motion was applauded and supported by the Swedish press, and when it was learned that the Storthing had passed a bill to abolish the office of Statholder, the feeling grew intensely hostile. It was clear that Norway would yield to no demand for Swedish overlordship based on the Treaty of Kiel, and the move of the Storthing was regarded by some as rebellion. In the Riksdag, Dahlman introduced a motion declaring the article in the Norwegian constitution regarding the office of Statholder to be a part of the Union Compact, which could not be altered without the consent of Sweden. This view was undoubtedly erroneous, as the terms of union had been embodied in another document, and as a sovereign and independent nation unquestionably possesses the right to amend its constitution without asking the consent of another power. But both Ankarsvard's and Dahlman's motions were adopted by the Riksdag. It was also decided to undertake a revision of the Act of Union, evidently for the purpose of creating a Swedish supremacy over Norway, and the question of Norwegian stadtholder was to be regarded as a union affair. To the latter proposition no Norwegian ministry could agree, as it would establish Swedish authority over the Norwegian constitution, but the king was intimidated by the hostile attitude of the Swedish leaders, and as the Swedish ministry threatened to resign unless he accepted their view, he finally refused to sanction the measure passed by the Storthing. That Sweden had won a victory in a purely Norwegian affair was evident, and the episode did not tend to increase the Norwegian people's love for the Union. The Norwegian press maintained on the whole a very calm tone in discussing the matter, but that deep resentment had been aroused by this unexpected manifestation of anti-Norwegian feeling in Sweden was clearly apparent. In the Storthing, a committee of 15, which was appointed to consider the situation, drafted an address to the king, stating clearly and forcibly the right of the Norwegian people to exercise full control over their constitution. The first part of the document, written by Sveigard, closes with these words: "Against the claims advanced by the Swedish estates that the measure abolishing the office of stadtholder should be treated as a matter with which Sweden is concerned, the Storthing hereby submits to your Majesty their respectful protest." The second part of the address, written by Eil, states that a revision of the Act of Union cannot be undertaken by the Norwegians on any other basis than that of full equality between the two kingdoms and the right of each nation to manage its own affairs in all matters not specifically designated as common interests. The third part, written by Johan Sverdup, is an eloquent appeal to the king, closing with the statement that it would be the duty of His Majesty and the new session of the Storthing to bring the question of the office of stadtholder to a successful issue. After being carefully considered, the address was passed by the Storthing in the night of April 23, 1860, as a solemn protest against the attempt of the sister kingdom to impair the sovereign right of Norway. In conformity with this address, the Norwegian ministry refused to agree to the proposed revision. But the following year, the Swedish Minister of Justice, de Geer, submitted to the combined Swedish-Norwegian ministry a proposal that the revision of the Act of Union should be undertaken according to the motions of Ankarsvard and Dahlman, passed by the Riksdag. The principle of equality between the two kingdoms should be maintained, he said, but this should not be an absolute but a relative equality. The share of each kingdom in the common government should be made proportionate to the amount contributed by each toward the defraying of joint public expenses, and the joint legislative assembly should consist of representatives from each kingdom in proportion to the population. Sweden would demand to be regarded as primus inter pares in all matters in which the principle of equality could not be maintained. The resolution passed by the Storthing that no Norwegian who loved his country and his honor could agree to a revision of the Act of Union on any basis save that of Norway's absolute equality with Sweden was disregarded, and the Norwegian government was invited to join in the work of revision as if nothing had been said. The Norwegian ministry unanimously refused to accede to the request, but disagreement arose over certain expressions in their report, and Birch Reichenwald and 2 of his colleagues resigned. The ministry was then reorganized with Frederick Stang as its real head, and the new ministry assumed a different attitude to the question of revision. After Birch Reichenwald's resignation and before Stang had taken his seat in the new ministry, the report was finally purged of the disputed expressions and submitted to the king February 18, 1862. Point by point it controverted the reasons for revision assigned by the Swedish ministers. It reiterated the opinion of the Storthing expressed in the address of 1860 and declared that the Norwegians could not agree to the proposed revision. De Geer sought to refute the points in the report by reasserting the principle which had already been declared, but he would not urge the revision at that moment on account of the prevailing sentiment in Norway. He declared, however, that he favored revision, and he expressed the hope that the matter was only postponed and that the time would soon come when the revision could be carried out. A formal declaration was added, stating that the king desired the revision to be undertaken at a more opportune time, and that it should be carried out without any obstruction from previously announced principles. It was long thought that De Geer was the author of this declaration, but he has stated in his memoirs that the author was Stang himself. From this circumstance it is clear that the Norwegian ministry had already consented to a revision, but this could not be undertaken while the resolution which had been passed in the Storthing was still in force. An attempt was therefore made to secure the repeal of this resolution, but the Constitutional Committee, to which the matter was referred, did not agree. A compromise measure was adopted which, though very vague, was interpreted to mean that a revision might be undertaken whenever the king should find the moment opportune, but the principle of full equality between the two kingdoms should be adhered to. The new Constitutional Committee, to which the work of revision was to be entrusted, was appointed February 6, 1865, and consisted of 7 Norwegian and 7 Swedish members. During these strange political maneuvers by which Sweden had succeeded in forcing through a measure wholly repugnant to the Norwegian people, the liberal leaders had made no protest. J. E. Sars says that this strange silence was due to a desire to secure the passage of some measures which they regarded as especially important. These measures were the introduction of the jury system, and especially the question of yearly sessions of the Storthing, about which Sverdup said, "Let us all unite in working for yearly sessions of the Storthing. This is the greatest service we can show our country. All other things are only palliatives." Both the king and the ministry seemed favorably inclined to these reforms, but neither one was passed at this time. The Norwegian members of the Constitutional Committee were O.V. Lang, G.P. Harbitz, Invot, E. Saxlund, N.K. Ergens, T.H. Aschug, and O.G. Uland. The first 2 soon withdrew, and K. Plateau and H. The Meinik were appointed in their place. The committee was instructed to agree to no changes in the Act of Union, except such as might improve that document in minor details. But the amalgamation policy of the Stang ministry and the influence of Morgan Bladet, whose gifted editor Kerr Friel was Stang's personal friend and supporter, made them yield to a general revision. Such a step was favored by the conservative spirit and desire for centralization of power represented by Stang and his colleagues, and also by the Scandinavian sentiment, which at this time was very strong. The Pan-Scandinavian ideas had been stated in very vague terms, and even the leaders of the movement could probably not have defined their real aim. The enthusiastic talk about a united North proved to be little more than a sentiment which could not be reduced to anything so prosaic as a distinct purpose. The feeling that the 3 nations are in reality one people had been appealed to, and it was thought that it constituted a bond of union so strong that it would ensure cooperation in case either should be attacked by a foreign foe. Beyond this purely theoretical stage, Scandinavianism never advanced. The thought was beautiful, but it proved to be too purely poetic to be of much practical value in time of great emergencies. When the Schleswig-Holstein question threatened to embroil Denmark in war with Austria and Prussia, the sympathy for the sister state grew very intense both in Norway and Sweden. King Charles XV conferred with Frederick VII of Denmark, and negotiations were carried on between the three realms with the aim of creating a defensive alliance for defending the Eider as the southern border of Denmark. The plan was opposed by leading cabinet members both in Sweden and Norway. The Swedish Minister of Finance, John August Gripenstedt, showed the king how dangerous it would be to engage in war with Germany merely for the sake of a vague sentiment, and pointed to Charles XII and Gustavus IV as examples. Sigbern, Norwegian Minister of State in Stockholm, and Stang, head of the Norwegian ministry, were also opposed to an alliance with Denmark unless the cooperation of the great powers was assured. An earnest appeal was addressed to England, France, and Russia to aid Denmark, but as no encouraging answer was returned, Charles V was forced to abandon the plan of an alliance with Denmark. King Frederick VII died shortly afterwards, and his successor, Christian IX, signed the new constitution for Denmark-Schleswig, a step which immediately led to war with the two German powers, Austria and Prussia, who refused to allow the Duchy of Schleswig to be incorporated in the Danish kingdom. A German army entered Holstein, and in February Prussian and Austrian troops crossed the Eider. This brought matters to such a crisis that it appeared as if Norway and Sweden would be involved in the war. The Swedish Riksdag placed 3 million riksdaler at the disposal of the government to place the army on war footing, and the Storthing passed a bill submitted by the government empowering the king to use the army and navy of Norway in defense of Denmark. Attached to this measure, however, were the conditions that in case of an alliance with Denmark, the forces used for its defense would have to approximate those of the enemy in strength, and Norway's extensive commerce would have to be protected. These conditions were so exacting that they almost voided the measure itself. Some preparations were made, and a Norwegian-Swedish squadron cruised in the Baltic, but no alliance was concluded, and Denmark was left to her fate. Neither the Norwegian nor the Swedish ministry would assume the responsibility for a war, and the Storthing passed a declaration that the majority of the Norwegian people did not desire closer political relations with Denmark. This gave the political Pan-Scandinavianism its death blow. Denmark was soon compelled to yield, and Lauenburg, Holstein, and Schleswig were ceded to the German allies. The Scandinavian sentiment still continued to live, and Scandinavian societies were organized in all three kingdoms, but when the Norwegian Storthing in 1871 refused to agree to the proposed revision of the Act of Union, political Scandinavianism vanished. Before the close of King Charles's reign, the societies had disappeared, and Pan-Scandinavianism as a distinct movement was dead. The fate of Denmark in 1864 was a new illustration of the dangers to which the smaller states are always exposed, and though the Pan-Scandinavian idea had been rudely shattered, it is evident that the need of closer cooperation was keenly felt both in Norway and Sweden at the time. The revision committee, which labored under the influence of this sentiment, was finally able to submit a draft of a new Act of Union in 1867. Instead of the confederation of two independent kingdoms established in 1815, the new document proposed a federal union in which Sweden should have predominance. The king should reside permanently in Stockholm, and the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs should have charge of the foreign affairs of both countries. The number of matters to be regarded as union affairs was also to be greatly increased in both countries. This would have turned the development into paths leading to ultimate consolidation of the two realms, and leading men in Sweden hoped that a union parliament could soon be established if this act was adopted. In 1869, the measure was proposed to the Storthing as a government bill to be taken up for consideration at the next session. The measure seemed to have the best chance of being passed. Julin, the great leader of the Bonder, was a member of the committee which had framed it, and the other leader of the Bonder, Jabek, who since 1865 had been actively engaged in organizing societies among his followers, the Bondtiden Foreninger, and who was chiefly interested in the question of an economic administration, advised his friends to have nothing to do with this measure, as it was higher politics with which they were not concerned. There seemed to be a real danger that Norway's independence might be destroyed, but the proposed bill became an issue which called into active opposition the ablest leaders and served to hasten the organization of the great Liberal party, the left Venstre. Bernard Duncker assailed the proposed act in his work Om Revision of Foreningsakten mellom Sverige og Norge, second part, 1868, and Norske Folkeblad and Dagbladet joined in the attack. T.H. Asche Hogg, who had been a member of the committee, sought to defend the measure, but the opposition was rapidly growing. In the debates in the Storting, Kettle Matsfeldt and Johan Sverdup led the attack, and the measure was defeated by a vote of 92 to 17, 1871. Repeated failures had shown that the character of the Union could not be changed, and the attempt to revise the Act of Union was not renewed. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Important reform measures passed in the reign of Charles XV, the rise of the Liberal or Venstre party. Though the questions regarding the office of Statholder and the revision of the Act of Union had raised issues which for many years attracted the chief attention of the lawgivers, many important measures were passed which contributed to general progress. In 1860, a new school law was passed based on recommendations submitted by Hartvig Nissen, by which a public school system was created for the kingdom. All herods and parishes should be divided into school districts, and compulsory school attendance was established for all children between 8 and 14 years of age. In all districts where the homesteads were so situated that 30 pupils could attend daily, permanent schools should be erected, and in districts where this was not the case, instruction should be given in their homes by itinerant teachers. A new regulation was also made regarding the relative number of representatives from rural and urban districts. The Constitution provides that the country districts should elect 2/3 and the cities only 1/3 of the total number of representatives to the Storting, but because of prevailing rules of election, this ratio had not been maintained. In 1857, the cities secured 44 and the rural communities only 67 seats. In 1860, a bill introduced by Sveigard was passed establishing in practice the provisions of the Constitution. The country districts were given 74 representatives and the cities only 37. This tended to strengthen the opposition party and gave the Bonder increased political influence. A royal commission was appointed to examine the jury system, but the bill finally submitted providing for its introduction was defeated in the Lagthing, and the matter was allowed to rest. Attempts were also made by the standing ministry to improve the military organization, and many bills were introduced for this purpose. A new military code was adopted in 1866. In the same year, a new law for the regulation of the military service was passed, but the majority in the Storting was opposed to a new army organization. The management of Army and Navy was so severely criticized that the heads of those departments, General Storm Wergeland and W. Hafner, resigned. The opposition was rapidly growing. Jabek continued with great success to organize societies among the Bonder. The Bandevenforeninger and his paper Folketidende became the most widely circulated newspaper in the country. His clamor for public economy found general support in the rural districts, and as he resisted every measure which he feared might tend to increase the burdens of the rural population, he was able to prevent additional military appropriations. The ministry were also opposed by the Liberals, who desired reforms of various kinds, and who were dissatisfied with its bureaucratic tendencies and the position which it had taken on the revision question. The different groups had their own organs. The Folketidende of Jabek and his adherents had found a still more influential successor in Verdens Gang, edited by O. Thomasson. The organ of the Liberals was Dagbladet, edited by H. E. Berner, and the leading conservative papers were Morgenbladet, edited by Ker Friel, and Aftenposten, edited by A. Skibsted. It had become the aim of the liberal leader Johan Sverdup to introduce the parliamentary system and to lodge the supreme power in the Storthing. His slogan was, "All power is to be united in this assembly." "It is especially necessary," he said, "to make the framework of our government as perfect for the future as possible. This work cannot stop if our political life is to be a blessing for our country. So long as the opposition forces were divided into distinct factions, more or less unwilling to cooperate, the Storthing could not be strong, and Sverdrup's first aim was to unite the opposition groups into a large liberal party." He won Jabek to his side, and the consummation of the work was hastened by the revival of the issue of yearly sessions of the Storthing, which had first been raised in 1857. Bills for establishing this reform had been repeatedly introduced, but they had not been passed, as it was feared that it would lead to the introduction of the parliamentary system. When the measure was again brought before the Storthing in 1869, A.M. Sveigard, who in 1866 had voted for the bill, arose and declared that he would now vote against it. He was one of the most honored and influential leaders, and his opinion had great weight, but Sverdrup waged the fight for the measure with great skill. It will be regarded as one of the greatest triumphs which has ever been won on the path of progress in this country, he declared. The bill was passed with 81 against 30 votes. Sverdrup was the hero of the hour, says Loveland. When he stepped into the street, he was greeted with cheers by the populace. A liberal majority had been created, the party of the left, Venstre, and Sverdrup had become its leader. When Uhland and Sveigard died in 1870, Frederick Stang alone remained of the older leaders, and as head of the conservative forces he was to wage a long and losing fight against his doughty antagonist. Yearly sessions of the Storthing and the existence of the Liberal Party made it possible to approach other issues with greater chance of settling them according to the will of the people. The question regarding the participation of the cabinet in the deliberations of the Storthing had been an issue ever since Christian Magnus Falsen, in 1821, submitted a bill for amending the Constitution on that point. In 1824 his bill had been laid on the table even without discussion, and repeated attempts to pass the measure had proven unsuccessful. A bill embodying this reform, introduced by P.K. Garter, was passed in 1851 by a large majority, but it was vetoed by the king, and later efforts in behalf of the measure had failed. In 1869 this reform was again proposed in a bill introduced by C. Motzfeldt. It was moved to for consideration in 1872, and an intense struggle between conservatives and liberals was precipitated. In his famous speech on the measure, Sverdrup urged with great force the necessity of introducing the parliamentary system. This measure has become a necessary corollary to the constitutional provision establishing yearly sessions of the Storthing, through which a new political system is necessarily established in our country, he declared. It is necessary for both branches of the government, for the Storthing no less than for the ministry. The responsibility of the ministers will follow as a natural consequence when the ministers are obliged to answer for their own acts and those of their colleagues whenever it is demanded. The leader of the Conservatives in the Storthing, Professor T.H. Aschenhag, maintained that the measure involved the introduction of the parliamentary system like that of England, and that this might lead to a tyrannous rule by the majority against which other countries had found it necessary to provide safeguards in the form of an upper house which could protect the minority. A hostile attitude between the ministry, led by Frederick Stang, and the liberal majority of the Storthing, led by Sverdrup, soon developed. It became evident that a struggle had begun which would decide whether the Storthing or the Crown should exercise the highest authority. The provision of the Constitution on this vital point would be put to the severest test. The bill was passed March 9th with a majority of 80 against 29 votes, but Stang and a majority of his colleagues in the ministry advised the king to veto it. Two of the ministers who favored the measure, O.J. Brock and N.K. Ergens, resigned. The veto caused great excitement and increased the growing tension between the Storthing and the ministry. An address to the king was adopted in which the Storthing expressed its lack of confidence in the staying ministry and gave utterance to the surprise and disappointment caused by the veto. As a result, the ministers expressed their willingness to resign, but when the king stated that he saw no reason why he should change advisers, they remained in office, showing that they regarded themselves as responsible to the king and not to the Storthing. Only Rittervold, Minister of Ecclesiastical Affairs, retired. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oscar II, the office of Statholder abolished, the veto question. King Charles XV was a strong man, but his health had been impaired, and on returning from the baths of Aix-la-Chapelle, where he had sought relief, he died at Malmö, September 18, 1872, at the age of 46. As he left no male heir, his brother Oscar Frederick, Duke of Östergötland, succeeded him on the throne as Oscar II. It was the aim of the new king to secure settlement of the Union question and to bring about a better understanding between the Norwegian ministry and the Storthing. The question regarding the office of Statholder had been repeatedly brought up. In 1873 a bill was again passed abolishing the office and creating instead that of Minister of State for Norway, who should be the recognized head of the Norwegian ministry, a real prime minister. The king sanctioned the measure, and Frederick Stang, who was already the leader of the Norwegian ministry, was appointed to the new office. The issue regarding the participation of the ministers in the deliberations of the Storthing was still pending, and as King Oscar retained the Stang ministry, there was no prospect of more friendly relations between the two parties in Norway. The election of 1874 became a real trial of strength between conservatives and liberals. The Liberal Party secured a majority in the Storthing, and a bill providing for the seating of the ministers was passed by a vote of 74 to 35. The measure was again vetoed, but it had now been passed twice, though not in a strictly unaltered form, as the word Stadministeren was changed to Stadministeren because of the creation of the new office of Minister of State for Norway. In the elections of 1877, the Liberals were again victorious, and the bill was passed a second time in an unchanged form with increased majority, but it was promptly vetoed as before. The political campaigns grew more intensely bitter, and the leaders of both parties did their utmost to rally their adherents. The leading conservative organ, Morgenbladet, was predicting a change in the situation. The Bonder, it was claimed, were awakening to see that Sverdup was guiding them along paths leading to a republic and socialism. They would soon turn and support the Conservative Party. But the election of 1880 resulted in a new victory for the Liberals, and the bill for seating the ministers was passed a third time, with 93 votes against 20. Since the moderates and even some of the conservatives joined the Liberals in voting for the measure, it was evident that the reform was supported by a general public sentiment. But the Stang ministry, which paid no heed to the will of the people, again caused the bill to be vetoed. The same day that the veto was announced to the Storthing, the president, Johan Sverdup, submitted a resolution that since the measure had been passed in an unchanged form by 3 separate Storthings, it should be declared law without the king's sanction, and that it should be sent to the ministry to be proclaimed as law in the manner prescribed for constitutional amendments. The resolution was passed June 9th by a large majority, but this only precipitated a new issue regarding the extent of the king's veto power. The Constitution provides that a bill passed in an unchanged form by 3 successively elected Storthings becomes a law without the king's signature, but this measure was a constitutional amendment, and the Constitution did not explicitly state that such a measure could become law without royal sanction. To the resolution passed by the Storthing on June 9th, the ministry returned the answer that since the bill had not been sanctioned and had therefore not become a part of the Constitution, it could not be proclaimed as such. The question regarding the king's veto power in cases of constitutional amendments had been answered in different ways by the best authorities. The Constitutional Committee of 1824, with the learned jurist Krogh as chairman, had expressed the opinion that the king must be regarded as possessing absolute veto in cases of constitutional amendments. And in an address to the king of the same year, the Storthing itself had expressed the same view, saying, "The national legislature admits that your royal majesty possesses an absolute veto in cases of amendments to the Constitution." But Jonas Anton Hjelm held that the king had no such power. Uhland and Sverdup were of the same opinion, and Stang, in his work on the Constitution, Systematisk Fremstilling of Kongeriget Norges Constitutionelle eller Grundlovsbestemte Ret, 1833, held that in constitutional amendments, as in case of other bills, the king had only a suspensive veto. The king requested the faculty of the Department of Law of the University of Christiania to submit an opinion on the veto question, and with only one member dissenting, they stated that according to their understanding of the Constitution, it could not be amended without the king's sanction. But, after all had been said, the fact remained that the framers of the Constitution had failed to state what the power of the king should be in the given instance. The best jurists stood divided, some claiming that he had no veto power, as none had been specifically granted him, others inferring that he had absolute veto. Under these circumstances, the view taken by Stang, that he had a suspensive veto, as in the case of all other bills, might have been accepted, as J.E. Sars suggests, as a fair compromise. When the ministry refused to accept this view of the situation and assumed an uncompromising attitude in favor of absolute veto, a deadlock was created which could only be broken by the defeat either of the Storthing or the ministry, and the ultimate triumph of the one or the other of the more extreme views. The resolution of June 9th had scarcely been expected by Stang. He realized that a determined struggle would be waged by the Storthing, and as he was getting old and feared the consequences of the impending conflict, he resigned. He was a highly gifted man, and in his long public career he had rendered his country eminent service as a professor of jurisprudence, as lawyer, and especially as head of the Department of the Interior. But he was not a great statesman. He was in spirit a bureaucrat who loved to be shown implicit obedience. His legal learning made him look at all questions from a jurist's point of view, and under the influence of his conservative friends he had developed, as Minister of State, a decidedly reactionary policy. He retired from office with all outward show of honor, says Sars. The king expressed his appreciation of the valuable services which he had rendered his country and his sovereign, but these and other honors shown him could not conceal from his own contemporaries or from posterity the fact that he retired from office as a defeated man, whose political policy had miscarried because it rested on erroneous premises. After Stang's retirement, a new ministry was formed by C.A. Selmer, who had been representative in the Storthing and member of the Stang ministry. Hitherto he had not been conspicuous as a political leader, his only special qualification being his stanch adherence to the policy of Stang and Morgan Bladet, who considered it to be the chief object of the cabinet to defend the royal prerogatives. The position taken by the Storthing was enthusiastically supported by a great majority of the people. A few days after the resolution of June 9th had been passed, many thousands marched to Sverdrup's residence and thanked him for his great service. Throughout the country, the representatives who had voted for the resolution received a joyous welcome and were lauded by the press and at public political meetings. The 9th of June became for a time a national holiday. Instead of attempting to allay the controversy between ministry and Storthing, Selmer pursued a narrow bureaucratic policy which only aggravated the situation. In 1878, a bill was passed transferring the power of appointing lensmænd from the Amtmand to the Herredstør, a very timely and useful reform, but the measure was vetoed. Other controversies also arose, which served to increase the hostility between ministry and Storthing. In 1880, the Storthing instructed the Committee on Military Affairs to prepare a plan for a new army organization to be submitted to the next session, but the ministry claimed that committees of the Storthing could not continue their work between sessions and refused to pay the allowances granted the members. In 1868 to 1869, a commission had been appointed to propose plans for the extension of the suffrage, but when a bill was finally passed in 1881, proposing to restrict male suffrage only by a slight property qualification, the measure was vetoed. The following year, an appropriation bill was passed granting financial aid to the Folkeverningssamlag, or Skidderlag, a national organization of rifle clubs aiming at training the people in the use of firearms. But also this measure was vetoed, as it was feared that the rifle clubs organized for the purpose of strengthening the national defense were the beginning of a parliamentary army created for the sake of supporting the Storthing in case of emergency. A bill providing for a central railway commission, 6 members of which should be appointed by the Storthing, was sanctioned in part, but the last clause describing in what manner the members should be chosen was vetoed. It was evident that the dictatorial attitude of the ministry, if allowed to pass unchallenged, would destroy the prestige and impair the power of the Storthing. Not only had the ministers undertaken to settle by their own fiat the mooted question of the king's veto power in cases of constitutional amendments, but the veto had been extended even to bills of appropriation, and had been used in a way which would make the crown the supreme power in all affairs of government. Instead of being the servants of the people, carrying out the behests of the national legislature, the ministry had become the representatives of the king, who regarded the will of the people as a hostile force which had to be checked and curbed in order that the royal prerogatives might be preserved. If a system should be allowed to develop, under which the executive department should arrogate to itself the power of successfully resisting the will of the people, expressed by its chosen representatives, the principle of democratic government would be destroyed. The royal prerogatives, which might constantly be enlarged by inference and cabinet interpretation, would be elevated to the dignity of a constitution, which in doubtful cases would be given the preference over the written fundamental law. Progress was hindered and the efficiency of the administration greatly reduced by the continual rivalry between the executive and legislative departments. True development would demand that the king and the ministry should cease to stand in opposition to the people, that the executive and administrative department should become the organ not of the will of the ruler, but of the sovereign will of the people, in harmony with the Constitution. By vesting in the Storthing the power of impeachment, which might be used against any minister who pursued a course deemed to be inimical to the interest of the country, the men of Eidsvold had placed in the hands of the people a weapon which had already been used on several occasions against recalcitrant members of the cabinet. This sword might again have to be used to sever the Gordian knot, but before resorting to so drastic a measure, the leaders of the Liberal party would place the issue before the country at the next election, 1882. The king arrived in Christiania, and in a speech from the throne he openly censured the Storthing for its attitude on the veto question. The excitement throughout the country grew very intense, and the campaign became one of the stormiest ever witnessed in Norway. The Liberal leaders, Johan, Sverdup, Johannes Steen, Bjørnsson, and other able speakers urged the people to rally to the defense of their political rights and to support the resolution of June 9th. As the suffrage was restricted to landowners, many who, on this account, were disfranchised, secured the rights to vote by acquiring title to marshy and otherwise useless land. By the Conservatives they were called, in derision, faggot voters. Mermend. The Liberals won a decisive victory, returning 83 members to the Storthing, while the Conservatives secured only 31 seats. But even after this overwhelming defeat, the ministry showed no inclination to resign. Impeachment was therefore the sole remaining constitutional remedy to which the Storthing could resort. The precaution was taken to choose only Liberals to the Lagthing, and on March 30, 1883, a measure was introduced in the Odelsthing instituting impeachment proceedings against the members of the cabinet for having advised the king to veto a bill passed by 3 Storthings and for refusing to promulgate the bill as law upon the request of the Storthing. As the Constitution provides that the king is blameless and that all responsibility falls upon his ministers, they alone could be called to account. An attempt to negotiate, to compromise between the ministry and the leaders of the majority in the Storthing failed. The Conservatives were unwilling to agree to the retirement of the ministry, and demanded that the Liberals should concede nearly every point in the controversy, among other things that they should accept the theory of the king's absolute veto. Such a demand left no room for compromise, and the bill of impeachment was passed with 53 votes against 32, April 23, 1883. The impeachment proceedings began May 18th before the Rigsret, a tribunal consisting of 38 members, that is, 9 judges of the High Court of Justice, and the members of the Lagthing, numbering 29. The accused used their right to challenge and dismiss 1/3 of the members. The remaining 26 conducted the trial, which lasted till February 18, 1884. All the ministers were found guilty. The Minister of State, J.A. Selmer, was dismissed from office and had to pay the cost of the trial. His associates Vogt, Holmboe, Hellesen, Jensen, Munthe, and Bachte were dismissed from office. Johansen, who in 1880 had opposed the veto of the measure in question, and Kerr, Sveigard, and Hertzberg, who had become members of the ministry after the measure was vetoed, escaped with a fine. For some time after the decree had been rendered, the greatest excitement prevailed, as it was rumored that the king would disregard the decision of the court. In the London Pall Mall Gazette, a correspondent writes, October 10, 1883, rumors have reached England that the decision of the tribunal now engaged in trying the Norwegian ministry, in case the verdict should be the dismissal of the ministers from their office, will be set aside or disregarded, and that the king will express his confidence in the ministers and retain them in his council, or that he may even appoint a new conservative ministry. But surely this, in a constitutional country, is the first step towards revolution, and I cannot believe the executive entertains such treasonable designs. This court is unquestionably a national tribunal, and the judgment there expressed is the will of the people, which history teaches us it is not well to tamper with. A coup d'état on the part of the king has also been spoken of, and more than once recommended by the conservative papers in the country. It is surely too late in the day for any constitutional king to think of forcing an absolute veto, which is now really the bone of contention upon his people, at the point of the bayonet, and if the Norwegians do not belie their traditions, there seems but little chance of success for the king if he were to attempt to thwart the national will by force of arms. The Norwegian people, who in 1814 took the bold and resolute step of standing up for their liberty and declaring themselves a free and independent nation, may in the present year of grace, or whenever occasion demands it, prove themselves as valiant as their forefathers to defend their liberty. All these reports circulated about a rupture with Sweden, the object of the majority in the Storthing to establish the Republic, and about civil war may be entirely overlooked. The anxiety displayed by the conservative press of the country at the prospect of a change of the ministry is almost amusing to Englishmen, who have become pretty accustomed to such political vicissitudes. These reactionary organs predict the ruin of the country if the Liberals were to win the day, and the country be blessed with a ministry who would work in harmony and good earnest with the people's representatives. If the Norwegian people will have a Liberal ministry, let the king by all means appoint such a one. Surely the well-known, honourable, and sedate character of the Norwegians is more than sufficient guarantee that the welfare and the liberty of the country will be as zealously guarded in such an event as by any conservative ministry. Many strange acts on the part of the government increased the excitement and gave further support to the belief that the decision of the Court of Impeachment would not be respected. It became known that Selmer had presided as Minister of State after the decision of the court had been rendered. It was rumored that loaded cannons were mounted on the fortress of Akerhus, and that the army rifles belonging to the national troops in many places had been rendered useless for fear, as it was said, of a rebellious uprising. But this nervous alarm was finally allayed when, on March the 11th, the king dismissed Selmer in obedience to the decision rendered by the court. The Storthing had won the battle. Its supreme authority could no longer be questioned, nor could it be doubted that the parliamentary system, according to which the cabinet must cooperate with the majority in the legislative assembly or retire, would henceforth be carried out in practice. The king, it is true, did not recognize this principle, and appointed a new conservative ministry headed by Emil Stang, leader of the Conservative Party. But the Storthing continued to follow up its victory. The bill regarding the appointment of lensmen, which had been vetoed in 1878 and 1881, was passed a third time. The Minister of the War Department, Dahl, and his successor, Month, were summoned before the Storthing to explain the strange occurrences in their department at the time of the trial of Selmer and his colleagues. The Liberal majority demanded of the new ministry that they should promulgate as law the bill regarding the seating of the ministers according to the resolution of June 9th, and that the decision of the Court of Impeachment should be accepted in all its parts. If this was not done, impeachment proceedings would immediately be instituted against them. The Stang ministry, finding that they could not resist the majority in the Storthing, resigned. The king now requested O.J. Brock to form a coalition ministry, but this attempt failed, and he advised the king to entrust the task of forming a new ministry to the Liberal leader Johan Sverdup. A compromise was agreed upon, and Sverdup formed a Liberal ministry which quickly settled the pending issues. The appropriations to the rifle clubs were sanctioned, so also the bill providing for a change in the method of appointing lensmen. The bill providing for a Central Railway Commission was also signed without any modification. But with regard to the bill providing for the seating of the ministers, which involved the question of the king's veto power, a compromise was arranged. The measure should again be introduced in the Storthing, with the additional clause providing that members of the cabinet should be made eligible to the Storthing from districts in which they do not reside. The bill was introduced by Levius Smith and was promptly passed and sanctioned. On July 2, 1884, the Sverdrup ministry took their seats in the Storthing and were bidden welcome by President Johannes Steen. The parliamentary principle had been formally recognized. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Further development of the Norwegian literary and cultural renaissance. The great political struggles stirred the Norwegian people to intense thoughts and feelings and roused them to a new national life. During the exciting conflicts waged for the defense of their liberty and independence, they had become active participants in events which involved their most vital social and national interests. The newborn independence had brought increased privileges and opportunities, but it also made new demands on the vigilant intelligence of the individual. Every boy had begun to consider himself a politician. In every household the conversation centered on the great issues, the popular political leaders, the technical points in the all-absorbing controversy. Business interests and economic questions were pushed into the background. From year to year, the mind followed the deepening conflict with anxious fascination or joyous controversial interest. The poets who lived through this exciting period, as young men and political leaders, imbibed the strongly realistic spirit and love for the solution of great problems, the distinguishing features of the intellectual as well as of the political life of the age. At first they had been influenced by Romanticism. They had stood in Romanticism to the waist, as Brandes says of Ibsen. But the age of vague symbolism and sentimental ballads had passed, and they developed under the influence of the national conflict, a modern novel and drama dealing with social and psychological problems. Ibsen and Bjørnsson, who were the founders of the new realistic school, were soon joined by their great contemporaries Jonas Lie, Alexander Kielland, and Arne Garborg. In Peer Gynt, Ibsen makes the visionary romanticist the mark of his superb satire. Peer, the gifted dreamer, never accomplishes anything, never even attempts it. He goes through life waiting for good luck to perform the miracle of making him great. A more worthless caricature of a man has never stirred an audience to laughter, but even the mirth is tinged with sadness. The trifling with life's most solemn duties, the dreamy hallucinations of greatness in the midst of poverty and indolence, the wasting of gifts and opportunities, the ludicrous self-centered egotism which destroys his soul and his happiness, because he refuses to contribute to the happiness of others, become a profound tragedy when viewed against the background of the struggling and suffering which surround him. So useless are the romanticists in this practical world of ours, Ibsen would say. This philosophy that the poet, the artist, the great man, is a divinely inspired individual who does not need to exert himself, who triumphs by virtue of his genius, which is thrown like a witch's dowry into his cradle, is destroyed with one fell stroke. In The Pretenders and Brandt, Ibsen had already set up another philosophy in which he makes the will and the character the central forces in life, the true source of greatness. Success, or even greatness itself, is not a gift which luck drops into the lap of the indolent. It is a trophy won by the one who has the resolute will, the courage to conquer. Life is a perpetual conflict between things as they are and as they ought to be. Into this conflict we must all enter, and as a strong, undaunted, truth-loving character is the only true qualification for a useful life, so an indolent and compromising spirit is the source of our undoing. Brand raises the demand of all or nothing. You must not compromise with sin and injustice. You must do what is right to the full extent of the demand of the divine law. The will is the main thing. Willingly and joyfully you must suffer every anguish, says Brand to Agnes, and when she feels her inability to fulfill such a demand and leans her head upon his shoulder, he consoles her by saying, "That you can't will be forgiven, but never that you lack the will." In The Pretenders, he shows the conflict between the doubting, hesitating, plotting school Jarl and the upright and self-confident King Hakon. Both desire to accomplish great things. Achievements are their fascination. The ability to do great deeds they regard as the true worth of life, the measure of success. "Who is the greatest man?" asks Bishop Nicholas. "The one who is the most courageous," replies School. "So says the chieftain," answers the bishop. "A priest would say the most pious, a sage would say the most learned, but it is neither of them, Jarl. The happiest man is the greatest. The happiest is he who does the greatest deeds, he to whom the demands of the age come like a passion and create in him thoughts which he cannot understand, points out to him the way which he does not know whither it leads. But he must continue on the way until he hears the people shout for joy, and he looks about with staring eyes, wonders, and realizes that he has done a great deed." This is a characterization of Ibsen himself and of his age. In his epigrammatic sentences, into which he has compressed fundamental truths regarding life, character, personality, truth, right, the mission of the individual, we find expressed the spirit of the age, which waged war against oppression, desired a life of freedom, solved great problems, and assailed with youthful vigor the crumbling bulwarks of antiquated political and social ideas. The old social forms in Norway did not conform to the new political ideas, neither did they meet the wants of the kind of personality which Ibsen and his contemporaries demanded. Sedate respectability and decorous, time-honored forms from which long since all spirit had fled served as a cloak of hypocrisy and dishonesty. Old prejudice stood in the way of the recognition of talent and ability. Closer scrutiny revealed falsehood and hidden corruption in all relations of life. Against this spiritual weakness and moral depravity in high places as in low, the great writers declared relentless war in their social dramas and novels. Society was to be purged of its falsehood and corruption. The life of the community, as of the individual, should be based on truth and purity. The relations in love, marriage, home, and state should be rendered sacred not by conventional forms, but by true affection, chastity, and honesty. In social as in political life, there was need of men and women who could do great deeds. Only through a regeneration of society could the development of free, moral, intelligent personalities become possible. Every phase of life was scrutinized by Ibsen's searching eye in Love's Comedy, The Pillars of Society, A Doll House, Ghosts, An Enemy of the People, and the whole list of his modern social dramas. Bjørnsson ceased writing idyllic descriptions of country life and turned his attention to social problems. In his novel Magnhild, in which he treats a woman's position in married life and the mission of the individual, both scenery and people have assumed somber traits which remind us of Ibsen's Brand rather than of Synnøve Solbakken. It has all the characteristic features of the new philosophizing, reforming realism, and in his succeeding works as The New System, Leonardo, A Mitten, A Bankruptcy, etc., he deals with various features of social and moral life with great dramatic force. Among the great masters of this period, no one excelled Alexander Kielland in elegance of style and mastery in narrative and character painting. At 30 he wrote his first novel, and at 40 his literary career was closed, but during this short period of 10 years he enriched Norwegian literature with a series of masterpieces in which he sharply attacked the prevailing social wrongs. About his first novel, Garmin and Worse, Henrik Jaeger writes, "This son of a Stavanger patrician, who for a number of years had been manager of some tile works, had early discovered the fatal contrast in modern society between capitalist and laborer. The contrast between the fortunate ones who sleep in their soft beds and those who never sleep on anything but chaff and straw. The contrast between those who have a taste for oysters and champagne and can satisfy their taste, and those who during their whole life never learn to know what oysters and champagne are, who are condemned to live on the shady side of life. The contrast between that which is fine but can be simple, and that which is simple and still may be fine. The contrast between opulence and want, between wealth and poverty, the contrast between those who dance on the floor and those who cause the same floor to tremble with the hatred of millions. The contrast between those who are buried with the singing of hymns and the tolling of bells, and those who are buried as paupers about in the same way that a dead cat is put into the ground, only with the difference that in the former instance the minister speaks a few words at the grave. About these contrasts Kielland speaks in his first novel. His attacks on vice and corruption are often very severe, but he never stoops to anything coarse or indelicate. Professor J.E. Sars says, "The works of Alexander Kielland are, as all know, singularly free from everything coarse and impure. In his descriptions he never attempts to unduly stimulate the senses, nor does he ever overstep the boundaries which the strictest modesty may draw. His satire is unusually sharp and poignant, but it is never directed against anything but falsehood and humbug, the vicious and ridiculous, which, without controversy, ought to be removed from the positions of honor into which it has been able to climb. His works show no anti-Christian tendency. On the contrary, they must be said to reveal a deep sympathy with the genuine spirit of piety and an appreciation of all true Christianity. Kielland was a novelist less versatile than Bjørnsson, but no less a master in his chosen field. In popularity as an author, he is only excelled by Jonas Lie, who has won the hearts of the Norwegian people to an unusual extent. Lie's first novel, The Clairvoyant, Den Fremsynte, was a literary triumph which suddenly made him known as a great author. From the depths of his mystic mind, he had brought forth one of the finest pieces of art in narrative literature. He began late, as he was slow in discovering his own talents, but he soon captivated the whole North and won worldwide fame through his matchless sea tales, The Pilot and His Wife, Rutland, and other novels in which he has contributed the best that the world literature owns in that field. The scope and true greatness of genius reveals itself in his novels, dealing with family life, especially the family of Gilje, in many ways his greatest work. The various phases of social life he has treated in a series of novels, as A Life Convict, Maise Jans, Niobe, and other works. Arne Garborg, the youngest of the 5 leading authors of this period, was born in 1851. He is a deep and original thinker, a doubting, searching, critical, introspective soul of the type of Leo Tolstoy. That which constitutes myself, he says, is a contemplator in ceaseless hope and struggle with a faith which every day vanquishes doubt, and a doubt which nevertheless pulls the foundation from under my faith, so that I must move further and further upland whenever the river swallows up the sod which I believe to be a sure foothold. No one in Norway has wielded a better pen, and no one has been his superior as a polemicist. His lyrical productions have a rare charm, and his prose writings excel in brilliant idiomatic style and rare descriptive power. Very early in his career he chose the landsmål as his literary language, but his paper Frideheimen, which began to appear in 1877 in this language, lived only 7 years. Later he founded Den 17 May, which has become one of the leading papers. He has been an active Liberal politician and journalist, intensely interested in every public issue. His contributions to the various questions of the day would fill volumes and constitute an important part of his literary work. In some of his best books, like Kolbotn Brev and Knudheim Brev, he narrates the story of his own quiet family life in his humble log cabin among the lonely mountains of Osterdalen, on the heathery heaths of his native district of Gjederen. In these charming narratives he has achieved the highest in description of country life and scenery, but his musing spirit has especially dwelt on the often ghastly problems of social life, which have yielded themes for works like Ban de Studentar, Treet Mend, Fred, Ja, Homar, etc. Garborg is at the same time romanticist and rationalist, ascetic and a lover of beauty, ironist and believer. As author and journalist, politician, and agitator for the landsmål, atheist and Christian advocate, he has shown tireless flexibility and alertness. He has been at the same time the most impressible and most inflexible spirit in our literature, writes writer Oxnevad. He manifested early the strong will, the undaunted courage and self-confidence of the leader who never shrinks from the conflict. For many years he was the recognized head of the landsmål movement, and through his intensely national spirit he became an inspiration to the young people who flocked in great numbers to his standard. These great authors and their contemporaries like John Clabo, Elias Blix, Christopher Jansen, John Lai, Theodore Kaspari, Pierre Civil, and others created a literature which gave Norway rank among the great nations in the field of higher intellectual culture. The power and originality of this literature was soon recognized, and it has exerted a great influence on the 19th century literary art throughout the whole world. The creative Norse mind, freed from political and social obstructions, has again given the nations a heritage equaling that of the Eddas and sagas of old. In all fields of intellectual activity and creative spirit showered its wealth upon this age. A new national school of music was originated by Norway's greatest composers, Edvard Grieg, Johan Svensson, and other contemporaries, and in painting a new realistic school was founded by J.F. Thaulow, Christian Krogh, G. Munth, and E. Werenskjold. In sculpture, Stefan Sinding, Vigeland, and Utsund have won great fame. In the various branches of higher learning, the same productivity and originality may be observed as in literature and art. In mathematics, Norway has twice produced a genius whose name is forever linked to the highest achievements in this field. The first was Niels Henrik Abel, who died in 1829, less than 27 years old, but who at that youthful age had won worldwide fame as one of the greatest lights in the field of mathematics. The other was Sophus Lie, who, after having been tossed about for some time with uncertainty as to his calling, suddenly rose to greatness as a mathematician. Yet in 1867 Lie was groping around in uncertainty as to himself and his destiny, writes his biographer Holst. 2 years later he was the leader among the mathematicians of his age. Every new work was like a stroke of the sword which won new territory for his science and new renown for himself and his country. His mathematical productions are very extensive. In his chief work, Theorie der Transformationsgruppen, in 3 large volumes, he has opened a new field in mathematical science. In 1886 he was called as regular professor of mathematics to the University of Leipzig, but in 1894 the Norwegian Storting offered him a salary of 10,000 krone per year if he would return. He accepted the offer, but died in 1899 in Christiania. In the field of philology, Sophus Bugge has won worldwide reputation. Of the many able men which Norway has produced in this field, no one has quite equalled him in renown. His researches cover nearly all phases of Indo-Germanic philology, but especially important are his interpretations of the runic inscriptions, his theory regarding the origin of the runic alphabet, and his work on the origin of the northern myths. Studier over door Nordiske Gud og Heltesagens, or Prindelse, which has created a new epoch in the study of northern mythology. Bugge opened new fields of research in northern history and tradition. Through his new viewpoints and profound scholarship, he fostered an intense scholarly interest and strictly scientific methods, and contributed much to the awakening of a national spirit. A most typical exponent of the spirit of this age is the great historian J.E. Sars, one of the most influential leaders of the national liberal movement. The founders of the Norwegian Historical School, R. Kaiser and P. A. Munch, had developed a scientific historical research and had formulated the fundamental theories of Norwegian nationality, on which later historians have continued to build. They had written great works on the earlier periods of Norwegian history, but a systematic exposition of the national development of the Norwegian people was still lacking. All the other historians had regarded the history of Norway as consisting of two parts, to which they might with profit devote their attention: the earlier period up to the time of the Kalmar Union, and the modern period after 1814. The period of union with Denmark was regarded as an era of dependence and national stagnation, about which they preferred to keep silent. In 1834, Henrik Wergeland had characterized the situation as follows: "Modern Norway and ancient Norway appear like two halves of a broken ring, which fit exactly together. The middle period is but the bogus soldering, which we must break away to restore the genuine parts." This view was correct in so far as it recognized the intimate relation between ancient and modern Norwegian culture, but it was wholly erroneous as an explanation of the historic development of the Norwegian people. The unbroken continuity and general character of this development, the national warp and woof in the whole social and historic fabric, was first fully shown by Sars in his leading work, Udsig over den norske historie. Henrik Wergeland first indicated it in his Norges Constitutions history, but Sars made it the basis of a new interpretation of Norwegian history. He showed that the Norwegian people in early times did not consist only of bonder under a patriarchal rule, but that an aristocracy had been developed more powerful than that of Sweden and Denmark. When Harald Harefager united all Norway under his rule, the herser or chieftains lost their former power, but the struggle between the kings and the aristocracy continued until the chieftain class was destroyed. When the old royal line died out, Norway entered the union with Denmark without a warlike aristocracy strong enough to be the leaders of the people. Norwegian society had become democratic at a time when Sweden and Denmark were ruled by a strong warlike aristocracy. This explains the inferior position of Norway during the period of union. But the destruction of the aristocracy was in many ways a benefit to Norway. There was no longer any powerful upper class which could oppress and enslave the people, as in Sweden and Denmark. The Bonder retained their land and their personal freedom. Social conditions were created which were most favorable to a national development along new lines, and when the modern era dawned, Norway quickly outstripped Denmark and Sweden in the development of democratic social conditions and free political institutions. When seen in the proper light, the period of union with Denmark was an era of slow inner growth which shaped conditions favorable to a new national development. The apparently sudden change brought about in 1814 was the culmination of a long social evolution, and the rapid progress made by the Norwegian people during the last century finds its explanation in conditions which had shaped themselves in the Union period. The political development of the Norwegians under their own representative government after 1814 is treated by Sars in his second great work, Norges Politiske History, 1815 to 1885. These two works became household books in Norway, and as their spirit was not only historical but national, they strengthened the patriotic sentiment, dispelled the Pan-Scandinavian dream, and inspired the people with pride in their own history and confidence in their ability to restore to their kingdom its ancient glory. What the Norwegian historical school had begun, SARS had continued until Norway could now be said to have recovered the once lost legacy of her own past history. The national development had also awakened new interest in popular and higher education, and the improved schools in turn became the intellectual arsenals which equipped the people with new ideas and mental force for the solution of their cultural problems. Great stimulus was given popular education by the folk high schools, which began to flourish in the 70s. These schools were built in the country districts for the use of the rural population and were organized according to the plan originated in Denmark by N.F.S. Grundtvig. They represented a strong patriotic movement and are in reality not high schools in any sense of the word. Their aim is not to impart instruction in such a way as to make the pupil learned, but to awaken intellectual life, to kindle interest by lectures on history and literature and the study of the mother tongue. Classical and foreign languages are banished. There are no fixed courses of study and no examinations. The pupils attend at intervals, especially during the winter months when they have time, usually 1 or 2 winters. It was found that long courses of study often monopolize the attention and interest of the young people. Hence, short periods of attendance are preferred, as the school is to fit them for a successful life in their own home environment. Great stress is laid especially on the development of character and personality. Christopher Brun, one of the leaders of this movement in Norway, writes, "As Norway has received her great poets, so we hope that she may receive her great statesmen, great thinkers, great warriors, if they should be needed, great spirits in all fields. But what we especially desire is men who know how to work for a cause, not only for wife and children, who understand how to sacrifice for it, to fight for it, and carry it to victory. Even if we do not lack such strong men nowadays, it cannot be denied that they are few enough and that we need many more. The education which our young people receive in our higher schools cannot produce such a spirit. They learn a number of things which are worth little, but of that which is most important they learn little and learn it poorly." The folk high schools have exerted a very beneficial influence, but as they are private schools, their number has always been limited. In 1877, the government took steps to organize a system of secondary schools for the young people of the rural districts. These were of 2 kinds, the evening schools and the Amt schools, supported partly by the government and partly by the local districts. In 1865, a new school commission was created with Hartvig Nissen as chairman, and as a result of the labors of this body, the school law of 1869 was passed, creating a new system of secondary schools. The middle school, or higher public school, with a course covering a period of 6 years, was open for children between the ages of 9 and 15 years who had finished the grades of the primary public schools. By the law of 1896, this course was shortened to 4 years. The middle school prepares for the gymnasium, where the regular course covers a period of 3 years. A reorganization of the public school system was effected by the law of 1889, which still forms the basis of public school organization in Norway, though it has been modified by later legislation. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sverdup Ministry, Norway, under Parliamentary government. Johan Sverdup formed a ministry including a number of the most influential liberal leaders. Old Richter became Norwegian Minister of State in Stockholm, Ludvig Day, Minister of War, Amar Sorensen, Minister of Justice, Sophus Ark Tander, Minister of the Interior, Bard Hogland, Minister of Finance, Elias Blix, noted scholar and poet, Minister of Education and Church Affairs, and Birger Kildal, Minister of the Auditing Department. All these were men of ability, who enjoyed the full confidence of the people, but Sverdrup's two nephews, J. Stang and Jacob Sverdrup, who became members of the Swedish branch of the ministry, were not very prominent and enjoyed no special confidence. Their appointment was looked upon with disfavor and proved to be a mistake, as the Liberals favored the able and popular Johannes Steen, who was second only to Sverdrup himself in influence. It soon became evident that the hitherto prevailing harmony might be disrupted for no very serious reason, so long as the Liberal party had to fight a strong and determined conservative opposition. It had presented a united front, but after this opposition had been almost destroyed, the various groups which had united under the leadership of Sverdrup might cease to cooperate. Jabek still led a large faction of the Bonder, whose favorite issue was economy in the administration, and the church reform group, who were opposed to atheism and modern European ideas, was growing very strong in the southwestern districts. The first serious discord between these factions occurred in connection with a proposal submitted to the Storthing by Bjørnsson and Jonas Lai that Alexander Kielland should receive a similar poet's salary which had already been granted Bjørnsson, Ibsen, and Lai. There could be no doubt that Kielland's reputation as an author entitled him to this recognition, but the committee to which the petition was referred considered it inadvisable to give official sanction to a literature which was opposed to the prevailing views on religion and morality. When the measure was brought up in the Storthing by the dissenting chairman of the committee, it was defeated by a small majority. Bjørnsson brought the matter also before the next Storthing in 1886, but it was again defeated, as a faction of the Liberal party voted with the Conservatives. Lars Oftedal, a very influential clergyman from Stavanger, was especially active in opposition to this measure, though he had on former occasions praised Kielland's works. He was leader of the Church Reform Group and editor of Vestlandsposten, a paper which had gained considerable circulation. Jacob Sverdrup, member of the ministry, who belonged to the same group, proposed a reform by which the congregations were to receive greater influence in the administration of church affairs. Each congregation should elect a council, which might propose a candidate for clergyman in case of vacancy, and might grant permission to others than the clergyman to speak in the church. This was a purely administrative reform, but Oftedal and his group sought to bring it forward as a general issue on which a new Christian Liberal party could be organized to oppose those who favored atheism and anti-Christian views. Christianity and morality was to be associated with the proposed reform as a campaign issue, but in this he did not succeed, as all other factions of the Liberal party opposed it. The Sverdrup ministry entered the campaign of 1885 on the issue of parliamentary government and reforms in the judicial system, the army, the administration, and the public school system. Full confidence in Johan Sverdrup became the campaign cry which carried the Liberal party to victory. When the Storthing assembled, Sverdrup controlled a safe majority, and he secured the adoption of the proposed plan for a new army organization, as well as the passage of a bill providing for the introduction of the jury system, July 1, 1887. Other important measures might have been carried through but for the attempt to establish the church reform proposed by Jacob Sverdrup. This had aroused bitter opposition, and the larger part of the Liberal party were in favor of postponing the matter for a time. Johan Sverdrup himself, however, insisted on presenting the bill to the Storthing. It was already too late to consider it at that session, but when it was brought up in 1887, it was rejected almost unanimously. As the bill had been originated by a member of the cabinet, its overwhelming defeat raised the question if the ministry should resign. 3 ministers, Astrup, Arctander, and Kildall, demanded that Jacob Sverdrup, who had originated the bill, should retire, but the other members did not consider this necessary. The ministry might remain unchanged, they thought, as the bill was not a leading measure on which they had all united. Jacob Sverdrup did not retire, and the 3 tendered their resignation. They were persuaded, however, to remain in office until the matter could be brought before the next session of the Storthing, when the question of parliamentary principles would be discussed. The Liberal majority in the Storthing prepared to question the ministry in regard to its attitude to these principles, but a majority of the ministers had agreed that no definite answer should be given. To this course Astrup, Arctander, and Kildall would not agree, and they retired from the ministry. Blix also resigned a few days later. To the questions of the Liberal majority as to his position regarding parliamentary principles, Johan Sverdup returned only evasive answers, but he promised to reconstruct the ministry in harmony with the Liberal majority, such as he considered that majority to be constituted. A split had already taken place in the Liberal party. Against the supporters of Sverdrup, who called themselves National Liberals or Moderate Liberals, stood the Pure Liberals led by Johannes Steen. The confidence in Sverdrup was shaken, and when he reconstructed his ministry by appointing as members many who had not been prominent in political affairs, the prestige of the old chieftain rapidly waned. The Pure Liberals demanded that the principles of the parliamentary system should be carried out, and Sverdrup's great reputation could no longer shield him from attack when it became evident that he had forsaken these principles which had been the issue in the whole political conflict. The tragic death of old Richter, Norwegian Minister of State in Stockholm, increased the ill will against the ministry. He had opposed Sverdrup's tactics in the church reform question and the manner in which the ministry had been reconstructed. He held that the position of the ministry was untenable, that by remaining in office they violated the parliamentary principles which they had made their main issue. Circumstances had forced him into opposition to his chief, but he was unable to break off all relations with him and resign. The attempt to cooperate with a ministry with which he could no longer agree involved him in contradictory courses of action which rendered the situation unbearable. He finally resigned June 6, 1888, bid farewell to his colleagues, and was going to return home. But before leaving Stockholm, he committed suicide in his hotel. This news caused a great sensation, and the Pure Liberals attempted to overthrow the Sverdrup ministry by a vote of lack of confidence, but the motion brought was not considered because of the approaching elections. In 1888, the Conservatives, led by Emil Stang, secured 51 seats, the Pure Liberals 38, and the Moderate or National Liberals, who supported the ministry, only 22. It was evident that Sverdrup no longer enjoyed the confidence of the people, and in the face of so overwhelming a defeat he ought to have retired. But he preferred to remain in power, and was able to do so for a time, as the Conservatives gave him their support, not because they agreed with their old adversary, but because they might derive some advantage from prolonging the life of the ministry. Finally, on June 26, 1889, the Conservative leader, Emil Stang, proposed a vote of lack of confidence in the Sverdrup ministry, and Sverdrup and his colleagues resigned before the resolution was put to a vote. A Conservative ministry was now formed under the leadership of Emil Stang. The split in the Liberal Party had become permanent, and the two Liberal groups waged a bitter fight against one another. The Pure Liberals were especially acrimonious in their attacks on Johan Sverdrup, whom they regarded as a renegade. The intense party feeling led them, as Sars says, not only to greatly misjudge Sverdrup, who despite his weakness and errors must be regarded as one of Norway's greatest men, but they slandered their own party and threw a dark shadow upon its past history. Johan Sverdrup's public career was now closed. In 1891 he was elected representative to the Storthing from Stavanger Amt, but he died before the session opened February 17, 1892. The parliamentary principle had gained undisputed recognition. By the proposed vote of lack of confidence in the Sverdrup ministry, the Conservative leader himself had accepted the view that no ministry can remain in power without the support of the majority in the Storthing. Many of the great issues, like abolishing of the office of Statholder, the introduction of the jury system, the extension of the suffrage, the reform of the school system, etc., had also been carried through before the Liberal Party had been swept from power. But one difficult question yet remained unsettled, that of Norway's equal rights with Sweden in dealing with diplomatic and foreign affairs. According to existing provisions, the Cabinet Council for Foreign Affairs, which should deal with diplomatic matters affecting both countries, should consist of the Swedish Minister of State and one other member of the Swedish Cabinet, together with the Norwegian Minister of State in Stockholm, or in case of his inability to be present, another member of the Norwegian Ministry in Stockholm. In 1885, the Swedish Riksdag changed the Swedish constitution in such a way as to disturb this relation without conferring with the Norwegian government. According to this change, Sweden should have 3 members in the council to Norway's 1, and the diplomatic affairs which had hitherto been reported by the king should be reported by the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs. This was such an undisguised attempt to treat Norway as a dependency that the Swedish government saw the necessity of taking steps to prevent a new union controversy. The Swedish Minister of Justice proposed in a joint session of the Swedish-Norwegian Ministry in Stockholm that Norway should be represented in the council by 2 ministers, but this attempted compromise stranded on the protest from the Norwegian members who opposed the consideration of a purely Norwegian affair in joint session. After the king had sanctioned the measure passed by the Riksdag, he proposed that the relative number of Swedish and Norwegian members in the Cabinet Council for Foreign Affairs should be fixed by a new clause to be added to the Act of Union. The Norwegian ministers in Stockholm, Ulrichter and Jakob Sverdup, proposed that the council should consist of 6 members, 3 from each kingdom. To this plan the Swedish ministry consented with the understanding that the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs should report all joint diplomatic matters, a condition which the Norwegian ministers accepted. When the plan was proposed to the Storthing, it caused prolonged and animated debate. It was clear that the relative number of members in the council was not the main feature of the measure, for Swedish supremacy would be virtually conceded by making the Swedish minister joint Minister of Foreign Affairs. This feature of the measure was vigorously opposed. Johan Sverdup said at the time, "The amendment which is to be inserted in our constitution must not be made to depend on the action of Sweden as to whether the proposed measure will become a part of the Act of Union. It has its own value, and it will produce consequences which are unavoidable." When the matter was brought up in the joint ministry in 1886, the Swedish members demanded that the Swedish minister should be made joint foreign minister, but to this the Norwegian members refused to agree. On June 21st, the Storthing passed the following resolution. In accordance with repeated and concordant declarations by which former Storthings have upheld Norway's equal rights with Sweden in the Union, the present session of the Storthing expresses the conviction that the Norwegian people, in loyalty to the king and country, will defend the rights and honor of the kingdom and support the government and the Storthing in their efforts to secure for Norway the share in the administration of foreign affairs which rightfully belong to her by virtue of her position as an independent kingdom placed on equal footing with Sweden in the Union. In 1891, the Stang ministry reached an understanding with the Swedish government, and a new proposal was submitted. The question as to whether the Minister of Foreign Affairs should be a Swede or a Norwegian should this time be omitted, and should be settled by later negotiations, a provision which led the Swedish Riksdag to reject the plan, as they thought that 2 great concessions had been made to the Norwegians. When it was brought up in the Storthing, the Liberal leader Karl Berner proposed the following resolution. In accordance with declarations of earlier Storthings, the present session of the Storthing maintains Norway's equality with Sweden in the Union and the right of the kingdom to manage its own foreign affairs in a manner warranted by the Constitution, and expresses the confident belief that the Norwegian people will never agree to an arrangement which may prove a hindrance to the exercise of Norway's full rights on this point. The resolution was passed by 59 votes against 55, both groups of the Liberal Party supporting it, and the Stang ministry immediately resigned. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The demand for a separate Norwegian Foreign Office and Consular Service. When Emil Stang and his colleagues resigned, a new ministry was formed by Johannes Steen, leader of the Pure Liberals, 1891. It was clear that the chief problem awaiting solution was the question regarding the administration of Norway's foreign affairs. Recent events had shown that no attempt to strengthen Sweden's position in the Union could succeed, as Norway resolutely demanded complete independence in all matters not designated as Union affairs. That the Norwegians desired to get their own Minister of Foreign Affairs was well understood by the Liberal leaders, but they were uncertain as to what extent this desire should be made the issue in the coming campaign. The platform drafted by the pure Liberals in Christiania contained clauses advocating universal suffrage, the abolition of the office of Viceroy of Norway, to which the king's oldest son could be appointed, the organization of the administration of Norwegian foreign affairs in such a way as to bring it under the control of the Norwegian government, etc. But in spite of the hesitation of the leaders, the question of a separate Norwegian foreign department became the leading issue, and the pure Liberals, who had been a minority when the new ministry was organized, secured a safe majority in the next session. A bill passed by the Storthing abolishing the office of Viceroy was sanctioned by the king June 30, 1891, but this was a measure of secondary importance. The question as to what the ministry should do in regard to a separate Norwegian foreign department was the topic of all-absorbing interest. The Liberal leaders saw that, although the people desired a foreign minister, it would be useless to attempt to carry such a measure at that time, as it would be opposed by the Conservative party as well as by Sweden. Instead of raising so difficult an issue, the Steen ministry resolved to make the more modest demand for a separate Norwegian consular service, about which it could not be successfully urged that it was a union affair. This was a matter of vital importance, as it affected Norway's economic interests in a most direct way. Norway contributed 41 2/3% of the joint expenses for consular and diplomatic service, but her trade interests were often poorly cared for. The two kingdoms were to a large extent commercial rivals, and as all consuls were appointed by the Swedish government, many salaried consuls were kept in places where Norway had no use for them, and in many places where Norway had a large trade, no consuls were founded. Bernhard Dunker, a strict conservative, wrote in 1866 that the past 20 years had proven the advisability for each kingdom in certain instances to use the right to appoint its own consuls. But Sweden, he adds, has been so jealous regarding the diplomatic representation in foreign countries that there could never be a question of appointing Norwegian consuls in places where Norway alone has commercial interests. But since Norway's commerce is now twice as large as that of Sweden, Norwegian merchants, ship owners, and seamen have always desired consuls in some places where Sweden has not considered it necessary to have any. At the request of the Storthing, the ministry appointed a committee to investigate the consular service and report on the necessity of separate Norwegian consuls. The committee found that the interests of Norway demanded separate consuls, but the Swedish ministry declared the consular service to be a union affair, which could be settled only by mutual agreement. This view was rejected by the Storthing, which passed on March 1, 1892, a resolution introduced by Moorsund declaring the organization of a separate consular service to be a purely Norwegian affair to be settled by the Norwegian authorities, though the conditions growing out of the existing arrangement had to be adjusted according to mutual agreement. The Department of the Interior concurred in the finding of the committee and submitted a plan for separate Norwegian consuls, which was passed by the Storthing. The ministry advised the king to sanction the measure, but he submitted instead a written document, which he claimed contained his opinion in the matter. The ministers pointed out that he could submit no such opinion except by the advice of his cabinet, and further action was postponed until the king should arrive in Christiania, when he would discuss the measure with his ministers. After his arrival, they learned in a private interview that he would not sanction the bill, and at the formal meeting of the ministry they tendered their resignation. They consented, however, to remain in office temporarily until a new ministry could be organized. Several attempts to form a new ministry failed, and the Storthing advised Steen and his colleagues to accede to the king's request and remain in office, with the understanding that the question of separate consular service should remain in abeyance for a time. To this the ministry consented on condition that the consular question should be regarded as a purely Norwegian affair, and that the ministry might bring it up at any time. Both the Norwegian Storthing and the Swedish Riksdag remained firm on the pending issue, the one holding that Norway had the right to organize a separate consular service whenever it should be deemed necessary, the other asserting that the consular service was intimately connected with the diplomatic service, that it was a union affair, which could only be settled by mutual agreement. As there was no prospect of any immediate change in the situation, and as the king still refused to sanction the bill providing for Norwegian consuls when it was again proposed by the ministry, Steen and his colleagues retired from office April 22, 1893. It would undoubtedly have been the wiser policy for the Steen ministry to have remained in office for a time according to the advice of the Storthing, without attempting to revive the question of separate consuls before the elections of 1894. But Steen, who was otherwise a very able leader, showed an anxiety to act in harmony with the majority which approached timidity, and made him the servant instead of the leader of his party. His resignation at this time made it impossible to form a ministry supported by the Liberal majority, and Emil Stang formed a Conservative ministry in order to avert the danger, as he explained it, of leaving the king without advisers and the country without a government. Lack of support naturally confined the work of the new ministry to routine affairs, and its existence was threatened from the outset. The Liberal press attacked it with bitterness and scathing sarcasm, claiming that it was organized in opposition to parliamentary principle for the purpose of helping the king to defeat the measure for a separate Norwegian consular service. In the Storthing, the Liberal majority met them with undisguised hostility. Ullmann, one of the leading Liberals, said that the Stang ministry was conceived in sin and born in iniquity, that the wages of sin is death, and that the ministry would die a very violent death. A motion of lack of confidence in the new ministry was immediately passed, and a resolution was adopted stating that the measure passed by the Storthing regarding the consular service would have to be acted upon by the king before the close of the fiscal year. A bill was also passed July 3, 1893, providing for the removal of the Union sign from the Norwegian flag, but the measure was vetoed by the king. A few days later, the appanages of the king and the crown prince were reduced from 336,000 kroner and 80,000 kroner, respectively, to 256,000 and 30,000 kroner, and the allowance for table expenses for the two ministers of state, 15,000 kroner in Stockholm and 10,000 kroner in Christiania, was cancelled. The refusal of the king to sanction the bill providing for a separate Norwegian consular service and the selection of a body of advisers opposed by the Liberal majority in the Storthing created an intense hostile feeling. A bill was passed providing that the joint consular service should terminate January 1, 1895, and the budget for this service for the year 1893 to 1894 was allowed only on the condition that the ministry should announce to the Swedish government the dissolution of the joint consular system, and should submit to the Storthing a plan for the organization of a separate Norwegian consular service. But the bill was not sanctioned. The money for the consular budget, which was not allowed because the conditions were not complied with, was taken from the fund for incidental expenses, and when the Storthing passed a new bill withdrawing the contribution to the legation in Vienna, the king decided, contrary to the advice of the ministry, to continue that legation, and Norway's share of the expenses was to be advanced by Sweden. In the elections of 1894, the pure Liberals secured 59 seats and the Conservatives and moderate Liberals 55. The victory was not so decisive as might have been expected, but the Stang ministry immediately retired from office. They had accepted their portfolios, as Stang explained, only to avert the danger of being without a government, and it had been their aim to attend to the routine duties only until the election could be held. Their inability to settle the pending consular issue must have been evident to all, and the accusation that they attempted to prevent such a settlement and that they disregarded the parliamentary principles was as unjust as it was unfounded. Stang had already shown that he was in full sympathy with parliamentary practice, and he again demonstrated this when he resigned immediately after the elections. The vituperative attacks on him and his colleagues by the Liberal press and the majority in the Storthing only harmed the Liberal cause, as it was evident that the blame for the unfortunate situation could not attach to those who had undertaken the burdens of government only until the people could get the opportunity to express their opinion through the election. Stang's statement that he wished to avert the danger of being without a government had been ridiculed, but after his resignation it soon became apparent that there was real danger of such a situation. The king invited the Liberal leader, Steen, to form a new ministry, but attached such conditions that Steen refused. Several other leaders, both conservative and moderate, were approached, but no one found that he was equal to the task, and Stang was compelled to remain in office for a time against his wish. The Swedish Riksdag assumed a more hostile and uncompromising attitude. Bitter expressions were indulged in both by the Riksdag and by the Swedish press, and it was urged that a new Act of Union would have to be adopted, which should reconstruct the Norwegian constitution on a safer foundation, as Charles John had expressed it. The war budget was doubled, war supplies were stored in large quantities near the Norwegian border, and troops were stationed in the border provinces. The Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Leuenhaupt, who had shown a disposition to extend a brotherly hand to the Norwegians, resigned, as it appears, according to the wish of Minister of State Bostrom, head of the Swedish ministry, and in his place was appointed the uncompromising Count Douglas. Everything indicated that there was grave danger of an open rupture between the kingdoms. Leading Swedish politicians who sympathized with Norway wrote to their Norwegian friends and warned them to be on their guard against the warlike spirit of the Swedish ministry. One prominent Swedish leader, probably Adolf Hedin, wrote, "It is believed that the government, which has a new Act of Union in its pocket, will call an extra session of the Riksdag. The new Act of Union is to be adopted by the Riksdag and will then be submitted to the Storthing. If Norway remains without a government and no agreement can be reached with the majority in the Storthing, the Swedish army is to march against Norway." These are said to be the main features of the plan. The Swedish plan was not to declare war, but to seize Christiania and Trondhjem. This would have crippled the Norwegian defence and would have enabled Sweden to dictate terms. The plan might have succeeded, as Norway's defences and military affairs had been sadly neglected. The feeling of grave danger cooled to some extent the ardour of party strife, and a petition was sent to the Storthing from Christiania, signed by 25 Conservatives, 22 pure Liberals, 5 moderate Liberals, and 4 Independents, asking the representatives not to refuse to negotiate with Sweden regarding a settlement of the controversy, as such a course would be political imprudence and would forfeit the sympathy of the European powers. A similar petition was sent from Bergen, signed by men like Sophus Arctanger and Christian Michelsen. These petitions, says Sars, may be regarded as the beginning of a coalition of the parties with regard to foreign politics, which was to carry the cause of independence to ultimate victory. Even the parties in the Storthing began to show a more conciliatory spirit. On June 7, 1895, a joint motion submitted by members of all the parties declaring in favor of negotiations with Sweden was passed with 90 votes against 24, and appropriations were also made covering Norway's share of the expenses connected with the diplomatic and consular service. After several unsuccessful attempts, the king finally succeeded in the fall of that year to form a new ministry of prominent men from all parties, headed by the conservative leader Frey Eggersrup. The policy of the Liberal Party regarding the consular question had failed, and they had suffered a defeat which was regarded by all as a national humiliation. Sweden had won a signal victory, and leading Swedish statesmen felt sure that the Norwegians would soon learn to see the futility of the struggle in which they had engaged. They would offer to negotiate, and a new Act of Union could be carried through, which would answer to the demands of Sweden. They felt sure that the defeat of the Liberals would split their party and would greatly strengthen the Conservatives, who favored a strong union. They were soon to learn, however, that their calculations had been based on false premises, that instead of weakening the Liberals, their defeat had only strengthened them, and that even the Conservatives began to waver in the strong union policy which they had hitherto advocated. In course of time, the reasons which had led the Conservatives to favor a closer union with Sweden had disappeared one by one. The attempt of the old official bureaucracy to perpetuate their political power and social influence by seeking the support of the king against the growing democratic spirit had failed utterly, as the common people had gained complete control. The Pan-Scandinavian sentiment had vanished, and even the economic benefit of the union, to which they had pointed with pride and confidence, proved to be an illusion. The lack of a separate consular service was a serious obstacle to the growth of Norwegian commerce, and as Sweden developed a system of protective tariff, while Norway introduced free trade, no very intimate relations between the two kingdoms could be maintained. In 1874, the Mellomrigsloven was passed, which admitted to Sweden a number of Norwegian articles free of duty. It was renewed in 1890, but in 1895 it was repealed, and Norway's commercial relations with Sweden were no more intimate than with any other foreign power. The growing national spirit, the desire of removing all obstacles which stood in the way of Norway's free development, tended to strengthen the Liberals, to lessen party differences, and to change the demand for a separate consular service from a party issue to a national cause. The new ministry appointed in 1895 a committee of 7 to negotiate with a similar Swedish committee regarding the pending consular issue. During the negotiations between these committees, quiet prevailed both in the press and in the Storthing. A bill for the removal of the Union sign from the Norwegian flag passed by the Storthing for the second time was vetoed, but no other important measure was introduced. In the elections of 1897, the Liberal Party won a decisive victory, securing 79 seats, while the Conservatives retained only 25 and the moderate Liberals 10. The Hangerup ministry resigned, and Steen was invited to form a new Liberal ministry. On March 26, 1898, the Union Committee submitted to the Storthing the result of their negotiations. Both the Norwegian and the Swedish members had split into two groups, and 4 different plans for the solution of the difficulty were submitted, neither of which had the slightest chance of being adopted. The Swedish and Norwegian cabinets agreed after a short conference that nothing further could be done in the matter. The bill providing for the removal of the Union sign from the flag was passed a third time in 1898. It was vetoed by the king, but according to Article 79 of the Constitution, it was promulgated as law. An intense agitation against this step was carried on in the Swedish press and by Swedish historians, who declared that it was the beginning of the end, that in this measure the dissolution of the Union was to be found like the embryo in the seed. The Swedish Foreign Minister Douglas refused to announce the change to foreign powers, but he was asked by his chief Bostum to resign, and Langerheim, who succeeded him, gave due notice to consuls and foreign powers of the change in the Norwegian flag. Though supported by a large majority, the new ministry did not reopen the consular question. The experience of past years had proven that the most careful preparation was necessary, and they undertook instead to increase the nation's sinews of strength for the conflict which could not long be avoided. It was their aim to introduce universal suffrage in order that the people might participate more directly in political and public affairs. By the law of 1898, full right of suffrage was extended to all men 25 years of age who had resided in the country 5 years, still resided there, and were not receiving aid as paupers, nor had received such aid for 1 year prior to the election. In 1901, women received the right to vote in local elections if they had an income of 400 kroner in the cities or 300 kroner in the country, or in case of married women, if their husbands had that income. By these laws, the numerous working classes in the cities were enfranchised. In 1898, the time for the meeting of the Storthing was changed from February to the first weekday after the 10th of October. This made it possible to hold longer sessions, as the representatives from the country districts could more easily stay away from home during the winter months. Since the crisis of 1895, special attention was also devoted to the Army and Navy, which had hitherto been neglected. Large military budgets were voted for both branches of the service, aggregating about 20 million kroner, and the work of improving the defenses of the kingdom was carried forward with great energy by successive ministers of the Department of Defense, Olsen, Holst, and Georg Stang. A fleet of 4 armored warships and many torpedo boats and smaller vessels was provided, and modern fortifications were constructed for the defense of the seacoast cities. The efficiency of the army was greatly increased. Large stores of ammunition and war materials were collected, and in 1901 an appropriation of 3,380,000 kroner was made for fortresses to be erected on the Swedish border from Frederiksskjold to Krogsvinger. This plan was carried out by the energetic Lieutenant Colonel Georg Stang. Many modern forts were built which might have made a Swedish invasion difficult. In the election of 1900, the Liberals were again victorious, and the Steen ministry could remain in office supported by a large majority. In 1902, Steen retired, and Otto Blur formed a new ministry. In that year, the question of the consular service was again brought up, this time by the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Langerheim. He proposed that a joint Swedish-Norwegian committee should be appointed to investigate how a separate consular service for the two kingdoms might be organized. A joint committee of 2 Norwegians and 2 Swedes was appointed in January 1902, and on July 26 they submitted their report stating that no serious obstacles to the organization of separate consular service for the two kingdoms could be found, that separate Swedish and Norwegian consuls could be appointed responsible to their respective governments, and that the supervision hitherto exercised by the Swedish foreign minister over Norwegian consuls could be dispensed with. On the basis of this report, the two governments resumed their negotiations, and in 1903 they reached a preliminary agreement dated March 24th containing the following points. 1 separate consular service is to be created for Sweden and Norway. The consuls of each kingdom are to be responsible to the authorities in their own country, which its government may designate. 2. The relation of the consuls to the Minister of Foreign Affairs is to be regulated in both kingdoms by identical laws which cannot be altered or repealed except with the consent of the governments of both. The question regarding the Minister of Foreign Affairs they agreed not to discuss. The difficult question seemed to be fairly on the way to a satisfactory solution, but some points in the agreement made the Norwegians hesitate. The Norwegian consular service should not be wholly emancipated from Swedish control. To some extent, the Norwegian consuls would still be subject to the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was to act as foreign minister for both kingdoms, and this relation should be regulated by laws which could not be changed or repealed. That such an arrangement might serve to rivet upon Norway a sign of dependence and inferiority was justly feared, but it was hoped that by continued negotiations all difficulties might be overcome, and an effort was made to unite all parties in support of this program. Bjørnsson himself became an earnest advocate of negotiations, and Verdens Gang and other liberal organs supported this policy. In the elections of 1903, Liberals and Conservatives united and formed the coalition party Samlingspartiet, which favored negotiations with Sweden, a program which gained such support that the party received a majority in the new Storthing. The Blair ministry resigned, and a new coalition ministry was formed with Hagerup as Minister of State. Norway had met Sweden's advances with all possible manifestations of friendly spirit, and it was hoped that the negotiations officially instituted between the two governments would result in a speedy settlement of the difficulty. In a meeting of the joint ministry in Stockholm, December 11, 1903, Langerheim reported the agreement of March 24th of that year. This was accepted both by the Swedish and the Norwegian ministers present, and it was ratified by the Norwegian Storthing and approved by the king. This made it an officially established compact between the two governments. The protocols and documents from the meetings of the cabinets were sent to the Storthing, which referred them to the Constitutional Committee. The committee reported that official documents showed that full unanimity existed between the two governments and the king regarding the agreement reached March 24th, that is, that separate consuls should be appointed for the two kingdoms, and that the relation of these officials to the diplomatic service should be regulated by identical laws. Nothing seemed now to stand in the way of a speedy settlement of the question. The Storthing took steps to organize a Norwegian consular service and drafted a bill embodying the identical laws which were to govern the relations between the consuls and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The bill was forwarded to the Swedish Minister of State, Bostrom, May 28, 1904, but he waited till September before he undertook to examine it. This long delay aroused suspicion, and it was feared that the plan might miscarry. This fear became almost a certainty when Langerheim, the Swedish foreign minister, resigned because Bostrom disagreed with him regarding the proposed settlement of the consular question. On November 23rd, Bostrom arrived in Christiania and submitted to the two Norwegian ministers of state, Hagerup and Ibsen, his reasons, a document in which he laid down the fundamental principles for the identical laws. These principles were widely different on many essential points from the agreement already reached. He demanded, among other things, that the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs should be made joint foreign minister, while the agreement left this question in abeyance. He also demanded that the Cabinet Council for Foreign Affairs should have the power to dismiss Norwegian consuls, a provision which would violate the Constitution and reduce Norway to a dependency. The two ministers refused to accept the principles proposed by Bostrom, and there seemed to be little hope of arriving at a new agreement. But Hagerup still made an attempt. In December 1904 he went to Stockholm, where the Swedish ministry submitted to him the laws which had been drafted regarding the consular service. These laws had been based on the principles of Bostrom and contained, among other provisions, the 6 dependency clauses, 5, 6, 8, 11, 16, and 19. 5 provided that the authorities governing the consular service should, in case of vacancy, give the Minister of Foreign Affairs all desired information regarding the candidates for the position. 6 provided that in consular reports the name of Sweden should always precede that of Norway. 8 the authorities governing the consular service should issue no instructions to the consuls which should come in conflict with the decisions of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. 11 if the Minister of Foreign Affairs should learn that a consul disturbed the good relations of the two United Kingdoms and a foreign power, he should report this to the Cabinet Council for Foreign Affairs or the Joint Ministry, whereupon the King should examine the matter in the presence of the Ministry of the Kingdom in question. 16 under certain circumstances a consul should be dismissed by the minister to the country where he was stationed, and a consul so dismissed could not be reappointed without royal order upon report of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. 19 in some countries the joint consular service should continue. The Norwegian ministers would not accept these paragraphs and asked Bostrom to omit them. This he would not do, and the negotiations terminated. Why Bostrom should consider it worthwhile to submit these conditions, which would have reduced Norway to a Swedish dependency, and which he must have known would never be accepted, it is difficult to explain, except by assuming that he chose this way of breaking off negotiations, as he did not wish to consent to a separate consular service for Norway. The failure of the negotiations so auspiciously begun created great disappointment in Norway and precipitated a crisis which united all parties. The Minister of State, Hagerup, said in reporting the result to the Storthing, "Our people are anxious to maintain the peace and good understanding which are equally important to both nations, but the present condition is unbearable, and it cannot last long without endangering the good understanding which has hitherto existed between them. The aim must therefore be to establish to the fullest degree such conditions as will give Norway the position which rightfully belongs to her as a sovereign nation, a cause in the defence of which all Norwegians have stood and henceforth will stand united. If this cannot be done in the existing union, it would be necessary to consider the creation of such new and freer forms for the cooperation of both nations and the promotion of their mutual interests as all shall wish to preserve, and to a higher degree than institutions constitute the lasting and valuable foundation for a union between free peoples." These words from a leading conservative show that recent events had caused the best friends and supporters of the Union to ally themselves with the Liberals. The conservative papers like Aftenposten and Morgenbladet were no less indignant than the Liberal press, and urged that, since all negotiations had failed, the Storthing should take matters into its own hands, and that Norway's honour and independence should be defended at any cost. From all parts of the country petitions were sent to the Storthing, advocating decisive measures and giving assurance that the people would make any sacrifice necessary to defend their liberty and independence. The Storthing had appointed a special committee of 19 to examine the protocols and documents dealing with the negotiations and to submit plans for further action. Several had been suggested. Some favored renewed negotiations, but all parties finally agreed that the Storthing should pass a law establishing a separate consular service. Such a law might be made by passing it in 3 separately elected Storthings, but this would take many years, and such a delay might be dangerous. But a bill might also be passed containing a clause stating that at a certain future date it would be proclaimed as law. This, the quickest and most direct way, was recommended by the special committee. As to the manner of meeting the crisis, the ministry stood divided. Hagerup, himself professor of jurisprudence, a scholar and a man of great ability, lacked resoluteness and decision. As a last resort, he would abrogate the Act of Union and make a joint king the only bond of union, but he hesitated to take so decisive a step and favored negotiations. Christian Michelsen and J. Schoening, who preferred immediate and energetic action, resigned, and the ministry was forced to retire. A new ministry representing all parties was formed by Michelsen, who selected as his associates J. Loveland, Minister of State in Stockholm, Sophus Arctanger, Minister of Commerce, General W. Olsen, Minister of Defense, Gunnar Knudsen, Minister of Finance, Christopher Knudsen, Minister of Ecclesiastical Affairs and Education, A.H. Vinge, Minister of Agriculture, E. Hagerup, Bull, and H. Bothner, members of the branch of the Norwegian ministry in Stockholm. All party differences had been dropped, and all stood united in support of the new ministry which was to guide the nation through so peerless a crisis. Because of ill health, King Oscar II had temporarily turned the government over to his son, Crown Prince Gustav, who was to act as regent. When it became evident that the consular question threatened to disrupt the union, the regent took steps to open new negotiations. While on a visit in Christiania, he sent a letter to the special committee in which he urged them to take no step which might imperil the union. On his return to Stockholm, the Swedish Riksdag appointed a special committee to confer with the ministry, and on April 5, 1905, the regent invited the cabinets of both kingdoms to resume negotiations with a view to create a joint foreign minister who might be either a Swede or a Norwegian, and to establish separate consular service for both kingdoms in such a way that in all matters touching foreign relations, the consul should be responsible to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Bostrom resigned, and Renstelt, who had been member of the ministry and was supposed to be more favorably disposed towards the Norwegian demands, was placed at the head of the Swedish cabinet, but these apparent concessions did not change the situation. Renstedt had voted in favor of the dependency clauses in Bostrom's document, and there was no evidence of any change in the Swedish point of view. The Norwegian government refused to renew the negotiations until a separate Norwegian consular service should be established. This condition was not accepted, and nothing further could be done in regard to the matter. By these offers of continued negotiations, Sweden succeeded, however, in gaining some sympathy among foreign powers, while Norway's refusal to negotiate was interpreted as wrong-headedness and obstinacy. But several able Norwegian writers, as Fridtjof Nansen, A.C. Dolsum, and H.L. Brakestad, pleaded Norway's cause in foreign countries with such success that the tide of sentiment turned, and sympathy for Norway became pronounced in France and Germany, and finally also in England. A foreign loan of 40 million kroner was also floated on very favorable terms, and it was resolved by the Storting that this sum should constitute a reserve fund to be used only in cases of emergency. On May 10th, the special committee submitted a bill providing for the creation of a separate Norwegian consular service. The law should go into effect April 1, 1906, and the government should be instructed to notify the Swedish government that the joint consular service would terminate on that date. The bill was passed by both branches of the Storting, and unanimously, after a very short debate, the resolution that the Swedish government should be notified of the termination of the joint consular service was passed against 10 dissenting votes. It was hoped by some that the king would sanction the bill. Many believed or professed to believe that as king of Norway he would yield to the unanimous wish of the people, but in this they were disappointed. At a meeting of the joint Swedish-Norwegian ministry in Stockholm, the Norwegian members Loveland, Bothner, and E. Hagerup Bull strongly urged him to sanction the measure, but he yielded to the wish of his Swedish advisers and vetoed it. The Norwegian members refused to countersign the veto and immediately handed him their resignations. These he would not accept, as he feared that he would get no new Norwegian ministers, but they would not undertake the responsibility of remaining in office and return to Christiania. The whole ministry thereupon notified the king that they found it necessary to retire from office, and no one could be found in all Norway willing to attempt to form a new ministry under the circumstances. The ultimate crisis had been foreseen, and the people remained calm and collected. The press indulged in no invectives, but spoke with a firmness and straightforwardness which could not be misunderstood. The Swedish papers feared that Norway will violate the Constitution, wrote Verdensgang, June 5th. There is no cause for anxiety. The Constitution will be upheld on all points where it has not been violated by others. In Sweden they have found it necessary to deprive us of our king. He has been deposed without cooperation from Norway. On the contrary, he his Norwegian advisers made the most earnest remonstrances to prevent it, but to no avail. The King of Norway has been deposed in Sweden. Thereby certain changes took place in the constitution itself. The Norwegian government will prove that this has happened, and thereupon, supported by the nation without hesitation or excitement, it will undertake to establish normal conditions in the country on the basis of the constitution. On June 7, 1905, the Storting assembled to receive notice of the resignation of the ministry, after the Minister of State, Christian Michelsen, had reported the King's veto of the Consular Bill and had stated that he and his colleagues had found it necessary to resign, as they would not be responsible for the step taken by the King. The President of the Storting, Karl Berner, proposed the following resolution: whereas all the members of the ministry have resigned, and whereas His Majesty the King has declared himself unable to secure a new cabinet, and whereas the constitutional royal power thereby has ceased to operate, the Storting empowers the members of the ministry, which has this day retired from office, to act as a temporary government for Norway, and to exercise the powers granted the King in accordance with the constitution and the laws of the kingdom, subject to the changes made necessary by the fact that the union between Sweden and Norway under the same king is dissolved, and that the king has ceased to act as King of Norway. No one asked for the floor to discuss the resolution, and it was passed unanimously without being debated. A communication was also sent to the king, informing him of the dissolution of the union, and asking him to consent to the election of one of the Bernadotte princes as King of Norway. The union existed no longer. Norway and Sweden had parted, but the greatest anxiety prevailed, and everyone asked himself, what will Sweden do? Norway was well prepared for the emergency, but Sweden has a population more than twice as numerous, led by a strong nobility, jealous of their honor and proud of their country's former greatness. No one could doubt that the dissolution of the Union by Norway's own fiat would be a rude shock, which would be felt especially by the Swedish nobility as a distinct humiliation, and war between the two nations, long and destructive, equally ruinous to both, might be the unavoidable result. But many circumstances served to restrain the ardor of those who felt disposed to make the sword the arbiter of the dispute. The introduction of a new army organization, which had been but half completed, and the lack of stores and ammunition greatly reduced the efficiency of the Swedish military forces. The possibility of Russian aggression, as well as the sympathy for Norway shown by the great powers, would render a war hazardous even under more favorable circumstances, and King Oscar II, who had always been a noble-minded friend of peace, would scarcely now in his old age embroil the two nations in a fratricidal war for the preservation of a union which could be maintained only by sacrificing the peace and well-being of both peoples. Among the common classes in Sweden, the desire for a peaceful settlement of the difficulty was very strong. The laborers, socialists, and numerous friends of the peace movement spoke in the defense of Norway, and declared themselves opposed to war in a manner which must have made a deep impression. The day when old Sweden recognizes that goodness is greatness, and abandons all evil with its empty titles, the day when our National Assembly joins the Storting in a friendly dissolution of the Union, will be a holy day, and all Swedes will be a united people, wrote K.P. Arnoldson, one of the leading Swedish peace advocates. The safest thing in the midst of all uncertainty, he says in another place, is to be just to your neighbor, be he an individual or a nation. Let the Norwegians be permitted to manage their own affairs in peace. This principle of the press, with its great influence, should impress upon the people's mind during the growing difficulties. This is an admonition as well as a prayer. It is the prayer of one who loves his country. In 1905, the Swedish Peace Association decided to join in the May demonstrations of the labor organizations, and on the 1st of May, a procession numbering 30,000 marched through the streets of Stockholm. The Peace Association carried two banners with the inscription "Justice to Norway, Peace with Norway," and "Pax quaere to Justitia," peace is secured by justice. Emil Guller spoke to the vast audience on the subject, peace with Norway, and emphasized that peace is won by justice, as stated on the peace banner. But justice to Norway required the application of the Golden Rule. Therefore, all things whatsoever that ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. Justice to Norway, said the speaker, was interpreted correctly by the Norwegian peace advocate, who said Sweden should treat Norway as the Swedes would wish to be treated by the Norwegians if Norway was the larger and stronger nation. After the speech, the vast audience sang the Norwegian national song, Ja, vi elsker dette landet, and the following resolutions were adopted by all the 30,000 people assembled. We, the labourers and other peace-loving and liberal-minded men and women of Stockholm, express our positive disapproval of the short-sighted union policy of our government and the Swedish conservative press, which endangers the union of the two countries and the future welfare of both nations. Union and good understanding with Norway can be maintained only through complete equality of the two kingdoms and the unqualified recognition of the right of both to manage their own affairs, including such foreign affairs as concern either kingdom alone. We demand that our government shall respect Norway's right to establish a separate consular service, and that so soon as a measure is submitted which has been passed by the Storthing and sanctioned by the cabinet, negotiations with Norway shall immediately be instituted for the purpose of effecting an arrangement of the ministration of foreign affairs which will receive the sanction and support of both peoples. We demand justice for Norway and peace with Norway. No one exerted a greater influence for peace than the Swedish statesman Adolf Hedin. J. Loveland, Norwegian Minister of State in Stockholm, writes, I received him in the Minister's Hotel in Stockholm after the King had refused to sanction the consular bill. When he heard what had happened, he talked a long time about the situation. He was sick and suffered much. Death had already set its mark upon him, but he retained his interest with wonderful energy. When I had helped him down the stairway and through the entrance, he said with tears in his eyes, Farewell, I see what will follow. You are the last Norwegian Minister of State in Stockholm. My hope of a happy union between the three free and independent northern nations has been shattered, but possibly it is best, if we only can, avoid inaugurating the future with war and brother hatred. My days are soon ended. Farewell. During the whole summer he used his influence for peace in the press and in the Riksdag. I received many letters from him, but I could not answer them until I was in Karlstad. Then I wrote him and asked him not to refuse re-election to the Riksdag. Later I was able to telegraph that there was prospect of a peaceful settlement. This news gave him great joy in his last moments. He died before the Karlstad negotiations were completed. When the king was notified that Norway had dissolved the union, he immediately telegraphed an earnest protest, and the Riksdag was convened in extra session to consider the situation. A proposition submitted by the ministry recommended that no attempt should be made to preserve the union by force, as a union so maintained would be a source of weakness rather than of strength. But the union could not be dissolved without the consent of Sweden, and a demand would be made for a satisfactory settlement of various important matters, as this alone could ensure peaceful relations in the future. In order that an agreement might be reached on the basis of which the dissolution of the union could be effected, the king should be empowered to institute negotiations with Norway. The proposition was referred to a special committee, which submitted its report July 25. The report represents a compromise between the extreme views of those who demanded that Norway should be subdued by force of arms and those who favored a peaceful dissolution of the union without any attempt to dictate terms. As conditions for consent to the dissolution, the committee proposed that Norway should present a formal request after a new Storthing had been elected and after the Norwegian people, through a plebiscite, should signify their desire for the dissolution of the union. If these conditions were complied with, negotiations might be entered into for the arrangement of terms on which the final agreement might be based. This measure was passed by the Riksdag, but on the same day, even before it had been officially announced in Norway, a government bill was introduced in the Storthing ordering a general plebiscite in order that the people might get an opportunity to ratify the step taken on June 7th. The bill was unanimously passed, and the plebiscite, which was held August 13, 1905, revealed a singular unanimity. The notice given was very brief, and many sailors and fishermen could not reach home in so short a time. But of the 435,576 voters in the kingdom, 371,911, or 85%, were able to cast their ballot. Of these, 368,208 voted in favor of the dissolution of the union, and 184 against it. 3,019 ballots were discarded. Never has a nation expressed a more unanimous opinion on a public question, and never has a people made a more determined effort to be present at the polls. The Storthing thereupon extended a formal request to Sweden to cooperate in the dissolution of the union by entering into negotiations for the purpose of arriving at an agreement. A committee consisting of Christian Michelsen, J. Loveland, Carl Berner, and B. Vogt was appointed to treat with a similar Swedish committee consisting of the Minister of State Ludberg and the cabinet members Wachtmeister, Hammarskjöld, and staff. During the negotiations, which were carried on at Karlstad from August 31 till September 23, 1905, great anxiety prevailed, and troops were stationed on both sides of the border. But the committees finally succeeded in reaching an agreement. Both kingdoms agreed to submit to the Hague Tribunal all controversies which they cannot settle by direct negotiations, providing that they do not involve the independence, integrity, or vital interests of either kingdom. Along both sides of the border, from Fredrikstad and Stromstad to a point where Uva and Klerald cut the 61st parallel, a neutral zone was created, inside of which no military operations of any kind can be carried on. The new fortresses, which of late years had been erected within that zone, should be razed, and no new ones are to be erected in the future. For humanitarian reasons, the Finns who live as nomads in the northern part of both countries should be allowed to enjoy the same privileges which were granted them by Codicil I in the Treaty of 1751, but the law of 1883, which had been substituted for this codicil, is to remain in force till 1917. Both kingdoms pledged themselves not to hinder or prohibit the free transportation of goods in transit through either realm, and rules were established for the utilization of lakes and water courses common to both countries. The clause providing for a neutral zone and the dismantling of the fortresses created much ill will in Norway, as it was felt that Sweden sought to humiliate the kingdom. Both in the press and in the Storthing, spirited protests were made against these features of the agreement, but the members of the committee conducting the negotiations and their supporters showed that the fortresses in question were of little or no military value. It was urged that in order to avoid war and all its evil consequences, the conditions ought to be accepted, as they involved no vital interests and as Sweden would accept nothing less. This wisely chosen course of the most prudent leaders finally prevailed. On October 9th, the agreement submitted by the committee was sanctioned by the Storthing, only 16 votes being registered against it. The Swedish Riksdag annulled the Act of Union October 16th and authorized the king to recognize the union as dissolved. On October 27th, King Oscar II issued a proclamation to the Norwegian people announcing his abdication as King of Norway. To this he added the statement that he could not consent to the election of a prince of his family as successor to the vacant throne. After the union with Sweden had been dissolved, the attention was directed to the problem of establishing a new government. Many hoped that a republic would be proclaimed, but all agreed that on account of the gravity of the situation, any agitation for the purpose of changing the form of government would be inopportune and unwise. By preserving the old Norwegian throne, the new government would revive in a most direct way the proudest traditions of the past, and no great change would have to be made in the constitution. The leading men were in favor of a liberal monarchy, and the people would be sure to welcome a national king, appearing as the successor of the Haralds, Hakons, and Olavs, who in time past had made Norway great. After Oscar II had signified his unwillingness to consent to the choice of a Bernadotte prince, the government turned to Prince Charles of Denmark. This step was supported by the press, and it soon became clear that if elected, the prince would be received with enthusiasm in Norway. Through marriage with Princess Maud, daughter of Edward VII of England, he was closely related to the English royal family, which could only serve to strengthen the friendship between the two realms. Prince Charles declared himself willing to accept the throne if the Norwegian people should signify their consent through a general plebiscite. The Storthing accordingly ordered a plebiscite to be held November 12th to 13th. 4/5 of the total number of votes cast were registered in favor of the monarchical form of government and the election of Prince Charles. On November 18, 1905, the necessary changes were made in the constitution. On the same day, the prince was unanimously chosen King of Norway by the Storthing. In the afternoon session, a telegram from the prince was read, through which he announced that he accepted the throne. They assumed the name of Hakon VII, and that his little son, the crown prince, would be called Olaf. On November 25th, the king, with Queen Maud and Prince Olaf, arrived in Norway, and 2 days later he took the oath on the constitution in the presence of the assembled Storthing. On June 22nd, 1906, King Hakon VII and Queen Maud were crowned in the Trondheim Cathedral. After centuries of national obscurity, of bitter struggle for freedom and independence, the people could at last mingle their voices with the joyful anthems of praise and thanksgiving that Norway had gained her full freedom untarnished by foreign guardianship or irksome, unprofitable union with another state. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 2, by Knut Gjerset, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Political and Social Conditions, 1905 to 1914. Shortly after the coronation ceremonies, the campaign for the new elections was opened in Trondheim by Christian Michelsen, who advocated a moderate policy aiming to secure further guarantees for the integrity and independence of Norway. He failed to secure a majority of the members returned, but his ministry remained in power for a time by mutual consent, as no party was strong enough to form a new ministry representing a majority. In 1907, a controversy arose regarding the regulation of the water in Lake Mjøsen. The different party groups combined against the ministry, and as Michelsen had been in delicate health for some time, he resigned. Before he left Christiania, 50,000 people marched to his residence to express their love and admiration for the retiring leader who had guided the nation with such skill through the great crisis of 1905. On the 2nd of November, a treaty which was largely the result of his efforts was concluded with England, France, Germany, and Russia, by which these powers agreed to guarantee the independence and integrity of the kingdom, Norway promising not to cede any territory to a foreign power. The treaty should remain in force for the period of 10 years, and if not abrogated 2 years before the expiration of that term, it should be continued for another decade. After Michelsen retired, J. Loveland, who had been Minister of Foreign Affairs, formed a new cabinet. He is a statesman of great ability and sound liberal views, but he found difficulty in uniting a majority on any definite policy. The political parties were increasing in number, and the growing solicitude for the welfare of the common classes had created a great divergence of opinion on nearly all public questions. The moderate liberals, or Aftendaler, practically disappeared in 1900, but new parties appeared. The Labour Party, organized in 1887, developed strong socialistic tendencies, and under the leadership of John Kasberg, who entered the Storthing in 1900, it grew in strength and influence. In 1903, the Socialists, led by Alfred Ærik, appeared as a new political party in the Storthing. Both these groups opposed the Loveland ministry, and other even more serious opposition was soon encountered. The question of conservation of natural resources raised by the Michelsen ministry through the concession laws, which aimed to prevent foreign capitalists from gaining permanent possession of the mines, forests, and waterfalls of the country, had developed into an issue which produced a split in the coalition party. Gunnar Knudsen, who favored a strong conservation policy, seceded and organized the Radical Liberal Party. Aided by the Socialists, this group succeeded in overthrowing the Loveland ministry, and Knudsen formed a new ministry in March 1908. The remaining part of the coalition party was organized into the Liberal Party, Frisinnede Venstre, in 1909. According to conservative or radical tendencies, the political parties in Norway now ranked as follows: Conservatives, Liberals, Radical Liberals, Labour Party, and Socialists. The intention of the new ministry was chiefly devoted to the problem of conservation of natural resources, probably the most important economic question which the Norwegian people has hitherto been called upon to settle. Norway, which was generally regarded as a poor country, where the tillable area is very small and the natural resources limited, was found to possess great abundance of mineral-bearing rock and a vast amount of water power, which can be turned into use in mining and manufacturing, the great wealth-producing industries of modern times. The rapid development of mining and manufacturing bid fair to revolutionize economic conditions in Norway and to produce most important social changes, but no great harm may be done to the people's social well-being if an industrial life is developed as a result of international growth. The use of electric power makes it possible to eliminate one of the most objectionable features of modern industrial life, the grouping of factories in great commercial centers due to the use of steam power, which requires a large supply of coal. The use of water power and electricity makes it convenient to locate factories in the neighborhood of waterfalls. This ensures to the industrial laborers more healthy conditions and tends to identify them socially with the rural rather than with the urban population, a feature which may prove of great importance in the future social development. But a danger of another kind threatened to make the new industrial development a most serious social problem. Foreign capitalists sought to acquire possession of the mines, waterfalls, and power stations of the country. This peaceful conquest made by foreign capital, if allowed to proceed unhindered, might lead to the establishing of the kind of industrial feudalism found in other countries where capitalism holds sway. Foreign laborers would be brought into the country, and the Norwegian people would be gradually reduced to a class of wage earners toiling for foreign masters. Gunnar Knudsen, Minister of State, wrote in 1910, "The question connected with the concession laws has been debated during the last 4 years. In 1906, the Michelsen Ministry proposed the concession laws, which were called panic laws by the conservative press. At that time, a veritable raid was made on our natural resources, especially by foreigners. But we might ask, were there no laws which could put a stop to this raid? Yes, even the law of 1888 provides that foreigners, in order to secure realty in this country, must obtain concession or royal permission. But it appeared that it was the so-called Norwegian companies, capitalized by foreigners, who, under this guise, secured a very large share of our natural resources, not waterfalls alone, but also forests and mines. Then the Michelsen Ministry proposed the so-called panic laws, which provided that foreign stock companies had to obtain concession in order to obtain title to real estate in our country. This was a very important provision, and it was bitterly opposed. But the bill became a temporary law, which remained in force till last year. That is, the temporary law was reenacted from year to year. But there was a constant demand that this temporary arrangement should cease. In 1909, the Knudsen Ministry secured the passage of more rigorous concession laws controlling the purchase of forests, mines, waterfalls, and power stations. In regard to real estate in general, this law provides that foreigners must obtain concession in order to secure realty of any kind, but citizens and Norwegian stock companies may buy without concession timber areas not exceeding 250 acres. From 250 to 1,250 acres may be bought by Norwegian citizens or local communities, with the restriction, however, that they must not own over 1/10 of the total timber area of the Herod, and the community has the right of preemption in all such purchases. The aim of this provision is to prevent foreign as well as native capitalists from securing possession of the forests, which are to be left as far as possible in the hands of the local communities. With regard to mining, the law provides that prospecting and trial operation may be carried on without concession, but the right to work a mine must be secured through concession, which imposes several conditions. The government has the right to impose a tax of 3% figured on the value of the output of the mine. The concession is granted only for a fixed period not exceeding 80 years, after which time the ownership of the ceded property, together with machinery and improvements, reverts to the government without compensation. The purchase and sale of waterfalls and rapids representing less than 1,000 horsepower are unrestricted. The right to use larger waterfalls must be secured through concession, which imposes quite rigid conditions. Citizens must be allowed to become partners in the undertaking for which the concession is granted, and conditions may be established preventing persons to use another waterfall or who own a majority of shares in another company from securing a majority of shares in the new undertaking. The Herod in which the power station is located is to receive at a moderate price for public use 5% of the power developed, and the state is to receive 5% on the same conditions. The concession is granted for a period of not less than 60 years and not more than 80 years. After this period, the waterfalls, dams, water mains, pipes, etc. become the property of the state without compensation. The most important feature of the concession laws is the provision that mines and waterfalls can be leased only for a term of years, and that at the expiration of that period, these resources, together with improvements, revert to the state. This constitutes an effective barrier against the creation of monopolies controlled by foreign capital. The Conservatives, who opposed the measure as socialistic legislation, directed their attack against this feature of the law. It was claimed that such a provision was unconstitutional, that it violated the right of private ownership, that it would destroy personal initiative, and would retard progress by keeping foreign capital out of the country. But the supporters of the measure preferred to ensure to the people full control of the natural resources of the country, even if industrial development should make slower progress, and the wisdom of this policy is now generally recognized. The prophecies of the opponents have failed to materialize. Rapid industrial progress is being made under the new law, and the feeling that the new industries in reality belong to the whole people has created a confidence and optimism which will ensure a rapid development of energy and talent in Norway's industrial growth. In the elections of 1909, the Conservatives and Liberals combined and succeeded in electing 64 representatives as against 48 radical Liberals and 11 Socialists. Of the majority group, 48 were Conservatives and 19 Liberals. Owing to this defeat, the Knutsen ministry resigned, and W. Konau of Sonder Bergenhus, leader of the Liberals, formed a new ministry in the winter of 1910. Both the Conservatives and the Liberals recommended state accident insurance and sickness insurance for seamen and old age pensions for all persons above 70 years. Both parties favored a restriction of the concession laws and demanded that the right of private ownership should not be impaired. Both demanded the maintenance of the parliamentary form of government and advocated the establishment of referendum and the right of the king to dissolve the Storthing. The Conservatives also inclined to favor a royal suspensive veto in cases of constitutional amendments. The last planks of their platform were attacked by Otto Albert Blur in his speech in Bergen, September 4, 1910. He showed that these features belong to different political systems, that the right to dissolve the Storthing is a feature of parliamentary government not to be recommended in Norway, where the representatives are elected for the short period of 3 years, though it is used in England, where the representatives are elected for the period of 7 years. The referendum is opposed in principle to the parliamentary system, as it removes the decision of important measures from the legislature and gives it to the whole people. Neither of these features was carried through by the new ministry, nor were any changes made in the concession laws, but some progress was made in legislation aiming at securing better conditions for the laboring classes, a problem to which the more radical parties had devoted special attention. By the law of 1894, government accident insurance was established for certain classes of laborers engaged in more dangerous pursuits. All employers in these occupations are required to insure their laborers. The required assessments are collected by the government, and all accidents must be reported to the Riksforsikringsanstalt, or Government Insurance Commission, which has full management of this kind of insurance and decides what damages are to be paid. The employers cannot be held responsible for accidents, as the government, through its inspectors, provides all possible safety appliances for the protection of the laborers, and the damages are paid by the Commission in form of insurance. This law was supplemented by new measures in 1899, 1906, 1908, and 1911, by which the accident insurance was extended to an ever larger number of occupations. By the law of 1909, sickness insurance was made compulsory for all laborers above 15 years of age who had an income not exceeding 1,200 kroner in the rural districts or 1,400 kroner in the cities. They are divided according to their income into 4 classes, receiving a proportionate indemnity in case of sickness. 2/10 of the premium is paid by the state, 1/10 by the employer, 1/10 by the community, and 6/10 by the laborers collectively. For other laborers, the insurance is voluntary if their yearly income does not exceed 800 kroner in the country or 1,000 kroner in the cities, or if their estates do not exceed 7,000 kroner in the country or 10,000 kroner in the cities. In 1914, the law was made to include laborers with an income of 1,600 kroner in the country and 1,800 kroner in the cities. The insured are now divided into 5 classes, receiving an indemnity of 0.60, 0.90, 1.50, 2.10, and 2.70 kroner per day. Unemployment insurance according to the St. Gallen system, was introduced by the law of 1906, according to which the government furnishes 1/4 of the out-of-work benefits paid by the various labor organizations. The local communities to which the unemployed belong must, however, reimburse the government 2/3 of the sum furnished. Strict control of the use of intoxicating liquors has also helped to improve the conditions of the laboring classes. In 1871, the Gothenburg system was introduced in Norway. In 1894, the rules for the organization of companies for selling liquors under this system were made more rigid, and in 1904 a law was passed which reduced the sale and use of intoxicants to a minimum and placed Norway next to Finland at the very top of the list in regard to temperance. According to this law, the beverages which are subject to control are divided into 2 groups: 1, distilled liquors, including all beverages containing above 15% of spirit, and all wines containing above 21% of spirit; 2, fermented liquors, including wine, beer, mead, and cider containing a less % of spirit than the first class. Denatured alcohol is not included in either group. Regarding the right to prepare distilled liquors, strict rules are found in the law of 1887. They must be manufactured in distilleries controlled by the state through its inspectors, and the internal revenue amounts to 1.68 kroner per liter, figured on the basis of a purity of 100%. The distillers may sell to anyone in quantities not less than 250 liters, a little over 59 gallons. They may also sell in small quantities of not less than 0.35 liter on sealed bottles, which must not be opened at the place of purchase. A, to those who have a concession to retail liquor. B, for export. C, for medical and scientific use. Concession to organize a company for selling intoxicating beverages is granted in a community only when a majority of all the voters of the district, both men and women, vote in favor of it, and only one such company can be organized in each community. The concession is granted for the period of 6 years, after which time the question must again be submitted to the vote of the people. The persons receiving the concession organize as a stock company and choose a manager who must be acceptable to the local authorities. Liquor may then be sold by the company in as many places in the community or city as the local authorities or city council may designate. The stock company doing business under the concession receives a profit of not more than 5% a year on the capital invested. Of the surplus, the community receives 15%, the stock company 10%, and the Amt 10%, and the government 65%. The 35% received by the company, the community, and the Amt are used for public purposes for which funds have not otherwise been provided, but the money is so expended as not to reduce the burdens of taxation. The right to sell fermented liquors is granted by the local district authorities or the city council to companies or private persons. The places of sale and the number of such concessions are also determined by the same authorities. The right of sale may be limited so that these beverages can be sold only to guests and travelers, as in hotels, or it may be a right to sell to all persons except to children below the age of 15 years. How effective this system has been in controlling the liquor traffic is shown by statistics. In all the country districts of Norway, only 6 companies have been granted the right to sell liquor. In 36 cities, no such right has been granted. In all the cities of Norway, there are only 181 places where liquor is sold. The use of intoxicants has been correspondingly reduced. In 1833, the consumption of alcoholic beverages amounted to 16 liters per capita. In 1900, it had been reduced to 2.9 liters. The use of alcohol and distilled liquors in the various countries vary, with Norway the second least. The temperance movement has spread so rapidly in Norway that 237,000, or about 10% of the entire population, now belong to the various temperance organizations. The restriction in the use of intoxicants has resulted in a marked reduction in the percentage of stillbirths and mortality among infants. Insanity, suicides, and deaths due to alcoholism have decreased. The number of persons in jails and penitentiaries has been reduced, much energy has been conserved for productive labor, and much poverty and misery have been averted. The successful work for temperance is now generally regarded as a most important step in the social development of the Norwegian people in modern times. In 1912, the Canal Ministry was overthrown by their conservative allies, who objected to the opinion expressed by Canal on the question of the use of the Landsmål. The controversy regarding the relative position of the landsmal and the Danish-Norwegian language had grown very intense, and the Conservatives were very dissatisfied because the landsmal had been placed on equal footing with the Danish-Norwegian. In 1878, the following rule was made by the government regarding the use of the landsmal in the public schools. The instruction is to be given as far as possible in the children's own vernacular. Gradually they can then be taught to understand and write the Danish-Norwegian book language. In 1885, the landsmal was legalized as a standard official language equal to the Danish-Norwegian. The following motion was passed by the Storthing, May 12, with 78 votes against 31. The ministry is requested to make such arrangements that the Norwegian vernacular is placed on equal footing with our regular literary language as an official and school language. In 1901 to 1902, it was introduced in the normal schools or teachers' seminaries on a par with the older literary language, and in 1907 a bill was passed by the Storthing providing that candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Arts should write 2 essays, one in each language, to show their knowledge of both. The landsmal had finally been accorded full recognition, and it is now extensively used in the schools, in the university lecture rooms, in the Storthing, and even by members of the cabinet. But a hostile agitation has been kept up against its use as an official and literary language, and especially against the test imposed on candidates for the B.A. degree. Most of the Conservatives could not be reconciled, and when Knut in a lecture expressed himself as favoring the landsmal, they turned against him and forced him and his ministry to resign. A new ministry was formed February 20, 1912, by the Conservative leader Bratteli. He attacked the concession laws and sought to effect the repeal of the provision by which they were made to apply to Norwegian stock companies. But in this attempt he failed. In the elections in the fall of 1912, his party was defeated. The Radicals and the Labour Party captured 76 seats and the Socialists 23. The Conservatives and their allies, the Liberals, retained only 24 seats. Gunnar Knudsen, leader of the Radicals, returned to power as head of a new ministry. The question of the king's veto power in cases of constitutional amendments had never been formally settled, but after 1905 no fear could be entertained that the king would ever again venture to assert such a prerogative. The matter might have received no further attention if an incident had not occurred which made it necessary to settle the question definitely. Toward the close of the session of 1908, the Storthing had passed a bill repealing Article 33 of the Constitution, and by an oversight the bill had not been placed before the king for his signature before the Storthing adjourned. In this case, the question of the king's veto would necessarily have to be raised in conformity with Article 80 of the Constitution, which reads, "The Storthing remains in session so long as it deems it necessary. When it is adjourned by the king, after its deliberations are closed, he also passes on the bills not already acted on by either vetoing or signing them. All measures which he does not formally sanction are to be regarded as vetoed." The question would then arise if the constitutional amendment, which had not been signed, should be regarded as vetoed. That the king has no veto power in such cases was generally held, but nowhere expressly stated. The king therefore made a solemn declaration, consonant with an opinion submitted by the Minister of Justice, that in cases of constitutional amendments he has no veto. But it was still possible that the veto question might be revived. If the king, according to the Constitution, had the right to veto constitutional amendments, he could not relinquish it even by a solemn declaration. In order to avoid further misunderstanding, Article 112 of the Constitution was so changed by an act of June 11, 1913, as to deprive the king of the power of veto in cases of constitutional amendments. The development of democratic social conditions has been no less essential to the progress of the Norwegian people during the last century than the establishing of political freedom and national independence. Without local self-government and the right of all to share the rights and privileges as well as the duties and responsibilities, the work of the Eidsvold men would have lost its real significance, and the nation would have been shorn of much of its strength. This has been clearly understood, and efforts have been made to extend equal privileges and opportunities to all in order that the interest and energy of the whole people may be united in the work for social progress. The suffrage has been constantly extended until all persons of age, both men and women, now have the right to vote. By the law of May 29, 1901, women received the right of suffrage in local elections if they had an income of 300 kroner in the country or 400 kroner in the cities, or in case of married women, if their husbands had that income. In 1907, they received limited suffrage in general elections. In 1911, the first woman representative, Anna Rogstad, took her seat in the Storthing, and in 1912 women were made eligible to all offices except those of cabinet members or of the ecclesiastical or military service. In 1898, suffrage had been granted to all men 25 years of age who had resided in the country 5 years, and in 1913 the same right of general suffrage was also extended to women. Article 50 of the Constitution was amended to read, "All Norwegian citizens, men and women, who are 25 years of age, who have lived in the kingdom for 5 years and still reside there, shall have the right to vote." The economic development has kept pace with the political and social progress. The increase in the national wealth and productive power of labor has been very rapid, especially during the last 50 years, owing to modern inventions and the use of scientific methods in production. The first few miles of Norwegian railway were constructed in 1854. At present, the total length of railways in the country amounts to about 2,000 miles, and excellent systems of government-owned telegraphs and telephones have been constructed. The water power, wholly or partly developed, amounts to 1.17 million horsepower, and industries are being rapidly developed. The growth in dairying and agriculture has grown significantly. The amount of milk per cow has been increased in 70 years from 500 liters to 1,386 liters. The improvements in economic conditions, which has increased the general comfort, shows also as a direct result an increase in population from 1,702,000 in 1865 to 2,450,452 in 1912. The Norwegian people have become the custodians of their own destiny to the fullest possible extent, and the rapid progress made during the last decades proves how freedom and democratic social conditions contribute to a people's general well-being. The spirit of vigor and enterprise which has enabled the Norwegians to maintain their national independence and to enter with success upon a new industrial development has carried them also into the fields of exploration, where they have shown no less daring and originality than did their ancestors, the Viking sea kings of old. In 1887 to 89, Fridtjof Nansen, with a few companions, succeeded in crossing the glacier-covered Greenland on ski. This feat of endurance and daring was followed by his Arctic expedition, 1893 to 96, on which he undertook to explore the region of the North Pole. By letting his ship Fram become embedded in the ice fields north of Siberia, he hoped that the ocean current which traverses that region would ultimately carry him across the pole itself. In this he did not succeed, but he reached a higher latitude than any explorer had done before, and his expedition is one of the most valuable and interesting of the kind ever made. In 1898 to 1902, Otto in Sverdup, who had accompanied Nansen as captain of the Fram, led a second Norwegian expedition to the Arctic regions. The northwest coast of Greenland was explored, and several new islands were discovered. Almost simultaneously, Karsten Borchgrevink made an expedition to the Antarctic region, sailing from England in 1898 with the ship Southern Cross. He spent the winter on the Antarctic continent, located the South Magnetic Pole, and reached in 1900 a latitude of 78 degrees 50 minutes. Roald E. G. Amundsen had served as first mate on the Belgica 1897 to 1899 on an expedition undertaken for the purpose of locating the South Magnetic Pole. On his return, he purchased a small ship, Gioia, and decided to fit out an expedition to locate the North Magnetic Pole. The expedition started in 1903, and a summer and 2 winters were spent in determining the location of the magnetic pole and in studying the magnetic conditions of the Earth in those regions. In 1905, the voyage westward was continued in the hope of finding the much-sought Northwest Passage. Through the vast ice fields the little ship proceeded, and after passing the Simpson and Dolphin Straits, it finally entered the open sea. August 21, 1905. The Northwest Passage had at length been found. Upon his return, the doughty explorer began preparation for an expedition to the South Pole. In 1911, he established his winter quarters on the Great Barrier, and by a series of marches he reached the South Pole December 16, 1911. These fearless explorers had found new paths to enterprise and honor, and they followed them in the old Norse spirit, which regarded honor and achievement as the only imperishable earthly possession. Cattle perish, kindred die, thou wilt die also. But one thing I know, which will never die, the honor which thou hast won. Evamel. End of chapter 68.